Hello, friends. My name's host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And what can I tell you? Special times, special days, important things, important ways. Today we're talking about avoidance. We won't avoid talking about it, don't worry. Because it doesn't need to be avoided talking about. Some things do, some things don't. Like, I'm not avoided talking about, but avoided experiencing. So, like right now, I'm avoiding going to bed. Why? I do not know. I could not tell you. I should go to bed, but well, okay. I guess I kind of know why I'm live streaming. Like I was just about to go to bed, and I was looking at my stats and stuff, and I was like, "Wow, that Melissa Talks harassment video is doing really well. It's got a really high like percentage for me, anyway. It's got it's got like 81 likes and 850 views, which is almost 10%, which is really high. And not very many dislikes, like 6 dislikes. And I got curious. I was like, I wonder how, well, I wonder what the comments are saying on her video, and I wonder how it's doing stats wise. So I went over to look at it, and her original harassment video has like 1,500 views and 91 likes. I was like, who in the world liked that video? What were they thinking when they pushed like? Now I've heard from a few people that she astroturfed the comments pretty thoroughly. So she did leave some sort of disagree with her comments up as I guess a show of pretending not to astroturf probably, but it's interesting. The got good. She's got a lot of comments on it too, and most of the ones that she left up anyway are strangely supportive, not just of her, which is I understand, but of her position that I'm I'm like this terrible person or something. So a couple years ago, I guess I probably would have been all over that shit. Like, oh hell no! I'm making a video where I read all these comments. I'm gonna fucking tear them all to pieces or whatever. Because I really don't like to think that the the flow of argumentation's been corrected and updated, but there are a lot of people who haven't adopted that update. So, for example, I saw that Melissa Talks had an interview with Thor today, presumably talking about being an ENTP, I guess. Uh, that's a little surprising because one would expect that. Well, okay, it's a little surprising because I had hypothesized that she might be going through stages of grief, basically. And I don't know how long denial would last for something like this, but um, I guess it could still be a denial phase. But if in fact she doesn't at some point come to terms with that reality that she's not an ENTP and continues to position herself as one, um, then I'd have to at that point think, okay, she probably has accountability avoidance disorder rather than is dealing with stages of grief. I don't think there are any chicken wings on the thumbnail. It's a picture of an arrow and it says things to avoid. Are chicken wings something you think you should avoid for some reason? You have something against chicken wings? Because I'm not going to tolerate that, Winston's mom. If you've got something against chicken wings, we have a problem. I don't know what type she is, actually. I mean, I think it's irrelevant, like, what type she is. The point is, she's definitely not an ENTP. She's positioning herself as one. And she has decreasing amount of reason to think she is one. In other words, now that after she got Typology, that would have been the end of me thinking about her ever, except for her crazily over the top response. And but in the aftermath of that, it's like, okay, well, now we've got. I'm talking about it now. Yeah, this is actually like I haven't really talked it out. Somebody told me about it on a live stream, and I was like, yeah, whatever. And then I actually ended up watching it after the live stream. I made my video response to it, but I personally don't feel like I've talked about it much, because, well, I guess because I didn't look past my little narrow field of vision until just before I started the stream, when I went over to her channel and was like, okay, well, I'm curious what's going on here, like with her harassment video. So this was prompted by me looking at my back channel stats right before I was going to go to bed and saying, wow, that harassment video is doing really well. I got 81 likes and 850 views. That's almost 10%. It's a super high like percentage for me. And so I wondered what her harassment video was doing in comparison, And so I went over there and she's got like 1,500 views and 91 likes. So I've got a higher like percentage, but I was shocked to see that she's got 91 likes on it, Well, that's what makes me wonder if she has accountability avoidance disorder. Because I elicit that kind of response in people who have that. And that can express as narcissism, BPD, any kind of like ultra unhealthy kind of expression of self is manifest as a pathological avoidance of accountability. I elicit in people who have that very strong reactions. They hate me, No, that was never a real thing I was going to do. I'm happy. I'm not unhappy, though. I just, I find it interesting, like, it seems so unbelievably clear to me, watching her video about harassment and my response video, that I can't conceive of anybody watching her video and thinking, that's a good video, you've got a good case or something. No. She didn't take an entire week off from work. I had her locked up for a week, disallowing her to go to work, apparently. So the thing is, if she doesn't have accountability avoidance disorder, or even if she were caring at all about managing the FE, I would expect her to make a follow-up video saying, look, I overreached a little bit there, and I was emotional, and I said some things I shouldn't have said, or something like that, because despite the numbers, I do feel confident that she should know she's not winning this narrative, So I'm curious about her in general. I hate to see it when people have accountability avoidance disorder and they're allowed to avoid accountability. I'm a big believer in compelling them to encounter it. and not allowing them to escape what I'm saying. I hate it when people don't listen to me, right? And don't take into account the words I'm saying. They weren't correct though, Winston Mom, to call you a brainlet, because you aren't that, even if you said something dumb. You know, people aren't stupid, words are. If somebody constantly says stupid words, I might call them stupid, but that's me making a mistake. It's just once again they said stupid words. Yeah, I saw that. I think I replied to him, or at least I liked it and hearted it. Yeah, I definitely won that battle. uh, that was smooth. I gotta say, I feel pretty smug about that. I kicked ass in that battle. When I didn't even make a battle rap in response. I just made a video talking about his, and I didn't even include in it my little impromptu response song. But when I in real time when I made an impromptu response song, I thought that wasn't very good. When I listened back to it, I realized, yeah, it's not very good, but because of all the contextual stuff here, it actually works great as a response song. Not just in spite of it not being very good, but kind of because it's not very good. Uh, yeah, I was I was playing jump back and forth across the line. So and tonally managing it very carefully, and so uh, that's that's a you know NTP wrangle or something. Hi, some time ago, I think when you had around 50 followers, that is quite some time ago. It's probably like 8 years ago now. I don't really have any faith in me being correct about anything I said about typology 8 years ago. When I had 50 followers, I may have made some typology videos, but they were like, okay, so this is what it says here on this page about extroverted intuition. This is what I think about. That sounds where it sounds good or not. I was still not presenting myself as an expert, but rather somebody sharing with everybody what I was learning about typology. So, and to the extent that I did type somebody way back then, I had no business doing it. And I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. So, oh, she typed herself as the ENFP. I'm sorry, I misread that. Um, she was quite defensive. You thinking about like Metasoap, maybe? Metasoap was one of my early blow up fight things where she's left and I'm never coming back, and she actually did never come back. Interestingly enough, it usually doesn't happen that way, but she actually did. But that was because I had to take her to task because she kept, not wanting to be held to account for her words. And back then, I used to make a lot more videos like titled things like "Metasoap is stupid," and then just proceeded to rip her to shreds for the entire video. I used to do shit like that a lot, but I don't really do that anymore as much, anyway. And that's part of avoidance, part of being a better avoider. I'm better in general at avoiding getting myself dragged down into the mud. And this evening, when I went over to look at Melissa Talks video to see how I was doing stuff, that is very, very unusual, atypical behavior for me. I normally won't look at things like that if I think I'm going to read some stupid ass comments that are going to piss me off, you know? Which I did. Of course, I read some stupid ass comments that are going to piss me off. Because a lot of the commenters there on her channel are not just affirming her position on harassment in general, or being like consolatory towards her. A lot of them are expressly affirming her statements about me, even. So it's like, what? Who are you people? Who are you talking about? That person you're not talking about is definitely not me. It's strange how people can have a lot of strong opinions about me. And almost every time somebody does, strong negative opinion especially, it just seems incredibly obvious to me that they've never actually watched anything, because they're so wildly off base in their understanding or accusations of me. Or, it's like, and a lot of the commentary, it's predicated on like this guy's a sociopath, basically. He doesn't care about people's feelings, and that he's like just exploiting people for his own gain or something. And it's like, if you watch me at all, you would know that's definitely not me. What's the difference between SI fourth and eighth? I mean, one's conscious and one's not, right? So it's like Rachel's more unconsciously businesslike about her SI, and I'm more consciously chore-like about my SI. But at the same time, I get to have the flip side as well, which I can be wallowy with my SI too, which is satisfying. But whereas Rachel's never wallowy with her SI, but it causes her less conscious problems, if any, because it's like her most unconscious slot. It doesn't. She's very slow to recognize that there's an. If she ever even really does, that there's an SI problem. It's just. It's just. It's like all of a sudden she'll make food, and it's like at my SE, which is, it's very unconscious. At least S says, not gonna lie, Eric, sometimes you say some fucked up shit. We all do in some way. These folks need to not be so easily triggered. I really don't sometimes say some fucked up shit. I'm very careful with my language. I mean, I have in the past been meaner, been coarser, been more vulgar, been less civil. But even in those circumstances, what I was saying, I was never saying any fucked up shit, right? It's like I was never saying, well, I mean, that's not true. Put it this way. In the last year or two, I've not been somebody who said fucked up shit. Sometimes I say it in a fucked up way. But I'm not somebody who says things like, you're worthless, or in general I try not to, but I do sometimes. I try not to condemn the person, but rather what they're saying. And when I get really frustrated is when they don't allow me to just make that distinction between those two things. That they are married, that they and what they say are the same thing. Then I get really frustrated, and then I might start insulting them. Sometimes I get insulty, okay? But insulting people is not the same thing as saying fucked up shit, right? Like, saying fucked up shit is knowingly hitting below the belt, attacking someone's appearance, being willfully cruel, picking on people. There's lots of examples of saying fucked up shit, right? So I may get a little insulting, I may be uncivil, but I'm not. I'm not a discursive criminal. There was a time when I was a discursive criminal, when I knowingly frame-walked people and stuff in my 20s and shit, right? I am not a discursive criminal anymore. Is it because of FE over TI? You mean why I'm not a discursive criminal anymore is more for particularist reasons. It has to do with me quitting drinking when I was 42 and the slow growth process since, which has included a growing commitment to a clear morality rather than an amoral sort of hedonism. I tried once with a Mexican dude. I was falling from my chair with my head, and he did a sound with his hands. What types have avoidant personality disorder, where they avoid people in close relations for fear of being judged and not accepted? That there's probably a form of BPD. They have some 4 subclasses of borderline personality disorder, one of which is avoidant. The thing about being avoidant of close relationships with people is it's predicated on a inability to trust, which is born of abuse in childhood. So it's not typologically related. It's instead that is nurture, not nature. I love being so vulnerable to hypnotizing stuff. Like, it's better you can flow and get deceived. Whatever. BTU, yeah. What's BTU mean? Bring the umbrage? That'd be like, in football, sometimes you see the players, they have shirts on that says things like "hit hard or go home." A good slogan like that for a debate team would be "bring the umbrage." I mean, you don't say fucked up shit, but there's a bit of arrogance and sparkles in your arguments that makes people not want to listen at all. Yeah, I know. It's something I'm working on, actually. I'm consciously trying to work on it, which is to say, I get that a substantial portion of the hate I get stems from my non-inclusive approach to presenting stuff, which is to say, I'm not interested in finding common ground with what you're saying and what I'm saying. I'm interested in replacing your ground with what I'm saying. And that is inherently presumptuous, right? In this case, it's justified, but it's nevertheless inherently presumptuous and doesn't play well on FE grounds. People don't want to be corrected into the truth. They want to be party to that refinement of the truth, right? I'm a little old to enlist, I think. But yeah, sometimes I do say fucked up shit, I guess. It's the bottom line is that occasionally I do. But very rarely at this point. It's about $6 a gallon. Adrian B. The thing is, I don't drive a lot. I don't go very many places, so it's not it's not a big deal. Well, I better get my trademark out then. I was gonna use a regular lighter. Ever since we got these bong lighters, I'm a lot less attached to my torch because these bong lighters are quite good ways to light a bong because it keeps the flame away from your finger, right? So it's like one of those fireplace lighters except sized for a bong instead of a fireplace. Magic Click is from Argentina. I don't know what that means, but good for him or her. The thing that's tricky, of course, is as I've explained before, when people want to attack me, one of the ways in which they attack is to be reductive about me, to say you're just an old homeless vagrant. And then if I want to respond to that, I say, well, actually, no, I'm not homeless and not a vagrant. And in fact, I've had periods in my life with a lot of professional success. And then they'll say, well, you're bragging about it now. You're a bragger now. You're the one who called me a homeless vagrant, you know? That's why I'm just correcting you. And then when I say, oh, you never done anything of any accomplishment in your life, you're just pretending. So then I'm required to tell you some of my accomplishments, and then I get accused of being arrogant or something. So that's one of the problems. But the other problem is what I actually believe and think versus whether or not people want to hear that. So I actually believe and think that, you know, to the extent that I say like aggrandizing things or exclusive things that make me seem like I think I'm hot shit, it's because I do. In those areas where I make those claims, I think, well, yep, I'm definitely the most one at in this particular thing. I actually believe it. So I don't know. It's like I'm here on YouTube to tell my story, basically. Really, if you were gonna try to articulate exactly what it is, why I'm here, it's certainly not to help people. Everybody likes to help people, right? Oh, I'm here to help people. Does anybody have an answer other than that when you ask why they YouTube? Isn't FI type more prone to interpret some actions as a personal attack? Um, well, I mean, I think every type has areas in which there's a way in which you can make them feel attacked. It's just that FI types are likely to feel attacked in this area because the people who are they're running afoul of are probably going to be TI people saying, "You're talking bullshit," right? So, in that regard, it makes sense that FI types would be prone to interpret typology stuff more as a personal attack, and maybe like politics stuff more as a personal attack. But I'd be more likely to interpret someone telling me what to do as a personal attack, maybe, you know, or telling me that the universal truth doesn't matter because of their particular experience. That might I might be, it might make me mad, you know? Yes, and they often use it. Yes, and they often use it as a way to avoid responsibility. I've had so many NFP types tell me stuff like, "You hurt my feelings. I was trying to stop them going off a cliff." Jose, I do have a question as to how to respond to people on certain subjects. When people poo-poo fact checkers and say, "Think for yourself," I wonder how they think. How do I say this? Um, I would say thinking for yourself quickly means utilizing. I mean, in general, you decide about the facts, right? But that's the manual labor of thinking. And if you can find fact checkers, quote unquote, who can reliably do that manual labor of the empirics check for you, then you can do the TI part, which is actually making the decision about the facts. If you, the thing is, TI is good at addressing arguments. So what they're really saying is the problem here isn't facts, it's arguments. Your fact checker fact checks that yes, what this person said is factually true, but they don't make explicit their frame of reference, and they don't they're only evaluating its legitimacy on. It's kind of like a company store of legitimacy, you know. It it's for the end people only to be legitimized by the end ways. So in that regard, uh, what what I guess I'd say to them is facts are either agreed upon or in dispute. If you won't agree with this fact because I presented evidence that's saying these fact checkers say it's a fact, then negate it with evidence. You know, don't tell me to do my own thinking. You do your own thinking. Do your job. Your job is not to critique the point I made because of how I critiqued it. Your job is to answer the point I made. You could additionally critique how I presented it if you wanted to, but if you don't do the former, the latter's irrelevant. Sorry, that was a very any answer I gave you. I was like, yeah. I haven't gone to sleep yet. I mean, that's the other thing is I've enjoyed this whole Melissa thing too. I found it interesting. I found it a nice, like, stark, clear, bright line of division between that separates two that separates typology into two camps. Those who want it to be a matter of what one identifies as, and those who want it to be a matter of what one is. I have the one singular truth here, the Jordan Peterson style of talking. Well, the problem is that Jordan Peterson may have that style of talking, but he doesn't have the singular truth. He's at least half the time spewing bullshit. So it's like he and I may both present that kind of affect, like I have the singular truth, or he and I may both even say that explicitly sometimes, but only one of us is right. If you look at the likes on the comments on her video, often the supportive ones are getting ratioed by ones calling BS. Well, I heard from somebody else in one of the comments on my video, I read that she was astroturfing, and that made the comment of respect for her. But if she's astroturfing, I think she is, but I couldn't prove that. But it's she's leaving uh, a certain ratio of negative comments to make it seem like she's not astroturfing, and that she's winning. She's really kind of staging it. That's my speculation. Serbia. I don't want to bore host Eric on his stuff anymore. You don't want to bore me on my stuff? Okay. I don't know if you were boring me on my stuff before. I didn't really want to address. I don't really want to address the Europe war. I don't. I'm not. I don't want to talk about that. So much so that when somebody mentioned the stream last night, what's his name? Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, in the context of this rap that Jeremy made, or Jeffrey made, is I just thought he was talking about a rapper, and I was like, I've never heard of the person. And they're like, oh, how could you not have heard of the president of Ukraine? And I'm like, I I just didn't think you were I didn't think you were making a metaphor like that. I thought you were talking about a rapper named that, and you know. But regardless, I'm trying not to think about it much. And I'm avoiding news on it because you know, by the time it got to this, I had already failed to succeed in my mission, which would have been to correct the narrative about shit by my videos. I said the right things in plenty of time, but that was insufficient to correct the world's course of action, and so it happened. And now it's not. Now it's beyond the time when I could fix it, right? The theme is avoidance, Bogdan. The theme is avoidance. So, I would have no problem avoiding in this particular video whatever you want to talk about, even if you brought it up. And I also have no problem avoiding the topic of avoidance by addressing what you're bringing up. I got lucky when the test got me right, and after so much study into it, I now know I'm INXJ. Well, how could a test get you right if it didn't even give you all four letters? Eric is punchy tired. Go to bed, Eric. Am I punchy tired? I am tired, but I wouldn't call myself punchy tired. Punchy tired would suggest maybe I was fussy tired, like mad tired. And I am tired. I might be kind of punch drunk tired. Maybe you mean that. I might agree with that, but I wouldn't agree that I'm punchy tired because that suggests to me fighty tired, and I'm not fighty tired. Um, is Bogdan, are you the guy? Are you that Bogdan guy who does those MBTI videos? I don't know if that's that guy or not. I know who you're talking about, but I don't. Yeah, a different Bogdan. Okay. I love the name Melissa. I think it would be my love, and some future girl in the school was in love with me, and her name was Melissa, but she was ugly. Don't use that word for describing people's physical appearance. Well, not ugly, but kind of blind. Thaddeus, like, I wouldn't say shit like that, right? I'd say some fucked up shit, but I would never call a woman ugly. Ever. Period. I wouldn't refer to her one as ugly either, no matter what. It's irrelevant no matter what you're talking about, you know? Okay, yeah, jovial, punchy, yeah, I agree with you there, Michelle. I'm that kind of punchy, yeah. I'm not fighty punchy. You're not too outspoken. You don't feel bad or anything. I'm not. I don't mean to be busting you or whatever. I get that English is not your first language too, and so I'm I'm fussy about that stuff. I'm fussy about body image stuff. Um, Probably has to do with A slot SE. I find it really offensive, and I don't think anybody should be judged on their appearance. And I think that looksism is more of a real thing than uh, racism, sexism, or any of the other things. Looksism is a real thing. It's just that it's not such a big deal because it's kind of temporary. Okay. Michelle, and here's the thing. I too might say to my significant other or whatever after I've left somebody's house, wow, they have such an ugly baby. Because babies are, in my mind, they're like not, they're not representative of what they're going to turn into at all. You know, it's like, we don't know what it's going to be. So right now it's ugly, but it could turn out to be a very handsome person or a beautiful person or whatever. Because I don't know. I guess I don't think about babies as people, really. I think of them as babies. I tend to refer to babies as it. How's your baby doing? Is it talking or something yet? Jacob is doing fine, Eric. Oh, cool. Did it start eating on its own yet? Jacob. Yeah, I know. I'm asking, did it start eating yet? It's not an it, Eric. It's a baby, isn't it? Yes, babies have gender too. Okay, what is yours? He's a boy. Okay, has he started eating yet? He didn't say I was a veteran. He said he was going to give me a facelift and that would be doing me a favor. He said I was ancient, etc. You know, but I wasn't offended by his thing at all. There's nothing. I didn't. His thing didn't make me mad, and it didn't offend me at all. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. That's exactly how I might respond to something. You know, I think that's totally the healthy way to respond to something. Make a diss rap about me. Not Michelle's video. I mean Melissa's video. That's the unhealthy way, and Jeffrey's is the healthy way. Winston's mom was informing me Alchemy's name is Jeffrey. When she first said it here in the chat, I thought she meant Jeffrey, my student, and then I realized, oh wait, I think that's that guy's name. Well, here I am. Kramer is what you might call a caricature of an ENTP. ENTPs are a lot more aware um, than Kramer, by all appearances, was. Your baby's not as wrinkly as he was a week ago. I could totally see myself saying that. Yes, the P being nice. I could hear myself saying that, but I would be saying it because I would think it was funny to say. Really, I mean that's the thing. I'm more aware of shit than I use a sort of pretend unawareness in humor a lot. You know. Winston's mom knew the guy who played the ugly baby's dad in that Seinfeld episode. He was just a regular guy in California trying to make it in acting, and that was his biggest role to date. Did he produce? Um, did he have other roles after that, or was that the peak? That was the best it ever got for him. The wrinkly ones smell the best. Babies do smell good. They smell like I don't know, like cuddles or something. It's been a while since I smelled a baby, but it's not like I'm gonna go out of my way to smell another one. I mean, it's not around here, Elise asks. There's nothing cultish about it around here at all. When done properly, it's not cultish. You know? It's like, I, I sometimes put up typing videos, typing sessions where I don't do a good job of following my own rules about what should be determinate. Sometimes make mistakes, get called out on it, and have to correct that shit. And there, a cultish environment requires cult leaders. It is the case that OP is rather cultish. It might be the case that some other thing like C.S. Joseph is kind of cultish. But this place isn't cultish at all. But at the same time, I think it was Winston's mom put a quote about fragility, anti-fragility, and robustness. This is a robust environment. It's I'm not anti-fragility, uh, and nor am I pro fragility. I'm not a safe space, but I have no agenda about that particularly. Well, and that's what we're trying to fix, Elise says. I would like to try to fix that. It shouldn't be cultish, but the reason it's cultish is because you've got typology people acting like cult leaders, wanting to have their little insular organizational walls where they're the experts and everybody else has to defer to them about everything, you know? I am, and what's ironic is they act like that and get away with it. I say those words, but don't act like that, and people freak out. So, in other words, I will say, yeah, I actually am exclusively right about what I'm saying in general. I don't always execute it right. And sometimes I don't have all the tools that one would need to be definitive about something, and I'm not always correct in typing people. But to the extent that others disagree with the mechanical stuff that I'm saying, I am, and their disagreement is exclusive of what I'm saying, then they are wrong and I am right. And so those are the kind of things that people don't like hearing, and yet it's true, and somebody has to take this role of sort of the central figure of what you might call the the truth seeking side of the MBTI divide, because there is a definite MBTI divide, and it's not Eric versus the rest of the MBTI community. It is instead the smaller truth seeking component versus the larger either social seeking component, self growth component, or whatever else, you know? It is really interesting. It's incredibly interesting because at least continues to be for me, in part because of people like Joe that I typed the other day. One of the toughest people I've ever typed. And but I was on my A game too. And I'm not always on my A game. And so it's like I felt proud of that session. Like I really showed what I can do here. And it would be difficult to watch that typing session and think Eric Eric's not a good typologist, or even to think I like the way these other people type better. You know, you watch me on my A game typing somebody, I don't think you're going to find anybody else who types people nearly as well as I do. Of course, you're probably not going to see you're probably not going to see very many of their typing sessions. Some of them don't even do typing sessions. Like, as far as I know, OP, you send them a video, and then they tell you what type you are from that. They don't even ask you questions, or they don't converse with you. You know, I spent 2 hours on this ESTP lady tonight because I wanted to make sure she had a chance to say everything she wanted to say. And she had a lot of stuff she wanted to say about herself. Things I needed to know so that I wouldn't mistype her as ESFP, basically. Not that it's expressed like that, but I want to be right. And I want to be thorough. And I want to make sure the client feels as though they've gotten a chance to provide me all the information they feel the need to provide me for me to have the information I need to type them correctly. Some types are give you nothing. If you say, okay, well, what information would you like to provide me that you think maybe I haven't asked about yet? They say, well, I don't know. It's your job, you know? And some people are bursting with things they'd like to tell me about themselves. Like, this lady was frustrated that I wasn't asking some of the questions I'd asked in the previous sessions that she had answers prepared for. But I was in a chill mood and wanted a happy client and wanted to do a good job, and so I really put my time and energy into making sure that I got her right, and I had listened to everything she had to say, and listened carefully and honestly, and not just gave her time to talk, you know. So in my case, I was cute in my earlier years, but something happened. When I was like 16, 17, I looked like a young Scarlett Johansson. I was one of the most popular girls in school. The boys all said, "Ooh, Eric, you're so sexy." Then, on my 17th and a half birthday, all of a sudden, my testicles dropped, I hit puberty, and it turned out I was a boy. Am I going to post the video of the ESFP session? No, it was actually just a phone call. This woman didn't even want to do it on Meet. She just wanted to talk over the phone and didn't want it recorded, and so I didn't record it or anything. And you know, it ran long. Basically, I would have. FE made it such that I didn't. That it went 2 full hours. I was ready to stop at like maybe hour 20, hour 30. But the conversation was pretty interesting, and she still had more to say, which is the irony involved in this thing she said in the comments. So I kind of felt at the end of that session that she understood that she was TI polar. But it appears that she didn't quite get that, because in a comment she said she returned to her warrant that I've explained to you, Eric, I was very tired. That's why I couldn't answer the TI questions. I point out, why were you only too tired to answer the TI questions, though? You chatted my ear off for 2 hours. You weren't too tired to answer questions you wanted to answer and liked to answer. You were only too tired for the TI questions. Why is that? Good night. You're off. See you in a better world. Okay, well, you will, because by the time you wake up again, I will have said more words. The addition of Eric's words into the world improves it, or gives it a bonus of +5 that lasts for as long as 1 to 2 hours. That's why I have to talk so much. So I have to say so many things to continue to benefit people in the world with my words. I heard it was your milkshake that brought all the boys to the yard. It was my milkshake that did so. Until I hit puberty. And we just all were surprised to discover that they were there. They just, the whole package hadn't dropped yet, And that explained my small breasts, my lack of a menstrual cycle, and my disinterest in having intercourse with boys. When I was in high school, I basically thought everyone was nice and that cliques were a myth. And then someone told me, you only think that because you're adorable. So the nice thing is, my experience though in high school allowed me to know what it feels like to be harassed by men. Because I was a beautiful young woman, and I had guys catcall me. I had them dog whistle me. I had them porpoise smoke signal me. I don't know how many times I heard variations of Erica, because that was my name when I thought I was a girl, Erica, what you doing tonight? I'm studying, okay? I'm studying. Why do these boys want to talk to me all the time? And, I did end up dating a few of them. And I got pregnant once. I had an abortion. And then finally, I had puberty and it was revealed that I was a boy the whole time. And that what I thought was a pregnancy that I had aborted was actually a bean burrito that just was stuck in my colon. So we were all surprised. Donnie broke up with me immediately, and I couldn't blame him, I never wanted to be with him in the first place. I always thought, God, being a girl's hard. Why do we have to take this penis all the time? And then finally, when I realized I was a boy, I was like, oh, right, we don't, they do. That makes a lot more sense. That makes way more sense to me. No, I'm not delusional. I am inclusional. I want to include you in my wonderful vision of a new reality made up entirely of Eric's jokes. Okay? I want you to imagine yourself sitting at my high school cafeteria outside area. I want you to imagine yourself standing in line at the circle thing and ordering a deep fried burrito because they were delicious. people like to talk shit about school food, but when I was in high school, school food was set up proper pH. There wasn't a fucking healthy thing to be found on any menu. It was deep fried burritos, candy, fucking Hostess cakes in the vending machines and Cokes and shit. And, well, I mean, yeah, it's a chimichanga. They were called deep fried burritos in my high school, and they were greasy. They were the best thing there. If they only had the regular burritos, it was like, it's all wet and moist and not that good. But the deep fried burritos were bomb. And, of course, it being the 80s, they had students working in this thing deep frying the burritos. you know, I'm sure they wouldn't. There'd be some complete. They just had like, you know, Bob was, Bob from my algebra class was back there with Julie and Steve from my PE class, and there not even be any adults there. And I want a two deep fried burritos, and they just fucking dump them in the fryer, and here you go. It was so cash back then. They did have, although they had like totally unnecessary, again, like safety grate things on the windows of this. So you had to push a thing under like a hole, like an arch. And they were completely unnecessary. This is fucking Arcadia High School in the 80s. They had never been necessary, but at some point, somebody said, well, they're going to be taking money in here, so we should treat this like a money cage. So it did have that. That was something that was, I guess, safety minded. But kids weren't supervised. Students weren't supervised. Students were often sent off to do things for teachers and stuff. Or, can you go cut these papers with the paper cutter and then put on the hazmat suit and spray those poisons on them real quick for me and bring them back, okay? On the way back, please use a circular saw on something as well. And that was just like, okay, well, this is what a teacher told us to do. It's kind of weird. When we went to debate tournaments, we all drove our own cars, and I'd be like, the teacher would say, okay, well, figure out how you guys are getting there, and who's driving, and I'd be like, well, I'll drive, and who wants to go in my car, and there was like not any like liability release forms or anything. It was just, the teacher would be like, okay, well, I'll see you on Saturday. And we'd go to the tournament for Friday, first rounds, and then, he wouldn't even be there for those, and then he'd show up for Saturday rounds, and we were all responsible for all the transportation ourselves, and the kids, it was Arcadia High School, so most of the kids had cars. The Apache News, not supervised by anybody as far as I could tell, looking back at a few of them. They'd spend time talking about how they partied at the river on the weekend, getting drunk and stuff, and this would be on the morning news broadcast. It would be very thinly veiled references to it. I remember one time I heard on there, they were saying, what's a good joke for, they're like going around asking people jokes. One of the guys said, what's the, what's the ideal woman? She said, I don't know, what? 3 foot, 3 foot tall and with a flat head where I can put my beer. And that made it onto the school news broadcast in the morning. So, and the newspaper wasn't very supervised either. I was on the newspaper staff, and I wrote kind of a mean article that I think made a teacher feel bad. Like, I kind of got like disappointed look from the teacher, but it's not like I got in trouble. And I wrote some like iconoclastic kind of shit, and there was no censorship really or anything like that. It was expected that people were gonna say what they wanted to say. And we published that thing every fucking week. That newspaper. It was cool. No, maybe it was every 2 weeks. It was cool on those days when I published, walking around and seeing all the kids in the school reading the newspaper and knowing that I had one or two articles in it, and being excited about that fact, depending um, depending on whether it was an article I had to write or an article I wanted to write. Like I hated writing the sports articles where you have to go interview the volleyball coach. So how was your last game? Well, we won. Who played best? This person. Well, what do you think the big contributing factors are? Who you got coming up next? And then you got to write some boring ass thing about that, right? But when I was doing opinion pieces or being Eric in the paper, I would like to see, it made me happy to see the kids, all the other kids walking around school reading the papers. I thought, maybe they're reading my article. This sounds a bit like fifth grader talk. Well, I am telling stories about my high school experience. That's, I don't know what world you live in, Michelle, but fifth grade doesn't normally happen in high school. You don't look 80, Michelle. You look maybe 50. You look the same age as me. I look about 50 when I got my hair cut. Maybe a little older. Um, but the thing is, I I couldn't care less about age. What is an example of a TI question? If some examples are TI questions, and all TI questions are delightful, is it necessarily the case that some examples are delightful? That's a TI question. What do you think the answer is? It's the girl from Ipanema. Correct. That's $1,000. Would you like to spin again? Yes, I would, Pat. Spin. Ooh, the $1,000 thing. Okay, I'd like to say letter T. There are three T's. Bing, bing, bing. That's uh that's $3,000. Do you want to solve the puzzle, or do you want to spin again? Ooh, Pat, I guess I'm gonna spin again. Spin $600. Okay, I'm gonna guess N. There is one N. There's one N. You're now up to $3,600. You want to spin again, or do you want to solve the puzzle? I'm gonna press my luck here, Pat. I'm gonna spin one more time. Going for that big 5,000. Spin around. Ooh, 1,500. 1,500. Okay. Is there a C? There is one C. There's one C. Vanna, turn that around. Okay, Pat, I'm ready to solve the puzzle. It's Titanic. Yay! You're right. You were right. You got it. If the girl from Ipanema only goes to Greenland, and all people who go to Greenland are from Guam, is it necessarily the case that the girl from Ipanema is from Guam? The answer is a tricky one, right? If only the girl from Ipanema goes to Greenland, and all people who go to Greenland are from Guam, well, we don't know if there are any instances of the girl from Ipanema actually going to Greenland, even if it is the case that only the girl from Ipanema goes to Greenland. It's not really clear whether she does. Like, it's clear that nobody but her goes to Greenland. So only she goes to Greenland. Does that mean she does actually go to Greenland? It really means nobody else does. You know? So that's kind of a tricky one. Yeah. I trained my local woodchucks to make sure my morning wood had a happy ending. They run in the house, they chuck it and chuck it and chuck it until they're covered in semen, and then they go back outside. Eventually I go out and give them peanuts as a reward. Eric's waiting on that aha moment where his chat goes from 17 to 17K, like bump, hell yeah. I'm not anticipating there being a sudden jump like that. It's not, my channel's not growing in sudden jumps really. It's been pretty gradual. It's not been straight like this. It's been more, but still not really defined by a lot of sudden jumps. If that were to happen, if somehow this stream were to catch fire and there were 1,000 people in the chat, I would be flabbergasted, and I'd have to make some adjustments of some sort. Like, obviously, I'm not going to be able to address very many people's things in the chat if there's 1,000 people in the chat. But I guess if there's 1,000 people in the chat, then I can say, hey, look, I can't really address everybody's. If you really want me to read yours, super chatting, not a shit ton, just something, will get me to read it. Not to be greedy or anything, but if there's 1,000 people in the chat, and there's a good reason to say, okay, well, actually, there's a lot of competition for me reading your shit out loud, so this is one way to get me to be likely to read it out loud, you know? And it would feel a little bit less solicity. But I mean, I would love it. I'd put it on slow mode because otherwise it would zip by too fast for me to even follow what's going on, which would limit the amount of chats. I think I'm not sure how slow mode works. Actually, I've never used it before, so I'm just speculating here. But Oliver Linehan, I just wish you'd stop trying to immerse me in embryonic fluid. I am a baby pig, but I've been born. I don't need to be kept safe in the amniotic fluid, okay? I know you've got buckets and barrels full of it at your house. Yeah, I did. What typing is it? Let me look at my calendar. I'll tell you what I did. I see. Okay, yesterday. Okay, 7 a.m., got up, drank bottle of whiskey. 9 a.m., spent 20 minutes vomiting in the bathroom. 10 a.m., went to the church to pray for forgiveness. 11 a.m. Had an ontological collapse. Noon. Felt better. Ate lunch. 1 p.m. I had Lauren. Lauren. Who was Lauren? Who was Lauren? Oh, Muma, right. The Muma. She didn't record. Um, what I asked her, and I thought was interesting, is her last name's Muma, and I said, "Did you have some hesitation when you were planning to marry your husband that you were going to have to change your name to Muma?" And she said, "Actually, um, I didn't take my husband's name. This is my maiden name." And I said, "Oh well, what was your husband's name?" She said Flynn, and her name sounded great with Flynn, much better than with Muma, but she stuck with her maiden name because she's a feminist, I guess. Uh, but the kid has the husband's last name, so I asked if they had named the kid Lynn. If my last name were Flynn, I probably would name my kid Lynn. Well, what I also told her there um, is that with my daughter, she's got a stipulation that the child she bears is going to have her last name. This is important to her because she's a Strauss and she wants her kid to be a Strauss. In this regard, she's got a fair amount of BDE. My daughter does, like big dick energy. Um, ESTPs have an inherent assertiveness that's often perceived to be masculine, even though my daughter is not masculine at all. She's assertive, you know. She likes makeup and she dresses sometimes to accentuate her assets, and she's she's like got one of those bodies that make women say, okay, there's a fake body because it's defying gravity in too many ways. Uh, but and she was, she's pretty. She was in the Rose course. She made the top 75 out of a couple thousand girls trying out for the Rose Parade Queen. And then she said she blew the interview. Uh, the question that killed her, and she still laments it, is they asked her, relate something funny that's happened. And she couldn't think of anything on the fly, and related a story uh, of something that happened with me and her when we were fishing, but it wasn't really funny, and she'd been kicking herself about blowing that interview question ever since. The point is, she's girly, right? She tried out for the Rose Court, and she does her hair and has makeup and shit. And yet, she's also very assertive and knows what she wants and doesn't take bullshit, which is society tends to perceive as a masculine energy, um, but all of her boyfriends are um, introverts, and she's captaining that ship, really. She's wearing the pants of the family. I don't know if I wouldn't call her boyfriends soft or meek necessarily. Uh, I'd say they tend to be types that appreciate somebody else essing. Like her current boyfriend's an ISTJ. And P's going to validate with fifth slot SC and be cooperative about the idea of we're doing this now. If anything, he'll object by saying let's do nothing now rather than something else. Okay, well, Michelle Way, before I really learned about typology, when I knew just enough typology to be dangerous, I had her typed as an ENTP, same as me. And the moment when, because real ENTP women are very rare. And so I'd not really ever seen one before. And my daughter's an ESTP raised by me. So I'm always feeling this commonality and connectivity between the two of us, my daughter and me. And then I met and talked to Becky, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. This is a female ENTP, and my daughter is not. This is what I would expect from an ENTP. This is an ENTP. And that's when I realized my daughter was an ESTP. The TI tool, FE third, wasn't in any dispute. I had established that no problem. She's definitely TI and definitely FI polar. That's one of the commonality that we always shared and loved about each other was we understood how to do feeling stuff, whereas other people made it complicated. So Lila and I would have a quick fight, maybe tempers would flare and we'd yell at each other, and then we'd say, I'm sorry, maybe teary-eyed, hug, and that's the end of it. It's forgotten. Yeah, that's, well, you know how prejudiced I am. So, yeah, I was wrong about my own daughter, and that was maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago that I realized that it wasn't forever ago. And it was predicated by me finally getting an example of a real female ENTP, and it was just obvious. Oh, she's an ENTP, Delilah's an ESTP. And it's made doubly obvious by talking to Aga. Oh, this is an ENTP, and Delilah's an ESTP. And if you can see my videos sometimes in the past with Delilah, and you'll see that she's an ESTP. She's not an ENTP. Now, one angle of attack that was popular that has completely gone away for some reason for a long time was that Eric's daughter is an ESFP, and that he's mistyped her because he doesn't want her to be an ESFP, and it's in denial, and he wants her to be TI, and so is seeing what he wants to see. Of course, that was the only argument being made. There wasn't an argument being made that there was reason to think she was FI. There wasn't an argument being made that, well, I tested her TI and it proved inadequate. There was just the argument being made that because I probably didn't want her to be FI, that I must be wrong about her being TI. Yeah, I'm a narcissistic old man harassing young ladies in the park. Young lady, come over here. Yeah. She laughs. Oh, young lady, come here. Woo woo. That's me, all right. I'm so always busy thinking about something that I'm not, I don't like noticing hot chicks. It's distracting. I do notice them in the world, when there's some hot chick who's skimpily dressed, um, it will, I will involuntarily, my head will turn to look at her, and I go, distracting, you know. I don't, I don't, I don't want to be distracted by that. I don't want TNA in my cartoons too much, or it's just distracting. I don't want TNA in my YouTube videos. You know, basically, I want my titillating stuff to only occur in an incognito browser window. I don't want it mixed in with my other media. No matter what shows we're watching on Netflix, I always 10-second skip through the kissing scenes. I can't stand watching kissing scenes. It feels like, okay, I don't need to see this part. Why do I need to show? Why are you showing me this part? Just convey the message that they're getting it on without showing me any of it is perfectly fine. We don't need to see it. We just need to know it occurred. Those are intimate moments to be shared in private by two special people who love each other very much with their emotion bones. I don't want to look in on your private moments, you know. Makes me feel like cringy. How would an individual know their seventh slot function? I mean, if the simplest answer to that is do the SITI-NE tests and hope that you're one of those polars. Then you don't have to pursue a more complicated answer than that. If you're not one of those polars, then it's a more complicated question. Those polars test out very definitively. So if you're any polar, you will definitely not be able to do meow, 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 meow. And you'll definitely provide this kind of response to this couple of questions, etc., you know? Oh, these are the flavors of serotonin, the flavors of my heart. When a wonderful chemical that's called a drug becomes a part of your life and makes you feel a little bit better, takes away some of the strife, these are the moments I sit down with you, my fresh coffee cup in my hand, and sip and ah, and we look at each other true and say, thank you, sweet heavenly Jesus, for drugs. Amen. Praise the Lord, and Eric's right. Good morning. It's early over there, huh? Don't tell me what time it is. You don't get to tell me what time it is. I identify as whatever time I want. Okay? I'm identifying as 7 o'clock a.m. right now. But that's flexible. I'm planning on changing to identifying at noon in just a minute. I'm just expressing my perspective about what I identify with. That's all. I don't identify with a passage of time. For me, it's always 420. The passage of time is an illusion. You know why? Because it's now 6:25 a.m. And supposedly, time has moved forward, right? But I remember about 24 hours ago, it was still 6:25 a.m. So obviously time's not moved forward at all. At best, it's going in a circle. I hope that insight is blowing your mind. That's something that I want to share with Leo from actualize.org so that he can share with you the important mind-blowing bullshit that I just shared with you, but with a lot more build-up. Okay, now look, what I'm going to tell you can be extremely challenging. This might upset you deeply. This can cause a lot of strong and powerful emotional responses. So before we do this, be prepared. It's a journey. It's work to understand what I have to tell you today, okay? Now, I know this is going to be hard to hear, but a few of us enlightened, perfect people do understand it. Just a fraction of the population gets this immortal truth. Okay? So just take a deep breath and be open. And remember, you're safe. This can be very scary, but you are safe. What I'm about to tell you right now, like I said, only a tiny fraction of people understand or know. But it will change your world when you understand it. Time moving forward is an illusion. We think it's a new day, but really, it's the same time as it was yesterday. I know. Right now you're in shock. You're in a state of shock at the power of the insight I just delivered. That's okay. This is a process. It didn't come instantly for me either. I would say that your androgyny and sexuality thing is more a generational thing interplaying with your inherent assertiveness. Well, you certainly do afford me a layered understanding of self. Wow, Jonathan, do you really think I metacognate that much? Thank you. I wonder if I do. Probably not, but maybe. Hey, Eric, would you say that there are things we would never know for sure? I would like your input on this topic. I mean, okay, so my input on this topic is first and foremost, remember that the only things that are absolutely true are conditionally so, because the truth of them emerges from the definitions and their relationships, at, the definitions as a relationship to a quantifier. So if all men are mortal, and if I am a man, then it is necessarily the case that I am mortal. This is always true, 100% true, indisputably true, objectively true, universally true, but conditionally true. Okay? In contrast, things we will never know for sure. Well, the problem here is the word no. If you're saying things that we will never establish the truth value of for sure, there are lots of such things, mostly because they're not the sort of thing that takes on a truth value. So, we will never know whether French fries are true, because French fries aren't the sort of thing that takes on a truth value as a legitimate label. Will we ever know if MBTI is true? Yes, we already do. It's just a slog to win the battle of public opinion. There are aspects of MBTI right now in which I can't be as definitive. I can't be definitive enough to say we can standardize a clear protocol here that will test out with repeatable results no matter who administers it, as long as they follow the instructions, which is what you're looking to do to really prove your point, right? But but we definitely can know for sure some things, and we definitely can never know for sure some things. And there's a third category of things that we don't know for sure now, but we might. Yes, there are a cluster of planets on the southwest portion. More west than east on the whole, more south than north on the whole. Well, I have no idea what you're talking about. Um, and that's almost always the issue, right? When we ask questions like, "Can anything ever really be for sure?" The answer's never yes or no, right? It's always like, within the following frame, the answer is yes. Within the secondary frame, the answer is no. And with the third frame, the answer is maybe or sometimes. Or there may be more frames than that. Private rebel. Imagine a clock. From 9 to 3 is our beginning, our private self. From 3 to 9, going up, we are public. This is our persona. The left side of the clock is independent. The right side is tribal. Elise, north is public, south is private, east is tradition, west is freedom. So I'm as northwest as you get. I don't know if I'm northwest or west north. I'd rather be west north because I don't want to have the same name as Kanye West's son. Is the act of eating and enjoying food SI or SE? SI. I mean, making food is also an SE expression of SI ultimately. But you could say that making food is SE, but eating and enjoying food is definitely SI. If you just eat it and don't enjoy it or don't care or aren't paying attention to the feeling of the food going in your mouth and how good it tastes and how much you need it to eat and stuff like that. If you're not paying attention to that stuff, then you're just eating the food, and then that would be not SI. That'd be like NI, you know. So I mean, I'm north, uh, west, east, south. That would be my directions: northwest, east, south. Do you agree with the argument we don't know for sure because we have limitations as humans that prevent us from achieving absolute knowing? No, I don't agree with that. Because it pretends like, what is this absolute knowing thing? If I know, let's say I'm the plate tectonics guy, okay? He knew absolutely that he was right about plate tectonics. And nobody believed him or agreed with him. And they all said he was pseudoscience. And he died believing, knowing that he had the explanation for continental drift. Other human beings had limitations that prevented them from recognizing that that guy's absolute knowing ought to be affirmed. primarily, knowing itself is not a justification for other people affirming it. But soon enough, there were empirical tests suggested. In other words, it made predictions. And once those predictions were verified, it supplanted all other explanations. Essentially, it said if the expanding Earth theory is correct, then all the fault lines will collapse in. And if the continental drift theory is correct, then the fault lines will be jagged, going up and down randomly. And it proved to be the latter across many fault lines all over the world. It was always that way. And that was pretty definitive on the case. And that's an example of using excellent NETI to tell the intellectual manual laborers, namely data gatherers and crunchers, what data to gather and crunch, and what they'll be able to interpret from it. So it's like, to recap the answer to that question, it's what was the question? It's, we do know for sure, because knowing for sure isn't something that we do. Each individual knows some things for sure. They could be wrong. That doesn't mean they didn't know them for sure. The problem is this false reification fallacy thing going on here, that somehow the truth to be known exists as a thing independent of people trying to know a truth. And that's not how it works. It's like people make affirmations and they sustain as more or less true. They can sustain as absolutely true within certain contexts, provided the criteria for that is established. But it's a mistake to think that the issue is, can people know what's really true? Well, the reality is people do know what's really true, whether they're right or not, all the time. Because that's how truth actually expresses. It's an expression of somebody's attention making an affirmation or negation of something. And it's never expressed as anything but that. It never exists as anything but that. So then, let's see here. Michelle Way says, interesting, C.S. Joseph basically picked me down as ENFJ because I said I went to culinary school. Huh, well, that's a terrible reason to type you as ENFJ. Interesting. My ISFP dad and I have always been bad about anything healthy because we love good food. Lol. SI6. I guess I would say whether or not that's inconsistent with SI6 depends on whether or not, how much control you want to have over when and whether you go have that food that you like. So if it's something you really like to do occasionally when you feel like it, and then it's much less likely to be indicative of valued SI. The countervaluing would come from the idea that things should be consistent and regular over time rather than haphazardly going to go out to eat, you know? The truth is out there. So we can know what's sure but not necessarily certain. I mean, you can have certainty, right? People have certainty. Things aren't certain. Now, people's certainty either validates universally, which means everybody else has good reason to afford it legitimacy, or it doesn't. And we determine that by somebody else engages it ideationally, and how the ideas hold up against each other determines whether the certainty of that person is born of justifications that ought produce a conclusion of certainty, or whether it's born of an attachment to a given affirmation. Attachment to a given affirmation is not the same thing as certainty. It's you know you're certain you're going to continue to affirm that affirmation, but being attached to that affirmation is probably a good sign that you're not very certain about it, or you wouldn't feel the need to cling to it so hard, right? I don't bother defending that. If somebody says the sun rises in the west, I don't say, hey, I'm not going to prove that wrongness. I just go, okay, well, that's obviously not true. Do I ascribe, just Kyle Ravelli, I don't mean to be pedantic, but I want to save you this mistake in the future, in case somebody else pedantic is. You want to use the word ascribe there, okay? Do I ascribe to any particular metaphysics? If truth is inherently mathematical and science can get an empirical truth, then what is really mathematical software? I do ascribe to a particular metaphysics, which is that all reality expresses as, and we only have instances of, and only ever communicate about, all of reality is the subjective experience of people. So we tend to use the term reality to mean objective. But really, it's maps that are objective. Reality is always subjective. Maps, the thing that says there should be a lake over there, and there should be a road on the other side of it, and blah, blah, blah. That's something that everybody can look at objectively and have the same experience. The map isn't colder that day or hotter that day, or the water levels aren't fuller that day or whatever. It's the same picture of blue on a paper, right? So maps are objective. Reality is subjective. And in fact, all of reality comprises the totality of all life's subjective experience. The only way that we can be correct about things is to have our maps correctly, universalized as best as they can, so that everybody who looks at the map agrees this map is right. Now, the problem that we have, of course, is that some people think if they believe there's a lake over there, and the map says there's not a lake over there, that the map needs to be redrawn. Some people think that if there's a lake on the map over there, but there's no actual lake, then a lake needs to be put in there. In other words, somebody like me wants reality to move towards my map. Somebody who's a particularist type, like an ISTJ or something, wants maps to move towards their reality. And therefore my paradigm, my worldview begins with the notion that there is one singular prime directive that's common to all human beings, that we can collapse all motivation and personality stuff down into, or convert it into these terms, which is to say, the prime directive of every human being is to have their maps and territories match up. In other words, their expectations and what they actually experience shouldn't diverge too far from each other. When we think of it like that, we understand that every time we're talking about what worldview do I ascribe to, we're playing a little bit of pretend. We're saying that these worldviews exist independently because we could read about it on Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy or something, and that one can ascribe to one or other of those particular philosophical models. The problem with all of them is that none of them begin with the philosopher explaining why the philosopher is writing this book. If whatever your worldview is doesn't account for why that's your worldview, then you've not gotten out of the box yet. And so any such kind of analysis in which we're trying to evaluate things that don't begin with the author accounting for his own behavior in his own cosmology, then that cosmology is inadequate and flawed. Well, I mean, the reason Jung called TI subjective is because, like FI, TI and FI both share one common quality, which is they operate on the principle that individuals need to decide for themselves, based on their own deliberative processes, what the status of something is. Whereas, like an interface type, they don't need to decide that for themselves. They can delegate that to some expert research stuff, right? So, if they feel confident that the methods used and the person using the methods are legitimate enough, they don't need to evaluate their work themselves to make sure the argumentation is sound. They're going to just say, I can operate under the assumption that this has been parsed by somebody who parses it. And that's often perfectly fine, you know. After all, the kind of people who parse shit are people, probably TI people. And so it's not like they're necessarily going to get it wrong. But FI shares that sense that the individual needs to be afforded time to deliberate and decide for themselves what they think. TI and FI are the sources of freedom of conscience. Right. A map is not the territory it represents, but if correct, it has a similar structure to the territory, which accounts for its usefulness. And so, even though it is my inclination to want the reality to move towards the map, I have done enough metacognitive work and I understand cognitive functions well enough now that I'm not so reflexively a slave to my own projected biases, but instead go, okay, well, I still do it. It's like the example I gave earlier. When Rachel knew early on in her serotonin syndrome that she had neuropathy and that they were going to be permanent or semi-permanent disabling effects from it, she knew with her intuition. And she was right. But I was not ready in that instance to remake the map. I was going to remake reality to match the map I wanted, one way or the other. I'd fill in the specifics of the map as I figured out how we were going to solve this problem and make sure that wasn't the case, and how we weren't going to even consider that possibly being the case until we were left with no choice but to consider that as a real option. For Rachel as a knower, that's no way to go. She needed to know soon, and she needed to go through stages of grief and deal with it. because she's a nowhere interfacer. And I was comfortable ideating and deciding about it under the assumption of the positive until forced to toss that strategy aside because it's not working. Talk about shame surrounding the different functions in accordance with topic. Avoid, please. Right, shame. So, I think people feel ashamed in their third slot function more than any other. I am subject to critique in my sixth slot function, but it's likely to produce some resentment and not really afford the critique legitimacy enough to make me feel ashamed of myself. I'm not going to feel ashamed of extroverted intuition or introverted intuition because I'm always going to feel amply competent in those things. So, where I'm going to feel shame is when my conscious FE fails and I embarrass myself or do something cringy or make a social mistake. Or I'm going to feel shame when my when when I hurt someone's feelings. I won't feel shame, I'll feel guilt. I won't feel ashamed of myself because I won't feel like anything I could have not done. Whereas I'll feel ashamed of myself if I embarrass myself, like make a bad joke or just say the wrong thing and see how that cascaded into me losing the control of a narrative or something. I'll feel ashamed of myself in those instances. ESCP Legends Fall says, my frame is such that your job is to discover the territory and then make your map match it, not make the territory resemble your arbitrary map. Well, right, because the thing, though, Legends Fall, is you're pretending as though the maps, there's no map there until you discover the territory and make the map yourself. But the fact is, you're entering the territory means traveling via a variety of existing maps. So it's not really the case that you can just observe the territory and then make the map. That territory has already been mapped. You have to either say, that map's wrong, here's a better one, or you have to say, this territory fails to meet certain criteria, and therefore we need to change the territory. So, for example, if there were a prison, there was in prisons in the United States, they began putting people in the gallows in the hot sun for 6 hours a day as part of their rehabilitation. Then what we would say is, we have a clear map on this as to what kind of treatment of prisoners is acceptable and which kind of treatment of prisoners is unacceptable. And in this case, the reality is not adhering to the map, and the reality needs to move to adhere to the map. Because the map has sufficient duration and weight behind it that most parties will agree the map should be determinant there, not the reality. I mean, Legends Fall, you and I have slightly different ways of doing similar things, okay? You want to make meaningful impacts, and so you've got to be realistic about the world and what your behaviors are going to do in terms of actually making impacts. For me, I know that almost everything I'm going to do is not going to manifest in particularly concrete impacts. That the impacts I attain are subtle, diffuse, potentially very powerful, but not impacts that I'm ever going to be able to really see as direct impacts of my behavior. So the fact is, all of this talking I've done and all this conversation we've had has impacted Legends Fall, Peter Natichi, Michelle Way, Winston's mom, me, a lot, maybe me most of all. Um, and each of you people who leave this stream, even if you were absolutely adversarial through the whole thing, but you saw some sort of snarky, effective way of communicating some truth defending narrative, and you cop it and you repeat it to somebody else, well, there's a lot of power in those processes. Even though I can't anticipate how that's going to go down, or if it's going to go down, or even recognize when it has gone down, I can successfully anticipate that I'm influencing people in positive ways. I'm influencing people to be better thinkers, more fair, more dispassionate, less reactive emotively, and to, most importantly, define what the problem is. So it's like, in this instance, I've been trying to clarify that the problem is a large scale war with two very clearly defined sides, one of which says type is something one identifies with in a utilitarian fashion for some purpose, and the other side saying type is about truth. And if you're not looking for the truth, then you're doing type wrong. So, in other words, the former side is saying there is no single type for a person. It's something they can grow and evolve with and identify with this or that or the other. And the other side is saying, no, that you are a single type and you don't have any choice in it and you can't change it and you just have to come to accept you for whatever type you are. And I can't always be 100% definitive about it, but sometimes I can, and when I am, you're in luck because that's definitely your type. The SJs are guardians. You think it's because, let me scroll up a little bit. Why is there so much love for ESP but there's very little conversation or love for ESTJs? Well, a couple of reasons for that, Michelle. It's because there's not a lot of ESTJs in the typological community, so maybe people feel a little safer talking shit about them, like they're probably not going to get heard. Uh, another reason is ESTJs are rather bossy, and people don't like bossiness, and so if they've had a problem with some type who's been bossy, they're likely to say, that person must have been an ESTJ, and I'm going to talk shit about ESTJs now. A third reason for it um, is that NI polar thing. Because you're NI polar, Michelle, you're going to probably continue to have kind of a schizophrenic relationship with it. Like, you're happy to know what your type is, but you don't want to feel constrained by those words or those labels at all. And you go back and forth by being doubtful about it, etc. Because NI is a thing that says, here's how I figure out the one thing and settle on it. And if you're polar, that's going to be a big challenge for you. I agree, Kyle Ravelli. You go ahead and move forward on that shared project of ours. Send me an update in 2 months on what you've accomplished. I'll give it a quick look-see over and send it back to you. This will be a 50-50 profits arrangement. It's all, the work arrangement I'm describing is as described as well. But that's how valuable my consulting is. Mismatches here. I think people are secret jelly of ESTJs as well. I mean, I'm not jelly of ESTJs, but I have much less hostility towards them than most people do. And the reason is because my dad's a particularly like advanced ESTJ. Um, he's still subject to the same fucking anti-polar nonsense and so forth, but he's not he's not a bully at all. He's a dick sometimes, he's scary sometimes, but he's not a bully at all. He wants everything to go smoothly. He's unhappy because something I fucked up usually. You know, it's not like he doesn't have a reason to be unhappy. And he asks very little too, so it's not like he's got inadequate reason to be mad because I just fucked up once out of 100 times. He doesn't ask me to do enough stuff for me to not do it all correctly. I mean, that part is definitely true. My ESTJ dad has no problem existing successfully in this world. He followed all the basic protocols, got the job, saved the money, invested in rental properties, played the role of a landlord, inherited an estate, invested that in stocks and stuff, and he's been doing this consistently since I guess probably around the time I was born. I think my parents didn't do much planning before that. But so now here he is with his house and everything set up just the way he wants it, and so much so that if Rachel or I go into his part of the house and move something 1 inch, we will hear about it. It you know you can't do anything right in the kitchen really without getting some sort of feedback, even, and then followed up by, "Hey, you guys, feel free to use the kitchen." Yeah, Dad, but I don't like using the kitchen because using the kitchen means listening to Dad tell me a succession of things that I'm doing wrong. And knowing you're looking over my shoulder the whole time, and if I drop a pea on the floor, so are you going to pick that up? Well, I mean, that's the thing is, I don't necessarily see my dad every couple of days, even though he's right there, because we run a separate household basically. We're allowed to go. The only thing we use in the house is Rachel does the laundry in there, but the kitchen's not worth it. There's too many moving parts that can be put back in the wrong place. My dad, when he knows that we're about to cook in there, he clearly has in his mind an order of operations in which the cooking should go. And so, are you sure you want to start that first? It's like, am I cooking or are you cooking? Who's cooking here? And I had kind of a satisfying experience with my student Jeffrey tonight. His mom wanted him to call me, I think apparently he did too, to talk about his history assignment. And the last time we met, I was not happy with how it went down, which is, I know what's going on here. ENTP Jeffrey doesn't like the assignment and doesn't want to try on it and half-asses some bullshit. And then they call Eric, and it's positioned by Jeffrey and Jeffrey's mom as he just can't do any better. He's stuck. And then I fucking write the whole thing for him. And at the end of this last one, I was like, "See, this is why I've been fighting you on helping you on this thing from the get go. I asked from the get go. You need to define exactly what this assignment is supposed to be. The reason you're struggling is because you have no such clear definition, and you know, yeah, well, my dad is probably extra good with money because he grew up with like kind of a poor farm family. With his dad left, and it was his mom and his sister, and he had to take on the dad's role of milking the cows and shit. He had one of those childhoods where you walk 10 miles uphill both ways in the snow. Uh, but he really did have that childhood. He had to get up at 4 in the morning, milk the cows every morning, and shit like that, right? So I think he decided early on that he was going to make sure, no matter what, that he wasn't having to milk cows at 4 in the morning ever again, basically. This is not an ESTJ basking session at all. I'm talking about my beloved ESTJ TJ dad, who I both love immensely and respect immensely. I respect him more than anybody else I can think of, really. He's maybe the only person I ever have political conversations with in which I I learn things and alter my position somewhat. It's very rare that that occurs with anybody but him because he's so not emotionally engaged in the thing, except occasionally to be like, but he's very descriptive about what's going on without a lot of interp. With some interp. Like, the example that comes to mind is the conversation I had with him at the dinner table one night about Trump. And I was saying, Trump's a fucking disaster. I can't think of anything really redeeming that's going to come out of this. And my dad said, well, I mean, it is the case that the U.S. needed to get out of a bunch of foreign agreements that were ill-advised to get into in the first place, and were done in some sort of general show of multilateralism. But Trump got us out of a lot of those agreements, and that's definitely a net positive. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I hadn't thought about the significance of that, and it is kind of significant. And that's an advantage of somebody who doesn't care about doing things legitimately. So there are advantages to that. And my dad's simple, cold delivery of the facts about it was just that's all I needed to hear to be convinced that yeah, okay, I'm underestimating the positives that can be gleaned from this. Yeah, my dad's super smart. It's weird. He's super smart and polar, and he's super smart and has a PhD in philosophy, right? But at the same time, he can't philosophize with me for shit. I'm way, way deeper in my thinking than he is about shit. But his poli sci stuff, he's the most informed poli sci person ever I've met. He taught it for a long time. I mean, no, I don't support Trump. Um, I will say this: I would have rather had Trump a second term than Biden. I didn't think that at the time. It was a toss up at the time of the election, but I am now convinced that a second Trump term would have been better than this Biden term. I'm definitely I'm definitely convinced of that. So in that regard, my opinion of Trump has improved since I've seen the ineptitude of Biden. And there are certain things. Well, Michael Smith, no, I'm not a fool. Okay, this is what correct, dispassionate political discourse looks like. Trump brings to the table certain advantages and certain disadvantages. There are advantages to being an iconoclast, but he's a particular kind of iconoclast. Namely, he's not an iconoclast in his affirmation of any particular vision. He's an iconoclast in his rejection of legitimacy protocols. Now, he did a number of things in the presidency that were epic fails. But one more than any other, well, two more than any other stand out. And to me, these two befoul his presidency beyond redemption. The first one is this. When he had the bully pulpit and could address the COVID topic to the nation, he did the worst thing he possibly could have done, which is he said the right thing about COVID, that we should not react to it like this. But when asked why, he said because he had a hunch. And that right there made it impossible for anybody to intelligently address the COVID issue, because the primary bully pulpit speaker on the matter had told the whole country that people who don't believe in this COVID alarmist shit do so for no good reason. That they're not smart people, they don't justify their claims. And so that played deeply into the idiots on the other side censoring lots of very sensible voices on the subject, because they just generalized out from Trump and said, okay, the anti-COVID people are idiots. So the thing is, Trump was spot on about COVID, but that's not his job. His job is to be right about why. Otherwise, he's sending the message to every smart person that the anti-COVID alarmist camp is full of idiots. So that was his biggest mistake, okay? It's worse to be right for the wrong reason than it is to be wrong for the right reason. Or to be wrong for the wrong reason, even. You know, if you're right for the wrong reason, then you poison the ability of everybody else who's right for the right reason. And the other thing that Trump did that was inexcusable as a president, and that besmirches his presidency beyond redemption, is his assassination of an Iranian general on Iraqi soil. That violation of international protocols put every single American diplomat at justified risk for assassination, and the U.S. won't be able to say a goddamn thing about it. Well, I don't necessarily generally disagree with his policy visions. You know, it's interesting. People like to call him racist or something, but he was able to do what a lot of smart intuitives can never do. Okay? When I ask a question, how do you solve for plastics in the ocean? People say, oh, we need to develop a molecule that binds to plastics and consumes them. Okay, so are you solving it, or are you just suggesting that someone else may come up with this solution? Or they'll say things like, ooh, I don't know, we need to figure out some sort of like a plastic magnet, basically, that attracts plastics to the magnet. You know, the answer, Trump's an ESFP. The answer to the plastics question is, of course, What is a non-intuitive answer to the plastics question? How do you get plastic out of the ocean? You go on the water with a boat and a scooper and scoop it out, right? So that's how you actually solve plastics in the ocean if you're talking about a person making efforts to solve it. I asked the question, how do you solve California's drought problem? I've had people tell me things like, well, we need to increase the amount of rainfall. That is obviously not a solution of any sort. That's saying here are the conditions that would make a solution unnecessary. I kind of like that idea, Winston's mom, but if you say it out loud ahead of time, it's not going to work. So the thing is, even when I ask the question, somebody comes up to you and their friend says, hey, Bob here, he's got too many guinea pigs in his mouth. What's your advice? Plenty of people will, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't actually endorse that plan, Klaus, believe me. But it's a neat idea, I guess. The answer to what's your advice to the person who's got too many guinea pigs in his mouth is spit them out. People give me very convoluted explanations, right? So Trump displayed excellent NI to a question that's very divisive and political. If we want border control on the southern border, which is absolutely within the purview of a sovereign nation's duties, responsibilities, and authority areas, and it is in fact the case that regardless of whether you think we should let more immigrants in or fewer, that we should decide that and be in control of it rather than it just happening willy-nilly. So what's the answer to preventing a bunch of Mexicans from illegally crossing the border into the United States? It's not nanobots, and it's not change the weather kind of solution. It's not determine how many guinea pigs is the right amount of guinea pigs in the mouth. It's build a fucking wall, right? So many people hated that so much, but that's the obvious answer to the question. It's you may say it's politically tone deaf or whatever, but at least it's not stupid as an actual answer, right? We intuitors can get very stupid about answers with very simple questions. How do you get plastic out of the ocean? You scoop it out from the side of a boat. How do you solve California's drought problem? You install cisterns so we save the rainwater. Those are actual answers, right? They're not, this is what we need to know, this is what we need to think, or whatever. So Trump had the capacity to give actual answers like that, which I respect, right? It's like, are we serious about this question? It's kind of got an almost TI element to it, although for him it's an FI thing. But it's like, do we want to control the borders? Are we controlling them successfully now? If we wanted to control them successfully so that we didn't have internment camps of immigrants who had gotten across and then caught, because that's the worst scenario, okay? It's much better to have no mistreatment of Mexicans in America because none of them get in illegally. Now, Peter Dentici, that's fine. I'm not saying that in all the practical details, it turned out that the wall was the best idea. But what I'm saying is, it's real. It's not pretending to address something that it's not addressing. And when people say it's racist or something like that, they're the ones who are pretending to that a problem that's trying to be solved is a different problem. Okay, so if it turns out that this wall idea doesn't end up working any better than the existing thing, then we are not very good at building walls. Because even I, with my shitty TE, could manage to build a wall that was unclimbable and untunnelable. No, but Michael Smith, if at this point you are fully on board with Trump, after I articulated two critical points, critical mistakes he made, they are indisputable mistakes that would besmirch any presidency, you'd have to say, I can't be fully on board with Trump. I just prefer him to the existing alternatives. Anybody who would be fully on board with Trump if he were running against me would be a complete fucking moron. So that's just the truth. Trump was a bad president. Biden's an even worse president. Was Obama or Trump worse? Probably Obama was worse. Obama did more damage. That's for sure. But just because... No, the thing is, Michael Smith, I do see the direness of the situation. So the thing is, unfortunately, this dire situation requires a precise solution that has an almost impossible list of criteria that need to be met. And Trump may meet some of those criteria, but he definitely doesn't meet most of them. And there's nobody I can think of who meets them all except for me. Okay, Elise S., that's fine. I'm not making a statement about whether or not we should have more or less immigration. I'm making a statement that says it is reasonable for a sovereign state to want to enforce its borders, and it is correct to say that we aren't allowed to choose the amount of immigration because we aren't controlling the borders adequately. Michael Smith, I do see that Trump is the only viable iconoclastic outsider candidate who's actually opposing the bullshit, okay? This great reset that you're imagining, it smacks of conspiracy that is NI and not TI supported, okay? Remember that the world comprises multiple conflicting power wells, and none of them are in uniform agreement with their agendas. The problem with the way you're thinking is you created a monolithic boogeyman that you think only Trump can oppose. But that monolithic boogeyman doesn't exist. And because Trump agrees with you that it does, he's not qualified to be president. No, this is not naivety. This is insisting that things not only resonate on an NI level, but that they validate on a TI level as well. What you're saying, Michael Smith, is you're very convinced by your NI knowing. And I respect that you're very convinced by your NI knowing. But you shouldn't expect anybody else to be convinced by your NI knowing. That requires TI justifications. No, Elise S., you're not listening to me. You can't have a more efficient citizenship process until the borders are controlled. A wall might not be the best way to control the borders. That's true. But a wall was not a bad answer. It's actually not a bad answer. When I first heard it, I thought, how stupid is that? When I thought about it more, I said, well, do you have a better answer, Eric? Because... well, sure they do, Elise S. I'm not saying that a bad wall is a good idea. Okay? I'm not saying we should put in a wall that doesn't work. And I'm not accepting your implicit claim that it's impossible to make a wall that does work. I'm also not advocating that a wall is the best possible solution. What I'm pointing out is that people hated this wall notion so much because they had politicized it in the way that Michael Smith politicizes things and Elise S. is politicizing things, instead of evaluating it on its merits. It's not a bad idea for locking down the borders. If, in fact, we want to attain Elise S.'s more efficient citizenship process, then we definitely have to first lock down the borders, because there's no citizenship process when people just willy-nilly cross the border. So the thing is, regardless of what mechanism is used to close the border, both sides have to be honest. So Elise has to be honest and say, yes, in order to attain the goal I want, I'm on the side of people who want to make sure the border's locked down. And Trump has to be honest and say, the goal here is to lock down the border. Here's my suggestion. If it doesn't play well and somebody has some better ideas, let's get some smart people here. Let's figure out a way where we can actually create a border that people are not going to be able to easily subvert. And that's also true, Jonathan Basanti, that there are other ways around. So, in other words, the securing of a border by a country can be done more or less loosely. And how strictly or loosely it needs to be done tends to link to how much people want to illegally enter the country from a given border. One thing that makes me very upset is the strict closing kind of attitude towards the Canadian border. We don't need to do that because the particulars there are different than they are in Mexico. And the only reason that they did those things is because they conflated an illegal immigration issue into a national security issue, as though people crossing the border is now no longer just a problem of us having civ-like borders and therefore not being able to implement any immigration policy. Whatever side of immigration you're on, you're imagining the legislature passing some immigration policy and it getting enforced. No such thing can ever occur until the borders are secured. So it might also be the case that you don't care about immigration as an issue, that you're perfectly fine with illegal immigrants coming in, and that you don't think it's a big deal, and that locking down the border is a low priority. I'm in that camp. So I actually don't think it's super important for us to lock down the border. I don't think it's super important for us to have efficient citizenship things. I'm fine with a little bit of chaos, right? I'm fine with an underclass of Mexicans who aren't citizens and who stand on the street corner and work for cheap. I'm fine with that. So it won't be a priority of mine to lock down the border when I'm president. It will be much more a priority of mine to unlock the Canadian border. Because I don't have any strong feelings about immigrants. I'm not anti-immigrant at all. I don't think they're taking our jobs. I might have some feelings about Islamic immigrants, because we know when we have Islamic people immigrate to the country that they're bringing with them a pre-Enlightenment worldview that's the antithesis of the values that sustain our civil society. In other words, we know they're coming in determined to shit on the rights of individual people when those rights run afoul of their personalized subjective versions of sacred. So those sorts of immigrants who come in, and we know they come in with a worldview that is fundamentally adversarial to civilization, justice, peace, and freedom, well, we do not need to justify saying no. Okay? A sovereign nation has arbitrary absolute control over its borders. Okay? So, in other words, If there's a Muslim in America who wants to get a job, they're protected by American values and laws. They cannot be discriminated against. But until we've admitted them into the United States, they are not protected by constitutional protections. And they have no freedom of religion claim to getting admitted into a country where they have no fundamental right to be admitted. No, it doesn't go against the Constitution. Because the Constitution is a document that does two things. It limits the power of the federal government in the scope of what it can do, and it expressly establishes the rights of the states and the individuals of the United States to be free from certain kinds of government interference. The Constitution applies to United States citizens. You can well argue it applies to United States residents. But you cannot argue that it applies to foreigners who wish to get into the United States. Well, that's one of the great things that Trump did, was get us out of those kind of fucking treaties. The United States should not be handing over bits of its sovereignty to international bodies. It's a terrible fucking idea. Well, I mean, I didn't say, at least as I'd bar them from applying, but I have my own tests for Islamic immigrants. So in order to immigrate to the United States from an Islamic country, if you self-identify as Muslim, you need to pass the protocols of entry, which is, first you need to pee on the Quran and write an essay expressing how no individual's subjective interpretation of sacred ever outweighs the free expression rights of individuals, and that no violation of a subjective understanding of sacred ever justifies force, violence, or no, Elise says, because you need to accept reality. The Islamic world that you're desperately defending here doesn't think you have the right to do so. If the Islamic world you're defending had you in their grasp, you'd be locked in a kitchen and not allowed to talk about things anymore and have opinions and stuff. You wouldn't have gone to school. You were just for fucking and child rearing. And you were not allowed to express yourself with your body or clothes at all, because that incites males into raping you constantly. This is the culture you're defending. No, it can't be applied to any religious group, because we see the following thing, Elise S. In no religious group except Islam does the mainstream moderate population of almost every Muslim country express a pre-Enlightenment rejection of individual rights and equality. Only Islam does this. Only Islam produces a situation where 80% of the population of Egypt, 80% of the population of Egypt voted in support of extraditing a filmmaker from America who made a film teasing Muhammad so that that individual could be put to death for his crimes in Egypt. 80% support by the population at large for killing someone for insulting their prophet. So I believe the massive crowds of people vehemently protesting that the U.S. Deport this guy to Egypt to be killed. They were quite compelling. It was quite compelling footage. They were very angry, very uniform, very unified in their absolute outrage that the United States would protect a criminal like this. Now that's the moderate Muslim world. Who wasn't at any of those massive rallies? Who wasn't at any of those massive rallies, Elise S? Women. Why? Because if they showed up into a heated political rally into Tahrir Square, there was a very high likelihood of them getting gang raped. This is the culture you're defending. Don't lie to yourself. The thing is, Gen Xio, Abrahamic religious values, no Abrahamic religion values autonomy over God. That's true. But only Islam values religious authorities control over other people. Only Muslims still apply the notion that ultimately the law is the same as their religion. It's not always, it plays out in varying degrees, various places, but when you insist that a magical thinking frame is predominant and that all must adhere to it under penalty of death, that's called pre-Enlightenment barbarity. Okay? If you are an atheist in Egypt, you are in prison waiting for your death sentence because you don't believe in God. I am well aware gang rape happens other places. What I'm telling you, though, is that Islam is unique in its massively implemented apartheid against women, and it's massively implemented progeneration of a worldview that says what is sacred for us is more important than you and your free expression and your right to life. So that's what we are dealing with. I know not all Muslims are extremists. What I'm saying is the moderate Muslim who's not an extremist and doesn't want to do any violence still doesn't think you should be allowed out of the kitchen. That's what you're defending. Don't defend people who are authoritarian oppressors, groupists, and who have reduced and semi-enslaved half the fucking population. When South Africa did that with black people, the world united to say, this is not okay. And the world needs to apply the same standard to Muslims. And as far as I can tell, the only reason that it's not been applied is because people are fucking pussies. Oh, don't draw a picture of Muhammad. Somebody might get hurt. If I draw a picture of Muhammad and somebody gets hurt, and it's me because I drew a picture of Muhammad, then it's time to start dropping bombs on Muslim countries. Because those are barbarians, right? They do not deserve to be treated as civilized human beings if they do not respect the free expression, trumps sacred. If they do not respect that individual rights, trumps that they want to control their woman. You're supporting a culture in which a woman who gets raped then gets killed by her family for dishonoring them because she didn't successfully avoid getting raped, even if there was no way she could have done so. That's what you're defending. Don't ever forget it. That's who you're on the side of ISIS. That's what it really is. Those are the people who trick homosexuals into thinking they're going to have a meetup only to grab them, take them to the top of a roof, and throw them off the roof to their death because they're gay. Those are the people you're defending. Don't lie to yourself about it. Don't lie to yourself about Islam or Muslims. The religion manifests in pre-enlightenment barbarity everywhere it goes. There are instances of other religions displaying similar qualities. And in every single one of those other religions, those instances are stark minorities. The vast majority moderate is not anything like that in every other religion. And that's the determinate difference. The determinate difference is a tiny fraction of the population of the United States would ever say this person should be put to death for insulting Jesus, whereas 80% of Egypt said that. So, for anybody who wants to be a cultural relativist and say Islamophobia is a problem, or intolerance towards Islam is a problem, or the notion that we shouldn't let Islamic refugees in unless they pass my test, is somehow wrong, you're ignoring every single truth that is unavoidably true that I've stated. Note, for any given individual Muslim, they might be fully enlightened, post-enlightenment, have a rather secular attitude towards it, and respect individual rights, and be a great person. And maybe they deserve to come to the United States, right? So I agree that we shouldn't have carte blanche, no Muslims allowed. That they need to go through interviews in which smart people determine that they're secularists, fundamentally. Because in a non-secularist manifestation, Islam is cancer. So, I am the promoter of truth, justice, and the American way. And sometimes that means we've got to step up and say, I am not here to respect your culture. I'm here to shit on it. I'm not here to shit on your culture because I'm xenophobic. I'm here to shit on your culture because it's evil. And if you're saying anything else, then you're part of the problem, right? So, at least ask, there's a 14-year-old girl in Afghanistan right now being whipped by her 40-year-old husband because she showed some ankle outside. That's partially your fault. That's partially your fault. Do you feel guilty about that girl being whipped by her 40-year-old husband after being raped? Or are you perfectly okay with that? Because remember, you contributed to that. Narratives matter. Words matter a lot. I mean, Michael Smith, if you actually believe that without Trump, pretty soon Sharia law will be accepted in the United States, then there's no reason to think any of your beliefs have any merit at all. Because that kind of alarmist, overreaching prediction presumes, foremost, that the worst of the Western or coastal liberal projection, just because it's most present in the media, represents most people's opinions. It doesn't at all, right? And America still comprises its citizenry. Additionally, we've got 50 states. So the notion that somehow Sharia law would be imposed at the federal level is completely fucking insane. And the notion that, I don't know, Oregon maybe passed some law that says communities of Muslims are allowed to do Sharia law, that might happen, and then that would get overturned by the courts because there's no such way that a government agency can delegate its authorities like that. So, no, if you think about the actual practicalities of how that would occur, any reasonable person who understands government would recognize that that's not possible. And that Trump was no savior, okay? He was I think, a necessary breath of fresh air. But remember, you can have everything good about Trump and have a smart person. So I have all of Trump's good qualities, namely, I'm decisive, I'm clear cut in my vision, I know what's correct, but I have none of his bad qualities. In other words, I'm correct, actually. And I'm legitimate. I provide justifications for everything, which is the number one job of a president, really, is to communicate to everybody, this is why we all should be together on this. And Trump, at no point did Trump try to say, we are all Americans, even those of you who hate me, and even those of us who hate the Democrats. You know, the problem here is not that I need to shit on Hillary more. That's not being a president. The president gets up there and says, we are all Americans. We need to put this divisiveness behind us. I know there's a lot of stark disagreements, but when you hear the correct words, it's not going to turn out like this. See, the Republicans were right, Trump was right. See, it's going to be an issue-based, merit-based calculus. What actually are we talking about? What policy? If you're talking about broad ideological shit, you're the problem, right? So why would I be a better president than Trump? Well, I would do a better job of managing policies. I'd be able to provide the justifications needed to have a lack of divisiveness. I would not maximize divisiveness. I'd be minimizing it from the start. The people I'd be shaming would be the divisive ones for their shaminess. I mean, I take no action. I mean, I can't take action as the president until I'm actually elected as the president, right? You're saying you don't think I'm decisive enough or action taking enough to be president? You're absolutely wrong. I will attain maximally more impacts in my presidency than any president prior without making any big legislation or anything, because I understand the actual mechanics of it. I'm smart. I'm not like Trump. I'm not an idiot, right? So I understand that the real power in the presidency is in the Justice Department and their capacity to rewrite case law in their unique ability to access the courts. And so, in other words, I have a real plan to fix things. A real plan, you know? Not just to do shit that I think needs to be done without adequate reflection on all the factors, without considering whether I want to divide the country into further angry hatred of each other and incite them into almost an armed insurrection when I'm not elected again. You know, that's not a leader. That's not a leader, right? That's a petulant child. I mean, absolutely, I think it'd be more effective than Trump. As far as what you think I'm doing this navel gazing, I don't know. I'm giving you extraordinarily concrete and very convincing reasons as to why Trump fails to meet the criteria for a good president. I've given you two very powerful examples as to where he fucked up royally in his presidency and deserves to be condemned for it. You didn't answer any of those. If, in fact, you want to claim that I'm not qualified to be president, it's purely speculative because I've not had the opportunity to be president. But if you wanted to evaluate whether the speculation was likely to be true, you'd check my words and you'd say, actually, damn, man, this guy's saying everything just right. He's got it. He's nailed it. He has absolutely fucking nailed it. If you were honest. Why did I choose to get the COVID injection? I was not allowed to visit my mother unless I was vaccinated. So I had to get vaccinated. It's a pretty good excuse. You know, your mother's in a nursing home, and you've already had these long periods of time where you weren't allowed to see her at all for COVID, and then you had this brief period of time where you were allowed to see her again, and then all of a sudden they went double down hardcore again and said, okay, now you need a vaccination proof just to see her. And so we got vaccinated, and we were able to see her for a little bit. Then they doubled down again and said, now you need vaccination proof plus a proof, a negative COVID test for 48 hours. And at that point, I said, okay, I guess I'm not seeing Mom for a while, because the reason that vaccination in general doesn't bother me is because it's a 1 or 2 time thing, and then it's over with, and I don't have to think about it again. What really bothers me are masks. Masks piss me off way more than vaccinations do. I agree nobody should be forced to be vaccinated. I think it's offensive, but it doesn't really bug me to get vaccinated. I'm not worried about it. No, we have those, Genexio. So the important thing to remember is the insanity of COVID policies, okay? So, yeah, they made that rule saying you have to have a 48-hour negative COVID test and proof of vaccination to visit your mom. And I said, well, fuck that. And I called them and set up a luncheon where medical transport brought my mom to the Cheesecake Factory, where my mom and the rest of my family and everybody else in the restaurant all sat eating their meals with no masks on. So, what's the lesson there? Did they, by putting that rule in, make people in their nursing home less exposed to COVID? No. They made the people in the nursing home more exposed to COVID, because to see my mom, I had to take her out into an entirely unregulated place as far as COVID protocols go, comparatively. I mean, our restaurants where everybody has their masks off except for the waiters. And so they're not TIing produced the opposite TE impact that they wanted. And that's the insanity that happens when smart people like Legends Fall and I aren't in charge of COVID policies. The thing is, I at least get the reasoning for my mother and the vaccine, okay? My mother's in a nursing home. She's in a vulnerable population. And we have examples of nursing homes where everybody in the nursing home died. I still think the risks are vastly overstated. But at least in that particular context, they can make some justification for the vaccination requirement. But they can't then additionally make a justification for a recent negative COVID test. Because if the vaccine works, then I shouldn't need the recent COVID test. And if the vaccine doesn't work, then why is it required? So ultimately, they retracted this recent COVID test thing, probably because they saw that they may be able to control the conditions upon which we can enter the nursing home, but they can't control the conditions upon which the nursing home resident can leave and return. So if they try to control too much the access to the people, they will increase the amount of COVID exposure. Well, I mean, what I'll say now is it very much feels to me at this point that the COVID thing is over. Like, everywhere I go, there's no people, some people wear masks, some people don't. There's no more enforcement of any COVID shit. Nobody seems to care about it. It's just sort of going to fade away, unfortunately, because it doesn't need to fade away. There needs to be a global sitting down, hanging of heads, and everybody chant, Eric, you were right. We should have listened to you from the outset. And we will do so next time. That needs to happen before anyone's allowed to move on from this. Biden's polls are super low because he might as well have an eggplant in office. A overripe eggplant. Biden is two things: weak and way in over his head. And Trump was two things: strong and unaware that he was way in over his head. Biden, I think, has some vague sense that he's in over his head. Trump is very good at self-delusion. Trump made the statement. Donald Trump said these words about himself: I am a very stable genius. Any objective criterion that one would apply to any of those words, stable. Trump was not stable. He may not have been unstable, but nobody would have called him stable, okay? He had the highest turnover rate in his administration in history by orders of magnitude. So there's no stability in his administration at all. Trump called himself a genius. This is the man who said to us we shouldn't freak out about COVID because I got a hunch. Hunches are not how genius explains things. No, Trump's an ESFP. Trump's an ESFP. And it's textbook ESFP behavior, which is to say, they've got horribly great FE. The horribly great FE of Trump is, I want to be perceived as a very stable genius, therefore I'm going to say I'm a very stable genius. Hey, people disagree with me, but he's an ESFP. I'm quite confident of it. You can see the 6-slot FE all over the place. You can see the lack of TI and everything. You can see how great his follow-through was. He said what he was going to do on the campaign trail, and he did everything in his power to do everything he said he was going to do on the campaign trail. There was no sense that he needed to ideationally adjust to realities on the ground as realities changed. He was just going to follow through with what he said he was going to do, That's SE Dom with very weak intuition, and there's definitely not justifications of a logical sort, and yet there are. He's definitely a deliberative type, right? Like, so he's not somebody who knows and reacts. He's somebody who decides for himself what's the thing to do, and then follows through in doing it. So we can eliminate ENTJ. He's not an interface type, and we can eliminate ESTP, he's not a thinking type. So I'm 99% sure you're looking at ESFP with Trump. But that would also explain his very strong capacity to delude himself about things. Like, he probably genuinely believed there was 1 million people at that rally, for which there were nowhere close to that. But he wanted to report it as such. He probably genuinely believed the last election was stolen from him, even though it definitely wasn't. Even though no evidence supports that in any meaningful way. He probably genuinely believed he won the popular vote over Hillary, even though he won the election. That wasn't good enough, right? Because he believes what he wants to believe. He's an FI tool user. And, if Trump had been an ENTJ, ENTJs are the experts at putting together effective teams to accomplish what they want to accomplish. And the one thing we can all agree about Trump is he was absolutely terrible at putting together and sustaining a team. As I said, highest turnover rate in his administration in the history of administrations by a large margin. So that's definitely not an ENTJ, right? ENTJs don't manage people like that. They use them better. And you can see his deliberative approach anytime anybody in his administration disagreed with him. It wasn't like, oh, well, let's interface about this. It was, I've already decided with my feelings, and so you need to show loyalty to me because I'm the decision maker. That's ESFP. Well, I get why people like Trump so much, right? It's not because of Trump. It's because when Trump came onto the political scene, he had Hillary Clinton on one side of the equation, the most unelectable candidate imaginable. I preferred Trump over Hillary for sure. And I did not like Trump, right? And then on the Republican side in the primaries, he had a bunch of fakers. People trying to fake their way into schmoozing Republican audiences who were sick of bullshit into some sort of mush. And people were done having it. And Trump was not giving anybody any mush. In that group of politicians, Hillary, the Republican primary candidates, Trump looked good. He had a lot to offer, And it is a terrible testimony in the state of American politics. Because those people in Arizona, if they're going to get behind anybody, they probably got it behind the right guy based on who was available. But if they were to evaluate things objectively, they would have reluctantly backed Trump, not enthusiastically. Because if Trump had running against him a real candidate like me, he wouldn't stand a chance. And nobody would think he was a worthwhile candidate. Everyone would go, oh, Jesus, this guy's a scrub. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't have the force of vision, will, discourse, decisiveness even. Trump is not decisive in a good way, right? Decisiveness means making the right decisions at the right time. When he decisively assassinated that Iranian general, that's called impulsive, not decisive. Well, yeah, he was the only real person running, right? Nobody else in that campaign, on the Republican or the Democrat side, cared about America at all. They cared about getting elected. That's it. Trump cared about America. We might not have liked the way he cared about it. We might disagree with his vision of America. But nobody can dispute that he authentically cares about America, that he's a patriot. And I respect him for that. But that does not make him a good president. Okay? It just made him the best of the available options and the only authentic person running. And the fact that we think that's good is a horrible, shines horribly on the state of American democracy. Because, well, at least this idiot's not lying to us is not a way to elect a president. And of course, he ultimately ended up lying pathologically almost. But you always got a sense that he wasn't lying to the people about his basic approach, attitude, and contempt for things he ought to have had contempt for. I mean, conservative talk radio hosts for the last 2 decades helped propel Trump's candidacy. The Republicans started this practice of discarding the truth for efficacy. The Democrats jumped right in behind them, and it's hard to say either side's more responsible. They were both equally stupid in very different ways. Well, we're supposed to elect me, Klaus. The thing is, it is absolutely necessary for me to have a legitimate campaign going before anybody's going to elect me. And that's going to require some things to happen before I can launch that campaign. I need to have a much bigger profile, and I need to have more resources. And or I need to have a team of people who are willing to manage this process. To get that done, I'm going to really need to hire professional campaign managers. So I'm going to need that brings me back to the resources thing. Well, I'd like Dave Chappelle to be my vice president. That's a winning ticket. That's a winning ticket. I mean, I don't know if it's obvious, Michael Smith, that a pot-smoking ENTP would be better than Trump, but it's 100% indisputably true. At least this pot-smoking ENTP. I mean, I spent my whole life in civics, policy debate, understanding government, understanding philosophy. I'm a genuine statesman. Trump is a leader of sorts, or Trump's a firebrand. Okay, is the best way to put him. Biden's a bureaucrat. Everybody on the Democrat side are bureaucrats, pretty much, or ideologues like AOC. You got ideologues on the right as well. What we need is a statesman. We have, unfortunately, a government full of politicians. But I'm the fact that Trump has been president and will be again, and you never will, proves Trump is better than Eric. Well, it does. You're right that. Well, let's take the first part. The fact that Trump has been president and I haven't proves definitively that Trump has been a better president than me. Okay? So you're right about that. Whether or not Eric will never be president is a matter still in dispute. It may seem, even you would have to acknowledge that it's very much a long shot in your perspective, but it's possible. I mean, what have I said that would make you think I would be less effective? I've clearly demonstrated a much deeper and more robust understanding of government, policy, and how and when to act. If you saw any section of my video on how I would have dealt with Ukraine situation, there wouldn't be any war in Ukraine right now. It never would have been launched in the first place. And that is about managing, and that's about managing narratives. So, in other words, what words are said at the beginning of a presidency about this sort of thing? The words that need to be said is, I want to be clear. No nation shall violate the sovereignty of one of our allies, and if they do, they forfeit their sovereignty. Take that for what you think it means. That's what I would say at the beginning of the presidency. And Ukraine would have been perfectly fine for the entire 4 years of it. Well, no, it is in dispute. See, Michael Smith, all it takes for something to be in dispute is for somebody to dispute it, and I am disputing it. So it is a matter in dispute. You're predicting that I will never be president, and I'm predicting that I will. And neither of us can win this argument because the future hasn't happened yet. Yeah, and legends fall. And see, this is the thing, Michael Smith. You seem to have mistaken me for somebody who doesn't have the good parts of Trump. I would have said the same thing. I wouldn't have said it. I wouldn't have given him that much information, though. I would have given him less information. I would have said, anybody who invades a sovereign ally of ours has, in my mind, and in the mind of the United States of America, forfeit the nation's sovereignty. Take that for what you think it means. And then if Russia did invade Ukraine, then the next day they would be holding Putin's funeral, because we would have bombed the living fuck out of wherever we think Putin was. That I would have taken the same approach as Trump. Same thing with Taiwan. I am no pacifist. But the difference is, I understand how important it is to be justified and to do it in the right time frame. So, if I were to become president in 2024, I probably couldn't do anything about Ukraine at that point, because Putin will have been in there, and the time frame doesn't justify it any longer as immediately responsive violence to aggression, which is what it needs to be. And so I will do the same thing with Ukraine and Taiwan as Trump would do, but I won't make the mistake of assassinating an Iranian general. So, do you see why? I'm a much better candidate for president than him? Because I'm not afraid to use force, but I know exactly when and how to use it, so that we can always be justified and guarantee that any escalation, it will be unjustified on the part of the other side. And if you do that, if you have the moral high ground, it's incredibly powerful. People don't understand the power of words. And so we need a president who can say the right words, most of all. If you say the right words, you're probably not even going to have to follow through on bombing anybody, right? But if you don't say the right words, like Biden didn't, then you guarantee Ukraine's getting invaded. So I agree with you about Trump. He did a great job in standing and not being a bitch for once, and saying, America's done being a little bitch. He did a great job of that, okay? But he did a sloppy job of it too, because he didn't just successfully prevent Ukraine and Taiwan from being invaded, he also successfully guaranteed American diplomats will be assassinated. And that's sloppy, impulsive, and careless. So the many examples I've given you here are powerful, powerful reasons to agree with me. And if you're still not agreeing with me, then you are committed to an attachment rather than to doing what's best for the country, agreeing with what's most true, or acknowledging that things are a little bit more gray than you'd like them to be. You'd like it to be as simple as Trump's our savior, everybody who opposes him is an idiot and an enemy, and that makes you part of the problem. Real political discourse is more nuanced than that. I mean, I don't think Trump did any impeachable offenses either. He did a lot of things wrong. I don't think any of them met the level of impeachable offenses. So he had very little regard for his constitutional duties to restrain himself in his powers. In other words, the federal government is one in which the powers of the various branches are enumerated, and he swore an oath to uphold that Constitution. And immediately after swearing it, he had his fingers crossed behind his back or something because he had no intention ever of upholding that Constitution. So that's, we want someone who's not just strong, not just decisive, but also has character, right? And principles. We are talking about a public servant we need to be able to trust them to be honest, uphold the law, apply it to themselves, not make themselves into a king, try to constrain the range of the government. If you like Trump, you're probably also not a huge fan of huge government, right? But Trump is, actually. He just wants to huge the parts of the government he wants to huge. Well, if you vote for Tulsi Gabbard, you'll be voting for the same candidate as my dad. So that's probably a very good sign that's a good candidate. I'm not going to vote for Tulsi Gabbard, but that's because even if they're good, right? Even if they're a good candidate and a strong option, they're not me. I'm a visionary. I'm a visionary and a statesman who understands exactly how to be president and what America needs better than anyone ever has in history. That may sound like an absurdly overblown claim, but it's 100 fucking percent true. Because a good president needs the following qualities. They need to be a meta-rationalist, which means foremost a rationalist, but not antithetical to a magical thinking frame, which is going to be necessary to inform about a positive moral indication. They additionally need to have a deep understanding of cognitive functions. Otherwise, they'll misinterpret many things as something other than what they are, because the correct way to interpret things is almost always understanding how the cognitive functioning incompatibilities create value conflicts. And that's the other thing, Klaus. I don't really want to be president. I don't want the job. I wish there was someone competent. But even if there were someone competent, at this point, it's such a clusterfuck. I truly believe I'm the only one who can fix it, who can make meaningful solvency. Because almost all of the problems stem from the fact that there is nobody managing the narratives. They're just making advocacies. So it's like when President Biden or his Alzheimer's nurse declares some new thing, they're only making arguments as to why it's a good idea. And they're being disingenuous in their arguing. They're cherry picking the arguments that work to defend their thing, and they're not presenting the arguments that don't. When I explain a decision, I will say, here are the best arguments against this position, and here's why they ultimately lose and we affirm this position. And these are the best and most correct reasons, pending better reasons coming forward. Remember, country, we don't have to be stupid. Let's operate on what makes the most sense for this particular issue on the merits of its particular cases. Let's not get dragged down into some sort of ideological or politicized issue about this, and do what's best for the country. I mean, this is the conundrum I always face, Klaus. I do feel a duty to be president, and I am a serious patriot. Like, I love America, you know. And there was a time a couple years ago when I was making a serious effort to make a campaign happen, until the truth of the matter hit me in the face. Eric, this isn't going to work unless you have a substantially larger platform to launch from, and or a substantially larger amount of resources with which to launch this campaign if you want it to be serious. Am I putting a lot of effort into saving money? Well, no, I'm kind of too broke to do that. But I am actually putting a lot of effort into trying to get the channel moving, finally, you know. And I very much do want to be empowered to run for president, and probably, hopefully, win. But I am only going to do one term. When I say I don't really want to be president, it's a duty, that's where that really manifests. I want to put 4 years into it. Then I will have served my duty. I'm not doing a second term, you know. I don't want 8 years. A lot of people have told me this too, Mismatch. You should try to start locally. Lord knows California needs some help. No. The single best thing I could do for the world would be to become president of the United States. It's where I need to be, so I have the bully pulpit, so I can fix the discursive problems of the world. And nobody else is going to do it. I get that these claims about me are off-putting, but remember, they're always in response to people shitting on the notion that I could, should, or ever will be president. So, naturally, when people shit on that notion, I try to explain to them why it's wrong of them to shit on that notion. And the things I'm saying about myself and my qualifications, my capacities, and the criteria that are necessary for somebody to meaningfully be a good president are all true. Whether my mostly getting rid of false modesty from my repertoire has been one of the most challenging pieces of growth I've ever engaged in. I used to engage in a lot of false modesty to avoid this kind of thing. And gradually I came to see myself as lying and holding myself back, and recognized that the stories I'm telling about myself are for me too, you know? Do I really want to tell this story that underrepresents my genuine abilities and qualifications, I don't want to tell that story anymore. You know, I've talked to so many people and heard so many pundits and listened to so many candidates over the years. I've heard so many people come in with their political opinions, and I've been a debate coach and heard every fucking topic debated every fucking way. I've competed against other coaches making cases every possible way. And finally, after all of that experience, I cannot help but to accept the truth of it. Unbelievable though it may sound, and I agree it sounds insane, it turns out that I'm the person who needs to be president. Me. It's not by choice that I'm the one who needs to be president. It's by reluctant acceptance of this reality. It's not just the politicians we're talking about. It's people like you, Michael Smith. I can talk to you potentially. I can help you understand that we can have a real position on something, you know? Trump wasn't all bad, and he wasn't all good, and he certainly wasn't an ideal president. And we can set a standard that's higher than that, and if we were to set that standard, it would look like a description of Eric. I mean, I get what you're saying, Michael, that if I want to be more likable in position and have people listen and respect what I'm saying more, I need to talk less about why I'm so qualified, right? And more demonstrate that I'm qualified by talking about politics. But I do a lot of that as well. Like, I demonstrated I was more qualified than Trump when I articulated all those specifics to you. In other words, I gave you a very convincing reason because you're right about Trump and his approach to Ukraine and Taiwan, and I'd have the same. But Trump assassinated a general on another country's sovereign territory, and I would never make that mistake. So right there we see when it comes to foreign policy, I don't lack in the decisiveness, but I do have the discretion. So you need both. You need both decisiveness and discretion. What would embarrass me, Michael Smith? What would I possibly be embarrassed about? I mean, I'm an American citizen, a 50-year-old American citizen who's worked most of his life, who knows a lot about civics and the government. I have just as much a right to run for president as any other American citizen. And I'm stating that it's my honest belief that I'm highly qualified to be president. What would possibly be embarrassing about that? I'm a man doing his patriotic duty, being a good citizen in a citizen democracy. Why would I be embarrassed by anything I'm saying? I am embarrassed by lying, but I'm not lying. You know, it's like, what happened to America? The story has always been, no matter who you are, you can grow up to be president. Because this is the land of a citizen democracy with freedom and justice for all. And to see the amount of cynicism that has infested my fellow citizens, causing them to reject the notion of an adult approach to politics in favor of a mindless doer with no regard for the institutions of democracy, no regard for his own constitutional limitations. The fact that I'm trying to have a real conversation with my fellow citizens about what we ought to do about this country, and I'm encountering a refusal to engage in any way other than partisanship, it makes me cry. You don't care about America. You care about winning your battle against the Democrats. I mean, Michael Smith, you say I'm woefully unqualified, but you've not responded to anything I've said. So I've given you lots of reasons why I'm qualified, and you've not given any reasons why the things I've said are wrong. You just continue to make the same claim. That tells me that you're probably not willing to step back from your attachment to Trump or whatever and listen to me like a fellow citizen, like a fellow adult citizen, having a real conversation about the country. It's like the only thing I need from my fellow Americans to ensure that I make it into office is for them to be able to put aside their hatred of the other team enough to do what's best for the country. Well, I mean, technically, the 10 ways, let me make this clear. It's not that difficult to run for president. I need to raise $5,000 in campaign donations and report that to the Federal Elections Commission. And then I'm officially a presidential candidate. It's that simple. I haven't raised $5,000 in campaign contributions yet, and I haven't attempted to begin that process because I anticipate I want to do a real campaign launch, I want to do it right. And so that's going to mean I'm going to need a team of campaign managers and setting up fundraising protocols and all that kind of stuff, So do I need 10 million? Not to technically become a presidential candidate. I need to raise $5,000 in campaign donations. That's it. But if I want to be a truly viable candidate, then I'm going to need at least a couple 100,000 more than that to start, because you need to invest in a team of people that is going to be a money generating machine as far as campaign donations. Of course I'm 100% serious about this. I've been 100% serious about this since I first said that I need to do this. I am definitely going to run for president. The problem is, I will run for president when I realistically can. And I don't have a very good plan to become super famous and rich really quickly. I would like that to happen. If suddenly I came into a couple $100,000 and the channel had gone up to like 50,000 subs or something, good enough. And I'm willing to invest that couple $100,000 into my team on the assumption that I'll get paid back that couple $100,000 at the end from campaign finance donations, and that this will work, that I will generate sufficient interest and donations to afford to campaign full time. And I want to travel all around the country. I want to meet with lots of groups of people. I want to answer all their questions. And that's the other thing that candidates won't do, right? When you ask me a question, I will give you a very specific answer that directly answers your question, whether I think you're going to like the answer or not. I might soften how I say it to try to make it more appealing to you. But unlike every other candidate, when people ask me questions, I answer the questions directly. That's pretty powerful, right? And other candidates who are mushing and meowing around things, in contrast, in juxtaposition against me, are gonna seem like inauthentic bozos. It's just how it is. So is this real? Yeah. Is it genuinely feasible? Yeah. Am I genuinely committed to making it happen? Yeah. Is did I actually think by this point I'd be empowered to do so? Yeah. Am I close yet? Not really. Things are slow. But I have a long history of underestimating how long things are going to take. The funny thing is, for all of the various reasons I articulate that I'm qualified and that people should vote for me, I've never had anybody dispute any of those claims. So, in other words, nobody disputes that I'm extremely knowledgeable about public policy. Nobody disputes that I'm not a team person. I'm genuinely nonpartisan. Nobody disputes that I've got well thought out and very well justified positions on just about any political question you can ask me. Nobody can dispute that my platform is heads and tails above, both in terms of actual solvency, creativity in terms of solvency, meaningful addressing of meaningful problems, how they have to be addressed, than any other platform head and shoulders way above it. Nobody can dispute any of these things, and nobody has. The only thing that people dispute is the viability of me becoming president. In other words, yeah, Eric, I'm not going to dispute any of the very powerful reasons you just provided why you should be president. I'm just going to say, yeah, but you'll never be president. And you can't be president. And things like that. You're not qualified to be president. The only pushback I get on this presidential notion is pushback that ignores everything I say. No, I mean, I definitely have the most creative platform as well. For example, I have a plan in place for a universal basic income that involves no tax increases. And that involves an architecture of a U.S. cryptocurrency that automatically redirects a 4% cut into a treasury thing that the Congress can't access and pays that out. Now, how much that will be, it would be contingent on things. But it always pays out in crypto, which can then be converted to U.S. dollars. It's a great plan. It's a brilliant plan. If people really want universal basic income, this is the way to do it without taxing anybody, without harming the economy, while adding more total wealth into the economy. And it's incredibly brilliant. My protocol for fixing the drug war is not to go through the legislature and have the legislature ease policies on the drug war. My plan is the smart one, the creative one. I know the power of the Justice Department as part of the executive branch to garner the attention of the Supreme Court. And I get my power to do outrageous things and then direct my Justice Department to ask the Supreme Court to strike down the outrageous thing I just did to set precedent regarding the limits of government. That's brilliant. I know that the best way to impact law is not to impact law directly, but to impact case law. If we can get interpretations in the federal courts changed, then we could invalidate federal drug enforcement entirely. So if you say that you're not sure about the creativity aspect, you would dispute that, it's because you've not read my platform. The thing is, Trump claimed to be a very stable genius. I actually am a very stable genius. And I know you're never supposed to say that if you are. I get that. But what I'm saying is, what I'm bringing to the table is exponentially better than anything that any candidate has ever brought to the table before. And I am not exaggerating at all. My vision is clearer than any politician's has ever been. in part because of my knowledge of cognitive functions, which no president has ever had. So these are the things, I've been compelled to do this thing again, which is try to explain why I'm serious and why you should take me seriously and why you should be sure you're going to vote for me and tell others to do the same. And instead of being open to hearing the incredibly powerful presentation of qualifications that I provided, I get shit on for being arrogant. So I don't know what to do about that. It's like I am going to have to count on my fellow Americans to put their dislike of my confidence aside to do what's best for America. It doesn't even need to go through the legislature, Jonathan Masanti. The mechanics of it are basically I can simply endorse it as a president, engage a private organization to create the platform and architecture, get the Treasury Department to accept its role in this thing, and architecturally make it inaccessible to Congress so they can't take those funds and redirect them at some point. In other words, we bypass the legislature. There's a common theme here, right? An effective president doesn't work with the legislature. Huge lie number one that people think. Effective presidents work with the legislature. No, effective presidents don't work with the legislature. Like hearing these words from me, you should go, oh shit, this guy really is head and shoulders above everybody else. Because you've never heard any of these things from any candidate before, or even any political pundit. Why? Because I'm genuinely that much better. The only way you can have a politician who is open, transparent, and willing to directly answer any question rather than prevaricate and pivot to preferred talking points is a presidential candidate who has absolute faith that he has the answer to every question. And if he doesn't, that he will happily say, I'm sorry, I don't know that thing you're talking about. I'll have to research it, or could you explain it to me? I'm okay with saying that too. I am not an encyclopedia who knows everything. But anybody who tries to ask me a bunch of questions about policy matters will, even the most robust questioner, will be very surprised at how few instances they can find of policy matters that I don't already understand deeply. It'll be mining, and it's going to be a slow mine. I've got a lot of the details of it worked out. Like, the mining period needs to last 100 years, and I've got some notions about trying to democratize the mining process, which is to say, architecturally, maybe do something like this: have a big push for a free mining, easy mining app install, and try to get as many Americans as possible to mine it. And I would even consider the possibility of structuring it such that in order to mine, you have to show proof of U.S. citizenship. So only U.S. citizens can mine it. Now, the thing is, of course, once this stuff is out in circulation, people not from America will use this to make transactions, just like people from America will. the benefit of this is since there's a small transaction fee that gets redirected to the Treasury to build up this UBI fund, some of that at least will be funded by foreigners paying taxes so that Americans can get more UBI money. Yeah, I'm a genius. When it comes to constructing foreign policy matters, I'm an absolute fucking genius. That's a brilliant plan. And I know that I'm not presenting it in a palatable way here, but if you don't think that's the most creative, brilliant, insightful thing you've heard from a candidate in a long time, you're lying. I agree, I'm going to need to incorporate Jonathan Basanti and other INTJs to actually help me hammer out all the details of this. This is beyond my pay grade in terms of the tech stuff, okay? But it is not much harder said than done. It is always harder to do something than to say it. But in this instance, there are lots of existing examples and existing blockchain variants that can operate as starting points. We're not building it from scratch, right? So it's not too much harder done than said. And remember, how else have I facilitated to make sure it's not too harder done than said? Because remember, I'm a genius when it comes to policy. We don't need to incorporate the legislature. The legislature doesn't have to approve this at all. Because the cryptocurrency doesn't have to have the formal backing of the U.S. government. As long as the Treasury is depositing crypto into people's accounts and accepting it to buy back dollars, it doesn't matter what the legislature says. Well, I can't say for sure it would be doable either. But right now, what I'm not trying to prove to you is that I have every detail of how to make this thing happen worked out. I'm acknowledging I'm going to need some serious tech people to hammer out some of the specifics, how to make some of the specifics happen, right? I know that. I get that. But look at the level of detail I've already provided about the mechanics. This is not some half-baked pipe dream notion. I've got all the mechanics worked out and what the impacts are going to be. So the details of building the tech, blockchain technology and stuff won't be my department. And I agree there might be stumbling blocks there. But the point here is this is better than anything else you've ever heard from any politician, even though it's not perfect. But the point Peter didn't teach you is that it's a better, more creative, more impressive policy advocacy than you've ever heard from any candidate before. And so, yeah, Klaus, yeah, Peter, yeah, Elise, you can find reasons to shit on the idea of Eric being president. If you don't want what's best for America, you will choose to do so. Yeah, I'm calling myself a genius. I'm especially empowered to be a genius about these things because I'm liberated from a lot of the demands of self-maintenance. You know, like because I live at my dad's house enough to pay rent, I can spend more time trying to convince all of you people that I'm not just blowing smoke out my ass. You know? It helps. The thing is, you could make that claim, but the problem with saying, well, he's living in his parents' house, is it suggests like this is a guy who's just been a slacker his whole life living in his parents' house. But if we were to actually look at my professional career, it's quite impressive. And the reason I came back to my parents' house was to help with my sick mom. Yeah, I'm still here, and she's in a nursing home now. But for a good 6 months, I every day had to lift her, do a lot of physical therapy stuff. You know, I was not here for no reason. I was here because I'm a good son. My dad was too old to do it by himself, and he needed the help. I do listen to INFJs. But here's the thing. Like I said, Michael Smith, I have provided here stuff that is eons better in terms of understanding how I would execute a presidency than anything you've ever heard from any candidate before. So I get that there are infinite possible ways to tell me why I won't succeed. And if I was somebody who was subject to that kind of poor reasoning, namely cherry picking possible roadblocks to dissuade someone from doing something that's overall quite plausible, reasonable, and desirable, is to simply be what I call a problem fetishist. Yes, I don't have every single detail worked out on how I'm going to be president. And yes, you could find things about my presidential platform, statements, policies, strategies, whatever. You can find certain things with them at fault. But if you're honest, you will agree you've never heard any candidate before present such a robust, creative, insightful, solving, practical, and civic-minded a set of understandings before. So it's important to put aside your emotions for a second, your dislike of my attitude perhaps, or my arrogance or whatever, and take a step back and go, you know what, actually, on its merits, what this guy is saying is compellingly better than anything I've ever heard from any candidate before. And there's just not any disputing that. We've all heard candidates before. Nobody's saying all these amazing, true, insightful, and creative things anywhere close. I mean, at least as I'm confident I will have your vote by the time it's time to vote. I'm confident I will. Because remember, you're going to be asked to evaluate me against some other candidate. So even if in a vacuum here, you don't really like my politics or my attitude or whatever, juxtaposed against every other candidate, even the most subjective of deciders will be unable to ignore the nigh obvious truth that I'm 100 billion times better. Well, Michael Smith, again, yes, it's possible for you to make unwarranted claims about how it's impossible for me to be president. And certainly that's why you will never be president. And if I listened to people like you, I would never be president. But what I would prefer you do, if you can, is I'd like you to talk a little bit about what I've said. Okay? Because I've given you a lot of material to work with here. Any one of those things that I've said is in terms of policy prescriptions, strategy prescriptions, distinctions between decisiveness and impulsiveness, all those various things. You know, you can respond to any of them. You can say, Eric, that's actually a bad thing. So, you know, what I want you to do is find the part where of the stuff that I said that was not indicative of what a statesman ought to say. So the thing is, I'm happy to agree with you, Michael Smith, that I've got no chance if you can point out to me that I'm saying stuff that is not good policy for America, if I'm saying stuff that's not thought through, if I'm not understanding aspects of the presidency, if my strategy regarding the Justice Department won't work, if there's lots of things you can critique about what I said that would give you ammunition to conclude that in fact I either won't be or I shouldn't be. You say most people will not be able to see you as a serious candidate. If I were to launch a campaign right now, you'd be correct because, as I've indicated and you've ignored, in order to launch an effective campaign, I need higher visibility and more resources. If you launch a half-assed campaign, nobody's going to take you seriously, obviously. So at this point, Michael Smith, you are definitely a problem fetishist. You're not listening to anything I say, no matter how convincing it is. You're just going to yeah but. So that means you need to take a step back and think. My INFJ friend Corey said, with my lack of vision about what I was doing, I would never gain any subs on YouTube. Because NI doesn't understand just how good NE is at getting out of apparently dead ends. You don't respect the power of my intuition. I respect the power of NI, but I also know when it's fundamentally a limiting belief. It's holding you way back. So your NI sense that I couldn't possibly be a viable candidate isn't predicated on anything I've said here. It isn't predicated on any of my knowledge, policies, or anything else. It's predicated on your impression of me as a slacker who makes YouTube videos. Right? So the problem with that is it's easy for me to change my affect. Put on a little bit of fancy clothes, talk a little bit more clearly, put on a hat. All of a sudden, I'm a fancy guy that everybody calls sir and offers respect in the world. It's amazing what a little bit of dressing up will do. So, I'm not, when running for president, going to be this person that you're seeing in front of you, just slacking around, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, when I'm running for president, my attentions are going to be on campaigning for president, and I'm going to campaign for president in a presidential fashion. But you think you know me and my pattern, and that I'm unable to evolve or adapt from that pattern. That's the limitation of NI. You don't respect the power of NE. Well, because Michael Smith, right now, I am a slacker who makes YouTube videos. When I'm running for president, I will be a what? A what? So, the way I behave here as a YouTuber is different than how I behaved when I was the director of Kudos College of Youth Leadership and the head coach of the debate program and all that kind of stuff. When I was a bigwig professional, I dressed nicely. I carried myself with a lot more formality. I didn't. People didn't read me as a bohemian in any sense. They read me as a rather stern and scary, but extraordinarily competent and correct debate coach. So, obviously, this for me is my playtime. And you're getting to see me in playtime. But if you are under the mistaken impression that in cutthroat environments of professional competition that I'm not up to the task, that I'm a slacker, then you don't know anything about me. I was the director of the most successful, the program architect, director, and head coach of the most successful middle school debate program in the country, having won multiple national championships, multiple schools of excellence, and in both debate and speech and overall, And nobody in the world during that period of time would ever have called me a slacker. I worked 60-hour weeks at least. I was in charge of everything at that fucking place. I opened a branch in Shanghai. You know, I opened a branch in Walnut, a branch in Irvine, and a branch in Shanghai. I was responsible for all the hiring. I made all the curriculum. I made sure all the curriculum got to all the right teachers and all the right locations on all the right days. So, well, I disagree, Michael Smith, because you assume that that's the end of the discussion. Somebody shows an ad misrepresenting me, and that's the end of the discussion. I'm a believer in the truth, though. And I'm a believer in my ability to respond to shit and be convincing. So if somebody wants to misrepresent me, I will say, here's a good reason not to vote for this guy. He's a fucking liar. This is not what this means at all. He took this totally out of context. Here's the thing in the whole context. And the point is this. He wanted you to condemn me. He's trying to trick all of you. He thinks you're fucking morons. But if we look at this together, we realize that he was lying to us all. That's powerful. That's much more powerful than you imagine. I am somebody who turns. You're imagining a world where I rebut. If I rebutted, I'd be playing defense. I always turn. Whatever offense the opponent directs at me turns out to be my offense against them. That's how to be effective in discourse. You underestimate my power discursively. You underestimate the power of words to meaningfully change things. You underestimate the power of being the best to actually matter. You underestimate the reality of an egalitarian society where an actual individual citizen can decide to become president, and if he is qualified and smart and wise and patriotic, that he might actually have a chance to become president. So, you got a lot of problems. You got a lot of problems with your paradigm. It's a very anti-American paradigm. If you believe in America, you should believe in my candidacy. Michael Smith, if you genuinely think I should not be president, then you probably won't ever you probably won't ever get past your groupist thing, I guess. Because, of course, the reason I'm giving this long-winded argument to convince you is because I'm not on the campaign trail. I'm doing pre-campaign work. I'm dealing with the thing I've dealt with a million times before, which is the facts point to one thing very clearly. I'm extremely well qualified. And yet I get a lot of pushback from people either because they're too committed to their team or because they don't believe that a regular guy could ever become president. Well, that's why everything's fucked up, right? That's why everything's fucked up. Because if I can't convince you, an American who seems genuinely interested in the well-being of the country and in politics, to vote for me, because I gave you too many good reasons, we are truly in trouble. I'm not working on a concise campaign speech right now. I'm talking to you as a human being and a voter and trying to see if you are able and willing to hear what I'm saying. The fact that I'm continuing to talk about it probably links to the fact that you're not responding to what I'm saying, so I'm guessing maybe you haven't understood it yet or you haven't heard it yet. After all, I don't have to worry about a whole town hall full of people. I'm not on the campaign trail yet. I'm still doing even more grassroots level work than that. I'm saying even this guy, who at this point clearly hates me because I don't like Trump enough, should, after hearing the many powerful reasons why, in fact, his initial misconception that I wasn't qualified is wrong, and for him to then, after I've done the work he essentially asked me to do, to invalidate that work because I did it, is one of the most disingenuous arguments I've ever heard. And then Michael Smith, again, if in fact, as a voter, you would never vote for me, you'd vote for Joe Biden, then you are placing your dislike of me above the well-being of America. We both know Joe Biden has dementia and is not qualified to run a country grocery store. You've not articulated anything bad you'd think I do as president, right? You're not saying, if you were President, Eric, these bad things would happen because your policies are bad, your understandings are bad. No, you didn't ask for a long-winded argument. You failed to understand my short-winded argument, so I offered you more information to help you understand better. What you'd like me to do is to stop proving you wrong and move on to something else, because you're attached to not losing this exchange at this point. So, yeah, it's like, if what you're saying, Michael Smith, is you know what you know, and a concise argument for me that's convincing won't convince you, and if I provide more argumentation that's convincing, it still won't convince you, then you don't know what you know. You just know what you want. I don't need your go-ahead. That's a foregone conclusion. I definitely am doing it. And until I begin this thing, I will continue to crush bullshit negativity like that. This is fucking America. I'm a regular guy like you, Winston's mom, Rain, whoever else, right? And in this great country, if I'm smart, capable, competent, and patriotic, and a statesman, even though I'm a regular guy, I'm supposed to be able to become president. Okay. Klaus, please don't go in circles. I did start and make an effort to get going before already, but I realized fairly quickly I was running into some serious walls. That I need two things before I can launch a serious campaign. I need at least $100,000, and ideally I need a bigger visibility. So maybe 50,000 or 100,000 subs. Now at that point, I can hire a campaign team that can set up the fundraising protocols and practices that will bring in campaign donations that will eventually pay me back my $100,000. And then I can, and what I want to do is, I don't want to spend campaign donations on a shit ton of ads, although there will be some. I want to travel around the country and meet with as many people as I can, and have as many talks in front of as many people as I can, and answer their questions as many as I can. So it's like, the thing is, Michael Smith, I'm planning on spending the first $100,000 is spending my own money. I'm not planning on asking anybody for funding for that, right? And once I hire a campaign team that has a fundraising component to it, then that fundraising task will be delegated to them. The idea that I won't be able to raise any funds is crazy, right? Because we've had vastly worse candidates than me raise substantial amounts of funds. So there's zero reason to think I wouldn't be able to do that with a campaign team directed towards it. No, that's not true, Michael Smith. It's not the case that in good conscience you can't do it. You say you would rather be my cheerleader. I don't necessarily want you to be my cheerleader. I'm just saying, don't hate America, right? I am the promise of America. A regular guy with regular jobs his whole life, living at his dad's house now, but who gets everything, who understands it all, who's genuinely patriotic enough to want to do his duty to serve, and whom you can establish very clearly is going to be both decisive, non-impulsive, discursively reparative, creative in his approaches to executing the duties of the presidency, massively more effective in accomplishing real change by a case law than he ever would be via the legislature, has a clear-cut and very logical foreign policy that is not a pussy foreign policy, while at the same time is totally disinterested in unnecessary hawkishness or blowing up people that is where it's not a direct response to aggression. And despite all of that stuff, you can't in good conscience be my cheerleader even? Is any other presidential candidate going to give this much attention to selling you on the idea that he's worth your vote? Is anybody else ever going to give you this many good reasons to vote for him? Oh yeah, I have zero belief that you're trying to help me. Zero. You're definitely trying to shit on me. If you were trying to help me, maybe you'd be out trying to get an interview for me with a media outlet about this subject. That would be helpful. Can you hook me up with an interview with somebody? I miss DMT air too. I mean, it's sad how jaded the American population is. I've had so many people tell me there's no way you can become president unless you're in some secret in group of power. There's no way you can become president unless you're super rich and famous already. There's no way you can become president. But that's not the American way. You know? That's not the American way. We are a egalitarian country of equals. Michael Smith, I would never negate you if you said you could and were going to become president. Because I understand that what I'd really be negating is the notion that we have any power. Klaus, what I've said is I'm the most qualified and the only truly qualified. There are other people out there who are qualified, but they're not as qualified as I am. And there may emerge somebody who is as qualified as I am, maybe even more. At which case, I can set this whole thing aside. I don't need to do it anymore. There's somebody who's capable of doing it besides me. Fantastic. I've yet to encounter that person. I don't believe that person exists. But if they do, fantastic. I don't want the job. I've got lots of other things to do. I want to be a rock star, frankly. I want to play like stadium shows and shit. This is an act of patriotic self-sacrifice on my part. And every American should respect my belief in what it's supposed to be. I mean, the thing is, Michael Smith, Trump was out of the box in terms of his affect and his anti-intellectualism, right? His anti-intellectualism is not technically typical of most politicians who at least pay lip service to intellectualism. So in that regard, he's out of the box. But what I'm talking about is policy, right? So the policy specifics I've articulated, some of them, I'm out of the box because, like, let's see if you've been listening at all, Michael Smith. What's one of the ways in which I'm genuinely out of the box? And an important way that Trump never was out of the box. Never could even dream of being out of the box. No, I'm saying out. You mentioned this out of the box thing, right? And I'm checking to see if you're listening and understanding. So I've given you multiple instances of very out of the box and incredibly insightful and powerful approaches. Can you name one of them? If not, then you're not engaging honestly with me. There was no lecture to you about entertaining unpopular positions or predictions. I don't care which positions or predictions you entertain. That's not the question I'm asking you, right? I'm saying, no. You mentioned that let me go back and say this because this is where the rubber's going to meet the road. If you can answer this question, then you're honestly engaging with me. If you can't, then you're probably lying to yourself. So Michael Smith says it's not that you're so out of the box. Trump is out of the box. But I knew that he would win for sure because he has the other necessary qualities. Okay. So one thing that nobody could dispute is that in terms of policy and strategy towards the presidency, I am very out of the box in a very good and powerful way. Now, I've given you several examples of policy approaches that are very out of the box and very good ideas. Can you repeat back one of those to me so that I can ascertain that you're actually listening? And if you can't, then you're not listening and I'm done talking to you. Because no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you think I've got flaws, deficits, whatever, nobody can dispute that I presented several policy approaches that are both novel, powerful, effective, very insightful, and wow, hey, that's a good idea, Eric. Can you give me one of them? Can you repeat back to me one of the policy prescriptions? Okay, there's nothing out of the box about that, though, Michael Smith. That's a very middle of the road position. So I'm asking you to repeat back to me one of the out of the box policy prescriptions I provided that was unusually creative, insightful, and effective sounding, right? And a good example of how I'm out of the box where it matters in ways that are helpful. So can you give me one example of one of those policies? Because stopping drone strikes is very middle of the road. That's not out of the box at all. Right, that's why I've repeated this question several times. So I'll repeat it for a fourth time. Can you give me an example of one of the policy approaches or prescriptions that I've talked about that was truly out of the box and impressive? If you think none of them were, you're lying to yourself. And if you can't provide me, if you don't remember any of the examples, it means you're only listening to the parts you want to listen to that support your side. And then there's no point in talking to you anymore. Because, no fair person would say that I said nothing surprisingly insightful and good about what the president might do in this conversation. Nobody could fairly say that. So if you can't name one example where I was particularly insightful and creative and out of the box, that's a great idea, Eric, then you are not engaging honestly with me or not listening. I'll try not to rush you. I get that you have to type in your answers and stuff, but I want to make sure, I repeat the question up so you don't forget it, so you have ample time to decide whether you want to be honest or not. Okay. I articulated several different desirable strategies or policy prescriptions for a president to undertake. Can you name one of them? Is that clear? I actually didn't mention that one, Sky Gear, but that's another one of my very insightful realities and insightful descriptions of a very real thing that is a very real solution, which of course requires a great deal of knowledge. Why do we have the current homeless problem? The current homeless problem stems from a Supreme Court decision that made it illegal for localities to forcibly move homeless people from public spaces unless those localities produced adequate housing to put those people into. This was a disastrously bad decision by the Supreme Court because it puts the onus on the localities to provide housing, but those localities that do attract more homeless people. So the only way to meaningfully deal with this issue is to federalize it. We need to have a centralized homeless service providing center, what I call homeless town, but that's not a very nice name, but and put it out of the way of all the metropolitan areas. We can solve the homeless problem. We can take all the funds that are being wasted by localities, somehow redirect some of those towards this, and it won't be any net increase in cost. And it will solve the homeless problem. And it's not compulsory either. It's not mandatory. It's just that every city that has homeless people now will have programs to incentivize them to get on the bus to go to homeless town. It's not so easy to get out of homeless town, but they're not locked in there. It's just they've got to have the funds to transport themselves out or some other means that would suggest that once they leave homeless town, they won't just be homeless again. So the thing is, it'll provide all the mental services needed, it'll provide drug counseling, and it'll provide housing, and it'll also provide areas where homeless people who prefer not to be homeless can be homeless. No, it will solve the homeless problem from the perspective of metropolitan areas. Right now, Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles are being overrun by homeless camps, occupying public spaces throughout the city, and the localities are prohibited by the federal government from doing something about it. Now, if the federal government is going to prohibit the localities from enforcing vagrancy laws while adding a mandate that they build more housing and have that mandate be unfunded, then the only sensible solution is to federalize it. And if you don't think that's creative, out of the box, excellent political thinking, you're lying to yourself or me or everybody else. Yeah, so basically, Michael, I'm very disappointed because I've given multiple, not all long, some of them very short explanations as to how I will creatively, insightfully and better than any other candidate before me, address the office of the presidency, such as my claim about using the Justice Department to impact case law rather than working through the legislature. You could have mentioned that. Not long, short, easy, right? But you weren't listening. You don't care that what I'm saying is true. You don't want me to be right, and you don't like me. So that's where you need to step up and be an American man and say, this isn't about me. This is about what's best for the country. It's whereby.com/Eric Strauss. Or /autonomy. Either one. Well, American men have a long history of having to do the hard thing. So, the family's dog is sick, and the man's got to go outside and put it down. The man screwed up. He was wrong about a person. And he needed to come back and he needed to say, here's where I was wrong. Here's where you were right. And you know what? I'm sorry I was so stubborn about that. That's called being a man. Okay, well, yeah, you gave up, but you didn't ever answer my question, did you? So you didn't give up. You proved my point. You weren't listening and you don't care. Because I had at least 3 different things you could have said were truly innovative, insightful, and excellent solutions to real problems. And you couldn't think of or refuse to name any of them. Which means you don't want to do a fair analysis of things. I may not be perfect, but you'd have to admit that at least one of those things was a powerful policy prescription. So, since you refuse to articulate one of those, that means you don't want to have a political discussion, even on whereby. You just don't want my words to count. No. You have typed plenty of words, so many words so far explaining why you can't answer the question, that you could have answered the question 3 times. So that's a lie. I mean, if you've typed paragraphs of words explaining why you can't answer a simple question that would have required 1 sentence answer, then you're lying. Okay, so one of the innovative policies I said was to use the Justice Department to impact case law instead of going through the legislature. That's well under the character limit. Well under. Even if you had to express it very verbosely, you can continue your comment after you've run out of characters in the very next comment. So these lies are making me offended. I don't mind people disagreeing or whatever. I don't mind that at all. But don't lie. I don't like being lied to. If you're saying, at least S, that my homeless town thing is abusing federal powers, I would agree it's beyond the scope of federal authority, but so was that Supreme Court ruling that dictated to localities what they must do. And since that's the law of the land, we have to adjust accordingly. I agree with you, Elise asked, but when the Supreme Court made that ruling providing an unfunded mandate to localities, they compelled us as a nation to federalize the homelessness issue. No, I'm not interested in winning, Michael Smith. I'm interested in seeing if you are capable of being a grown-up. You have a possible answer to give, at least one, of something that you agree is a great policy prescription that's innovative, effective, and impressive. Now, all you need to do is name one of those so that you can prove that you're not irrationally opposed to me no matter what. You can do that easily in text, but you choose not to, which means you are not being honest. You don't have to debate me. You just need to answer the question I asked. Remember, you continue avoiding my words. I'm not asking you anything complicated. I'm not asking you to debate. I'm saying, are you willing to or able to articulate anything I said that you agree comprises good, innovative, creative, better than you've heard before, political agenda? If you can't or won't, don't try to say anything else like something like, I just think it's sad and delusional. Okay, I get that you don't like me and you want to insult me, but are you able to answer the question is the question. Or are you unable or unwilling to answer it? I mean, if he's being unaware if he doesn't understand the question still, but I've asked it multiple times and in very simple forms. No, I've explained specifically, Elise, actually the mechanics of that too, which you chose to ignore. The way it works is the president does something that's outrageously overreaching of his power and then directs his own Justice Department to challenge his own behavior in court. The Justice Department has special access to the courts. They're much more likely to get their cases heard, and especially if the Justice Department and the ACLU and a bunch of supporting briefs are all in agreement that I shouldn't have that power, and I don't want that power. I'm trying to get rid of that power from the president. Well, that's a super effective way to do it. And there's nothing abusive about it at all. I did clarify that. You weren't listening. I stated all of that. So, it's like, this is the thing. I continue to get pushback, and it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. To the point where it's just factually untrue statements. I mean, come on, people. Get on board. Acknowledge a statesman when you see him. Acknowledge somebody who truly understands public policy and the American democracy, who truly has good, innovative ideas, who truly is a moral person, and has all the requisite intellectual tools in place to be president. Acknowledge that. If you won't acknowledge that, then you're saying, basically, that politics is never about the truth or what's good for people or the country. It's always about your team and whether they win. No, at least I will not regret it if I shovel $100,000 into this and lose most of it and don't successfully win the presidency. I will have fulfilled my duty to make a serious effort to attain it. And that's what's so sad is like nobody here seems to think that's noble. Nobody here seems to understand what the role of a citizen in a citizen democracy is. Nobody here seems to understand that the country's not broken in half yet. It's still savable. No, they're not obligated to. That's why I phrase it as following. If, Michael Smith, you are unwilling to answer the question I asked, then you are demonstrating an unwillingness to engage in dialectic. So there's no point in talking to you any further. In other words, you're not interested in having a real conversation. You're interested in negating me no matter what. Well, I am realistic and have some reservations. In other words, as I've indicated, I'm aware of the fact that I need to meet certain bare levels of empoweredness before I can launch a real campaign. So I've acknowledged that, right? I've acknowledged that I might not win the campaign. I might not win the presidency, right? But what I'm saying is I'm going to run a real campaign, and I, for one, still believe in America enough that I believe the obvious superiority and truth of what I'm saying ought to be sufficient to win over voters. I believe that there are enough real patriots in the country who aren't consumed by whether they like me, but are actually considering what's best for the country. I mean, what you guys are saying is, in this conversation here, if this were my campaign speech, it wouldn't play well. You're right. Because this is not me trying to FE you, okay? I'm trying to say, please, do you have the capacity to be honest and set your feelings aside for a moment? And help us all to work towards a smart America. You know? It's more important than that you don't like me. If a group offered you and offered support, would you say yes, or is that groupist? No, I mean, the thing is, I will do nothing but articulate all my positions on everything to everybody. And any donor who thinks my positions align with their own should donate money to me. Every donor who donates money to me should know that when they donate money to me, I interpret that as you're donating money to me because you believe I'm the best person to make all those decisions. And that you do not believe that donating money to me gives you any influence over me. Because the fuck it will, ever. You could give me $1 billion, walk into my office the next day, and I'd be like, oh, did you think you get special privileges or something? I'm a public servant, you fuck. You want me to have you arrested for bribery? No, Michael Smith, this whole chat, I'm not trying to win over voters here. This is what I would call an attempt to break through with a couple of specific individuals what I see as a wall that prevents them from being honest in their decision making. And what you're saying is, yeah, but Eric, if you want me to side with you, you're going to have to be more likable and stop correcting me. Well, right now, I'm not trying to win voters exactly. I'm trying to break through for you two guys so that you can understand things better. I mean, at least as I may be shit on a lot, I will not be humbled. Because to be humbled means somebody else schools me, right? That's not going to happen. People may shit on me and hate me for being arrogant. I may get shit tons of critiques like the ones you're giving here. But, But what won't happen is that I will get schooled. No, campaigning will not humble me. You seem to think I've got different expectations than I do. I will see how hard it is. You're right. I mean, and the thing is, knowing how hard it is, that's why you make sure you've got your campaign team put in place and their respective jobs set up in advance. So you've got to have your fundraising protocol set up in advance. And most importantly, you've got to have your scheduling booking person set up in advance because there's going to be a lot of travel, right? And you've got to have a booking person who knows how, has experience with campaigns, to put together groups of people at colleges and stuff to listen to you talk. This is not unfeasible. I'm not pitching anything that requires any magic. And, well, Michael Smith, I'm not debating another presidential candidate right now. I'm not debating even policy. I'm saying to you, this is a chance for you to step up, to become a better person, to answer the question I asked, to show that you can be fair. Will you take advantage of that chance? This is not me talking to voters. This is me helping you. Yeah, and as Klaus says, if I get on a debate stage, I've already won. Then the election is in my pocket. Because even if people don't like me after the debate, they're going to not respect any of the other candidates. And people are more likely to vote for somebody they don't like than somebody they don't respect. I mean, Elise, again, I just articulated to you what the actual steps would be to take to enable me to functionally campaign. Namely, if I have a team of people in place who are professionals at fundraising and booking engagements, and I leave the agenda to the hands of these people, these professionals, then I will successfully run a grassroots campaign. Will it be a successful campaign that produces me as president? I don't know. But I do know this. I'll get to talk to a lot of people. If you think that's going to be a grind on me, if you think I can't handle getting questioned, you think I can't handle being put under pressure by people who disagree with me, you don't know me at all. I'm unflappable about these things because I'm so knowledgeable. I'm so much more knowledgeable than you will ever be about politics that it doesn't matter who's trying to question me or trap me or whatever. I will make them look ridiculous. Well, right now I'm not trying, again, Elise S., I'm not campaigning right now. Right now I'm arguing with you and Michael. Because I'm a person, you two are people, you two are shitting on me, and you're wrong, and you refuse to answer my questions, and so I'm mad at you. So this is a learning opportunity for you. If you don't like the way being shit on in this fashion feels, next time, be more honest in your discourse. This is not about campaigning. This is about managing and talking with famous people chat, right? Well, the thing is, Michael Smith, I agree that your arguments don't matter because you keep ignoring all the simple realities. That's why you won't answer my question. You will not answer a question that acknowledges that anything I said made sense, or which thing I said made sense. You won't acknowledge which thing you have to admit is a very impressive policy prescription. You won't answer the question. So that means you aren't honestly engaging with me about the topic. And, I don't, frankly, I don't want to win over liars. Liars are never going to be on my team. Who's my opponent? I can't pretend to be in a debate by myself. I don't think it's going to play bad necessarily. I don't think it's going to play badly necessarily. And here's why, Elise S. Just yesterday, or the day before, I put up a video taking Melissa Talks to task, condemning her for her bad video, and it has, despite the fact that I'm chewing someone out, the highest like percentage ratio in the last multiple months, maybe longer. I've got nearly 10% likes on that video, only 6 dislikes, 81 likes, 6 dislikes, and it's more well liked than my much more peaceable videos. So if you think that somebody who's correct and civilly taking somebody else to task doesn't play well, well, maybe it doesn't play well with idiots, but it plays great with people who can think. And Christopher Hitchens' great quote there, time spent arguing, oddly enough, is almost never wasted. Because even though we're going to end this exchange, at least S isn't going to express anything that suggests, okay, you're right. Michael is not going to express anything that suggests, okay, you're right. But they're going to be much less wrong in approaching these sort of things in the future, because unavoidably, as they sleep on it and sit with it and stuff, they're going to come to terms with the fact that, yeah, they need a little more nuance, right? That, yeah, they are being reductive and partisan and ugly in their politics rather than honest. And whether they're going to embrace that fully or not, it's hard to say. But this conversation will influence them positively going forward. What do I need to prove, Michael? After all, I told you my plan. It's a very reasonable plan. It might cost me $100,000. It might not work, but I will definitely be able to go places, talk to groups, make my campaign speeches, right? There's no disputing that. Okay, so you need to warrant your claims and be honest, or eventually I'm going to time you out. This chat alone is not proof. I've articulated reasons why, which you've ignored. In other words, in this chat, I am not trying to win over voters. I am arguing with Michael and Elise, because this chat is not the campaign. Elise S., you've chosen to ignore my words for the last time as well. You get timed out too. I don't need you to agree with me. I need you to stop ignoring my words. My words count too, okay? When you pretend like I didn't say anything, and yet you continue to say things that I'm supposed to be able to read and understand, you are treating me as subhuman. And I won't tolerate that. You will get timed out for that shit. I treat you as human. I read what you say. I respond to it. You need to treat me as human too. When I ask you a question, answer it. Don't sidestep it. Don't bullshit. Answer it. Be honest. Be a good person. Ten ways. Great. This footage is a campaign. If I am at a point in my campaign how those clips have been dishonestly clipped, or that even though it sounds bad, I'm right, I'm in a great position. I've got a lot of attention directed to me by the media, and I've got opponents trying to take me down. So if that happens, 10 ways, that the vid footage gets used against me in the campaign, well, we can we can get rid of Elise and Michael's bullshit right away. I've already succeeded at that point, right? Because now I have a mic and control over the narrative. And I will definitely win that. The thing is, I've had a lot of people go through my videos actually, trying to collect clips of me saying awful things. You know what? They can't find any. I remember this narcissistic ENFJ Nick, some long time back, tried to pull some manipulative bullshit. I held him to account. I said, no, you need to sit here and answer my question. And like all accountability avoiders, he ran in terror rather than answering any of my questions. But where am I going with that? I was going somewhere with that. So yeah, look, bottom line is to have a very easy and civil conversation with me, all you need to do is be honest. So one way of being dishonest is when I ask you a question and you refuse to answer it and you come up with stupid excuses why you can't answer it. That's dishonest. And, lying to me is saying to me, you're not a human being, Eric. I expect my words to be believed even though they're not true, and I won't listen to your words even though they are true. I mean, I agree a lot of media coverage is necessary. And what one hopes, if a campaign goes well, and you got a good campaign management team, is that the fundraising platform, coinciding with the meeting with groups, generates a fair amount of revenue, so that you can make ultra compelling ads and not try to inundate markets, but instead of repeating the same message over and over again, make an ultra compelling ad that is very different than any other political ad, and make it shocking enough in its difference that it attracts attention. It attracts social media commentary. Like, I've never seen a political ad like that before. Like my ad would say something like, my name's Eric. I'd like you to vote for me for president because all the other candidates suck ass and I don't. Like, that would be a great ad to launch nationwide just with a limited budget to here, once. It's dramatic. It's true. It's a little bit of shock value. It's enough to get people talking, right? No, I haven't seen the Gary Chambers ads. The thing is, whatever anybody else does ad-wise, it's always a contrivance, right? Because what's lacking in every other candidate? I mean, I'd probably run a very limited amount of TV ads in a couple of major metropolitan areas. If they're shocking enough, they'll get media coverage. But these are the sort of details that you've got to that you've got to work on. Well, Michael Smith, again, you're ignoring the context in which I said this would be a good idea. If, in fact, I was having trouble getting media coverage, despite the fact that I was having grassroots success, then this is the approach I might take. Because it would be a necessary risk to take given those circumstances. But again, Michael, you're not interested in listening to me. So, and you still didn't answer my question, and you still aren't responding to anything I said. So I'm not proving you right. It's not a pitch, though. So you're misrepresenting it again, right? What I explained was, if I'm having trouble getting media coverage, despite the fact that I'm having success in a grassroots campaign, then I'd need to shake things up a little bit. It may not be a great pitch to the voters, but it is a good way to attract social media attention. You didn't listen to that. You didn't respond to that. You misrepresented my position. You're lying again, so you're off on timeout again. And one he smokes a blunt to make the point about the drug war, and another he sets a Confederate flag on fire. That's not a good way to be. That's the wrong way to do it, right? In that case, you're establishing I'm a staunch ideologue, right? And you're appealing to your ideologue group. My thing is an appeal to Americans. Maybe I make it a little bit kinder sounding, like this. The truth is, none of these other candidates will do a good job. And I swear to you, I will be the best president America has ever had. You don't know me, maybe? I have endless amounts of words for you to listen to. And most importantly, I'm a genuine patriot who cares about uniting this country and putting an end to the idiotic political divisiveness that has replaced our constitutional citizen democracy. You know? It's an appeal to Americans, not to a base. It's an appeal to America's higher standards, higher nobilities. It's an appeal to say, stop being children like Michael. Start being an adult who's able to meaningfully engage politically about what's best, not what's most likely. These messages need to be stated. If I can just, even if my campaign accomplishes only this, only that, getting those messages out there, changing the way that people talk about politics, I will have considered it a great success. If it cost me $100,000, it cost me $100,000. Now, when you hear these things, what I'm saying to you, if you are a caring, decent, honest person, you say, wow, Eric, that's great. That's fantastic. And you know what? Given the current crazy political climate, who knows? If you are dishonest and you lie and you hate me, then you will say something else. Because you prioritize your feelings of dislike towards me over what's good for America. That's just all there is to it. Now, I'm done talking about this because I don't like, it's so stupid, right? To be arguing about whether I have what it takes to become president. What needs to be agreed upon first is that I definitely should become president. So when I'm battling outside the city gates here against people who are irrationally opposing what I'm saying because of how I'm saying it, because they don't like me, and refusing to address whether I should be president, and instead addressing only whether I am going to be able to be president, then they are shitting on the processes and nobility of the American democracy. I'm a regular guy. I only need to raise $5,000 to become an official presidential candidate. I only need to gather together maybe $100,000 in resources to hire a team. This is not a pipe dream. right? Very, very plausible. My states' rights position? I mean, my position is that by and large, the federal government has overreached and taken onto itself many of the roles that ought to be left to the states. However, I'm not going in there trying to be a revolutionary. I'm going to pick and choose my battles. So there are lots of entrenched interpretations in case law that are going to be hard to unravel. Remember, most of how law plays out is determined by how it's interpreted in case law, not by what it actually says. And that's how come we have things like the Civil Rights Act of 1864 that in which the Supreme Court interpreted the law that said any public servant who violates your right is subject to a civil suit to mean any public servant who violates your rights is subject to a civil suit except judges, prosecutors, and cops. Now, that's not what the law said. That's not an interpretation of the law that makes any sense at all. That's just rewriting it entirely, right? But it's also an area that's got too much precedent behind it for me to meaningfully address. And too many distinct, disparate points of precedent. So there's not a single bullet you can use legally to get the interpretation overturned. So I'm both brilliant in my tactics about how I'm going to do shit, and also very smart about understanding that you can only get a certain amount of things done and you have to pick your battles. I'm not an ideologue, I'm a pragmatist, and yet I'm extremely principled. I'm everything you want in a president. And there's nothing more complicated than that, really. What's the point of assuming a new persona and engage in the same debate with host Eric? Someone FE data output this illogical approach. Show, don't tell. Show what? I mean, right now I'm telling you all the information you need to know about how I will run my presidency, what my principles are, why I think a grassroots campaign would be worth it even if I didn't win, what messages need to be disseminated, what good citizen democracy looks like, how citizens participating in such citizen democracy behave, how they respond to things like what I'm saying, and what it looks like when somebody's fundamentally dishonest and refuses to be adult in his discussion about the words being said, and instead is fixated on his own feelings about the tone. I mean, Michael Smith, I don't see it as dumbing it down. I acknowledge that I am best served when I'm maximally able to attain concision and clarity. So I want to express these powerful arguments in simple words that everyone can understand. I'm not doing it so much here, and I probably won't, because this is a smart audience. People here generally can understand what I'm talking about, even if I'm using big words. But if I'm talking to a group of people, I'm going to be making the same points, but I'm going to be making them in much simpler terms, and I'm going to probably be writing those speeches out ahead of time, or at least bullet pointing them, instead of just freestyling what I'm talking about. One thing that won't be in any of these speeches is a lot of I words. People don't like it when somebody self-aggrandizes. So instead what I will say is I'll phrase those same things, but I'll talk about, instead of I've got this genius policy, I will simply say a vote for me is a vote for a powerfully creative, innovative, solvency-oriented, and effective platform. You know, maybe that people find me less arrogant that way. The problem is this, though, right? I mean, the basic problem is this. It's appropriate for me to get angry at people who won't listen to stuff they need to listen to before having a political position. It's frustrating talking to people who won't listen to the words I'm saying and respond on point or consider them on their merits. In that case, it's not possible to be simple or concise enough because they're determined not to hear you. I will encounter such people in my dealings with the world. That's just how it is. But even in those cases, I can use my knowledge of cognitive functions to attempt to bridge the gap. So while I can't tell what type people are in the chat, if I'm shaking hands and stuff, and I'm getting what's obviously a fear-based FI kind of pushback, what I would say to them is, I will, as Commander-in-Chief, protect you and every American. And your security and safety is my number one priority. And you can rest absolutely assured that none of my policies will carelessly put any Americans in danger. I say something like that because it's clearly they're coming at me with an FI fear-based objection, right? You got to particularize these things. What people who are NI types often don't get is that many of the best and most significant and determinate truths that NI provide are truths that they provide about particulars that you have to experience first before those truths can be effective. So I can effectively deal with an individual who's providing me certain kinds of pushback in real life in ways that are more charming, endearing, inclusive than I can here. The reason is I can't see you people, and so I, even less than normal, care about your feelings. But when I'm dealing with people in the actual world, I really like to be liked and friendly and to find common ground with people and to not have conflicts. And I'm a great believer in my ability to communicate past people's suspicion, doubt, etc. I've had so many experiences in typing sessions where some clients come in very adversarial right away, and I can read it, and I change the approach, my tone and stuff. I alter the order of questions I ask until I get them comfortable. I can read that too. It's not something I do in other contexts particularly, but it's something I certainly can do and will do when meeting real life with people. I like to be popular among people. I like to be liked. I don't like to argue with people. I don't like to fight with people. I'm glad that we're getting some of these fights out of the way ahead of time. So it's like, I'm hoping that Michael will walk away from this understanding that the future hasn't happened yet, and past results are no guarantee of future performance. So it may be the case that few P types have been president before. That's not a reason to think I won't be president. And he said, do you know why so few have held political office? Well, first of all, I'm not convinced that's true, but I'm interested in hearing your answer. I mean, certainly Thomas Jefferson was a P, INGP. And he did more meaningful work for the country than just about any other president by writing the Constitution and the Louisiana Purchase. This is the thing. I think the other thing I think people underestimate. I think people underestimate the average American human person's ability to read me. If you read me correctly, you can see that I've got a level of honesty, commitment, and real personhood underneath the massively robust competencies. And that's what other candidates lack, right? People think, Eric, your vulnerabilities are vulnerabilities. My vulnerabilities are strengths. Because I'm so good at projecting competence, when I reveal the vulnerability that I have, which I do frequently, it's quite powerful. When I'm giving speeches about my presidential campaign, I know in multiple occasions I will be unable to not tear up because I'm a genuine patriot. Patriotic shit makes me cry, you know? I remember I was driving in the car one day. I heard this news report about a shooting in Dallas, and I heard that they interviewed a Dallas police officer, and the officer said, "We've got to get all these civilians out of here." And I burst into tears. I burst into tears because I love America. Not because people were shot. Not because the cops saved the day. Why did I burst into tears? Michael Smith, when it comes to typing presidents and stuff, if you and I are in disagreement, it's very, very much more likely that you're wrong than me. And obviously that's true. So please try to reduce the amount of lying at least. So the thing is, when I heard that radio thing, I burst into tears. Why did I burst into tears hearing that radio thing? Not because people were shot. Not because there were first responders there. Right? It's because the cop referred to his fellow citizens as civilians. Which is the most anti-American thing he could have done. Our law enforcement professionals are our fellow citizens. This is not a war zone. They are not an army, and we are not civilians. Well, Michael Smith, the good news is I'm not going to have people like you on my cabinet that I need to time out, right? I'm going to have smart people who are interested in actually addressing shit and being good and solving things and not necessarily being perfect, but who aren't problem fetishists. I could pick somebody for my cabinet who spends all of his time telling me how, no, that won't work because, rather than trying to help it work. But that would be stupid of me, right? Nobody needs that person. Nobody needs the problem admirer who just, but here's another reason why it won't work. And is never convinced by anything, Obviously, I won't include you in the discussions because you're not useful because you just shit on everything. At least we are not debating, okay? I am correcting you. You don't have a position. Neither does Michael. You guys just say stupid ass shit that don't even qualify as claims. This is not a debate. You need to grow from here to here for me to debate you. You'd have to have all of these skills first that you don't have. This is not a debate. Debate are between two people who are qualified to debate. This is me correcting you. I was a crybaby in that story because I love America and the decaying norm by which our law enforcement professionals or our fellow citizens, corresponding with an increasing militarization of the police, in which they now view us as civilians and them as some sort of occupying force, made me cry because I love America. That doesn't make me a crybaby who's degrading himself. It makes me somebody who understands the significance of civics in a way you never will. And I'm certainly not degrading myself. And when now as you're devolving to this, you're simply becoming hateful. You're not responding to anything I'm saying. When I share with you a vulnerability that would appeal to any honest voter, to see that I'm genuinely moved by the state of the country. I cry at Supreme Court decisions and stuff. When the Supreme Court upholds a good principle, it makes me cry. Because I believe in it, you know? I was raised to believe in it. My dad was in the military, and I was raised to stand and salute and the flag and to respect that we live in the greatest country in the world because we have institutions that protect our rights, and we have accountability forums that allow the truth to win over hate and spite. This isn't one of them. In other words, there's no judge at the end who's going to say, yeah, Eric's been right this whole time. And Elise and Michael have been displaying hate and spite and increasing frustration because if they answer any of his questions, they're going to look foolish. And if they don't answer any of his questions, they're going to look foolish. And, you know, I can't do anything about that, right? All I can do is my best to correct you and hope you listen. If you won't listen, then I can't do anything for you, you know? I can't convince you of anything unless you hear my words, try to understand what they mean, and think about them on their merits. I mean, Michael Smith, again, the unwarranted claim, right? I provided you ample warrants for why I'm both capable and fit. You've ignored them all, contradicted it without a warrant. Again, you're lying, therefore. You know what I said, but you ignored it because you're trying to treat me as subhuman. Note, I don't ignore what you say. I respond to it. But you ignore what I say, you won't answer my questions, and you just make increasingly hateful statements. So you're once again on timeout. Right. And the thing is, I have justified my confidence amply because I've stated both the limited goal, the very viable mechanism by which I can attain that goal, and the acknowledgement that I might not win, but that if I do a good job of campaigning, I can make a significant impact on improving discourse in the country. So if you're going to negate that, you are roiling in hatred because there's nothing unrealistic, unfeasible, or pipe dreamy, or anything about that. And if you genuinely don't think my analysis on public policy is good, I mean, it's not possible for you to genuinely think my analysis on public policy isn't good. It's not possible because it's so good that the only explanation is that you're lying about it. Oh, yeah. Hello. These guys have frustrated me. It's like I work so hard to give them the tools they need to understand better. I give them a specific course of action by which they can show that they want to be honest. You just need to answer one question honestly, you know? And they refuse, because they don't they don't have enough common decency to treat me like a human being, even though they insist I treat them like human beings. What it means to warrant something is to give a justification for it. So, an argument is made of a claim, a warrant, and an impact, such as you should eat more oranges because they're high in vitamin C, and that will improve your health. Claim, warrant, impact. At least the nice thing is, we can toss aside manners concerns. What we're trying to do is determine what's correct, and manners aren't useful in determining that. Well, but my example clarified. So, in other words, it's the justification part of the three parts of an argument. The claim, which is you should eat more oranges. The warrant, which is it has a lot of vitamin C. And the impact that it's good for you. So we could say you should eat a lot of oranges, is the claim. The warrant is they have a lot of fiber that helps you poop, and therefore they're good for you as an impact. In that case, you've got the same claim and impact, but a different warrant. I didn't ban him, I timed him out. Yeah, what I mean by the operational value is it looks to other people like it's your absolute value. It looks to other people like it's a big absolute value. And when people won't engage with you in ways that allow you to use your tool function to make any progress, then you condemn them for operating under the wrong framework. So in that regard, your operational value acts like an absolute value when dealing with the external world. But that's not what makes something an absolute value or instrumental. It's whether when you get home you do it for fun. And so it's like at home, I don't care about TI at all. Rachel could say the most crazy, contradictory nonsense in the world, and I would just say, "That sounds great. I love you so much." That's all I would say. I did not ban him. I timed him out. He should be back in a minute or two. Or maybe he went away. Maybe he got tired of being timed out. I don't know. Yeah, I just timed him out. What thing from months ago? What am I bringing up from months ago? Or are you talking to somebody else? I see. Here is your country. Cherish these natural wonders. Cherish the natural resources. Cherish the history and romance as a sacred heritage for your children and your children's children. Do not let selfish men or greedy interests skin your country, its beauty, its riches, or its romance. I am not a selfish man. I have no greedy interests. You might say I am delusionally confident in my own abilities. You might try to make that argument. The problem is, if you were to test those abilities to see if they are actually delusionally held, you would discover there's no delusion there. But Michael Smith, Again, another lie. I explained to you specifically you were being timed out for lying, not for telling the truth. And I warranted it. Why are you lying? Because you're pretending not to hear what I say and responding as though I didn't say it in a very deceptive and misleading fashion. So then when you come back from timeout and say you got timed out for telling the truth, you're lying again. You know you're lying because I expressly told you why you got timed out, and it wasn't for telling the truth. So yeah, you're going to have to be honest or you're going to keep being timed out. No lies. I don't like being lied to. So please stop lying to me. He lied again. I'm not going to sit here and have him put lie after lie and treat it as though it's tolerable. He knows very well why he got timed out. It was for lying. When he came back and said he got timed out for telling the truth, he was doubling down on that lie. I don't think Michael Smith is. In fact, last night I loved Michael Smith. Michael Smith was my favorite person in the world because Michael Smith liked my music and was affirming me about it. And I thought, wow, this guy is fantastic. And I will again when we have a topic of common ground where I'm not mad at him, you know? But at the moment I'm mad at him because he's not being honest. Well, right, but if they're on the stage and they're liars, that's much easier to deal with, right? Because I can walk right up to them, look them right in the eye, and say, "Sir, you are a liar. I require you to establish that what you just said is true. If you cannot establish it, retract it, you scumbag." And it's a lot more powerful when you're right in their face. She's not busting my dreams. She's just being a hater, you know. if my dreams could be busted by haters, I would long since have crawled into some cave, you know. Request. When Michael Smith returns, will you only speak to him in freestyle rap? Request granted. Request granted. No, right. I get that, Elisa. You're certainly entitled to your point of view, and that doesn't expressing one's point of view doesn't make one a hater. That's not why I concluded you were a hater. It's because the reason you act like a hater is because you acted as though only your point of view needed to be heard and you didn't need to listen to mine. In other words, you treated me like a subhuman, whereas I treated you like a human. And, you know, obviously, that's not cool. I'm human too. That means if I'm going to listen to your words and respond to them, you need to do what? You need to reciprocate and listen to my words and respond to them. But since you didn't, then, well, you get yelled at. Because you're being fundamentally bad person by dehumanizing me in that fashion. I don't want to be dehumanized. My words mean things too. Not just yours, you know. I do you the service of responding. Do me the equivalent service, please. There's not too much to ask, right? That if you're going to expect your words to be taken seriously, that you should expect yourself to take the other person's words seriously too. kick. I got kicked a lot better. Michael Smith got timed out before I had a chance to freestyle rap at him. Well, I appreciate your diligence, Michael Smith, waiting through all these timeouts so that you can continue the lesson. Now listen here, Elise S. My skin is really thick. Uh-oh, there's no beat coming through that audio channel, dick. You're being a dick. Not directing it through the right audio channel. There we go. Okay, let's start over now. Elise S. My skin is as tough as the best tough stuff, like Kevlar. Enough stuff tough that it could stop a bullet or two. That's how tough my skin is. How about you? After all, I've lived through a shit ton of these kind of stupid battles with stupid people stupidly saying stupid things to me, and yet here I am still correct and filling the role of that who he corrects those who are wrong. Like you and Tom and what's his name who's time out now because he keeps being wrong. I don't want to time you out. I don't want to contain you or stop you from expressing what your name is or who you think is best or who you think is worst. Your opinions about me too, you're fine. I don't have an ego to be burst. It's fine. You don't have to agree that I'm the best person in line for presidency if you don't want to. But you can't lie. You can't lie. And you see, when I say things, I expect them to be heard and responded to, just as I hear and respond to the things that you say. So go ahead and play. You can have whatever opinions you want now. But when I say a response to that opinion is determinate, don't ignore it or I'll put you in a sconce now. What's a sconce? It's a thing that's up above the ceiling, the floor, but it's on the wall, but it's near the ceiling, like a little extra shelf going round, really good feeling. It's a sconce. Yeah, let's put sconces in our house. Why can't you lie in a free society? You can lie in a free society, but you can't lie to my unless I am going to time you out because I don't like being lied to. I'm not saying they don't have the right to lie. I'm saying I have the right to say you're lying, so die. And I do. And that's true. And good and fun and just and true. Yes, Eric's good and fun and just and true and right. Michael, not so much. He likes to start a fight, but he has no ammunition, just unwarranted claims. And so, Michael, I gotta say that's very, very lame. You need to do a better job both of thinking and supporting the person who is most likely to provide support for good thinking people and good policies, not divided by partisan childrenishness. See, no, I'm a philosopher king, you might say. My arrogance, I know, rings most egregious today, but the fact is, you've not answered anything that I said. So I've no reason to think nothing that I said was untrue. This is how it works, you see. I make a claim. If you want to dispute it, you answer to it. Say, hey, here's my AT to your first claim, Eric. And then I can respond to it and say, no, here's an AT to your rebuttal there, G. But you could still come back and AT it. And that's how a exchange of ideas works, you tit. Instead, this is how it went this time. I made an affirmation. You said, nah. That's not an argument. That's just a bah. Or from a sheep thinking kind of person. Yeah. You can't argue like that, you idiot. You see, I make a point. You restate my point. You respond to my point with your answer. And if it's a powerful answer, then I go, oh damn, I better respond to that answer. And then I answer your answer, and it's no longer standing, cause my answer to your answer is now standing on the floor until you respond one more time. In the fourth step of the argument chain, you say no. But the problem here is only one of the two of us is doing his work. I'm making my affirmation with its warranted impact and its claim. But you jerk, you're not doing anything remotely the same. You're just saying, nah, bro, because I don't feel it. That's not an argument. That's not a way to think. That's a way to lose yourself in a big bottle of drink. And the drink is a substance called don't know how to think. It will remove from you any accuracy, yeah. If you want to think well, or if you want to be right, or if you just don't want to be fighting me all the time over stupid ass shit that you don't know anything about, then perhaps you should consider, maybe doubting your own certainty. After all, my arguments are so much better than the ones that you presented me, so shouldn't you adopt them? Replace your own with ones I'm making because they're so much better? It's like moving from Nome to someplace in the contiguous United States where it's warmer, which is preferable. You don't have to take a dog sled everywhere. Well, sure you should. If you want to be right, you could. You could choose, instead of being proud, to listen and learn, and then you could be proud with other people, not me, when you repeat what I say to them, see? And they go, oh, god damn, you're smart. You could do it that way. That would be a better approach to this art, right? After all, I'm giving you nothing but fucking gold. All you gotta do is cop it, make it your own, and all of a sudden you're a genius too. Instead, you want to poo on me, of all people. Like I deserve a cheese. I'm the one who's saying the truth. I'm the one who's putting the time in to make efforts to fix the country, care about things, discourse and whatnot. You're doing what? Shitting on my face? That's not useful. That's not patriotic. That's just you being a dick. So please go away and don't forget to put out your candle wick. I don't want any fires left here from your candles. You're burning your magical seance spell, trying to get me to go to hell without any justifications at all. Well, no. 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 Okay, so let's remember what's been said today. It's all of our responsibilities to put away our subjective feelings and our wishes and our hates, and to listen to Eric and acknowledge that he's great. Say, Eric's draft president one of these days. 2024, 25, 6, 7, 8. One of these times he's gonna win the race. Let's all embrace this as desirable and possible, most likely in fact to end up in first place. Because why? It's the best desirable outcome, so why would we oppose it? Even if we have some doubts about its likelihood to accomplish the ultimate goal, surely we can see that the medium goal is totally feasible, easily feasible, believably believable, and absolutely unbeatable. So why would you want to oppose such a thing? Is it because you're dumb? No, I don't really think. Is it because you actually think I'd be a bad president? No, that's not why either. I'm not going to give you that present. Is it because you think you know well what one should do as the country's leader more than I could ever do? No, that's not why either. That's not why you oppose what I'm saying. Instead, it's something much more simple. I'll get to it right now and say what it is, okay? So, you find me arrogant and want to shit on my face. And every time I prove I'm right more, you just want to shit on my face more because you see it as more arrogance. Even though my responses are prompted by your unwarranted doubts, unwarranted critiques, unwarranted shitting, even though I'm just defending, it doesn't matter. You see whatever I say as self-aggrandizing, arrogant, conceited, and out of the way. Well, too bad. I mean, remember, you brought it on yourself with your bullshit. I don't like to act like this, but I won't let you lie. You brought it on yourself with your stupid fucking bullshit. I don't like to act like this, but I won't let you lie. When liars come and lie to me with their stupid fucking lies, I look them in the stupid fucking eyes and I fuck their fucking face. Take that, I say. You like the taste? That's my penis, deep in your throat. Go ahead, joke. Oh wait, you can't talk quite. Maybe choke instead, right? You'll like it, I bet. It's the best thing you've ever had, Ed. Now that's a diss track, right? And I just freestyle. It's a much better diss track than Alchemy's. And it was totally half-assed. But it makes my point, right? Like, no. My point is basically no. No fucking way. Fuck no. Look, the bottom line is this. A lot of people, including me, really don't like Barry Bonds. Back when he was playing baseball, right? That doesn't mean you don't want him on your team. If you're a general manager of a baseball team, well, let's say basketball, and you've got the chance to get, what's his name? Stephen Curry, play for your team. But you don't like him. You recognize that you get him anyway. Because whether you like him or not, it's not the issue here. The issue here is what's best for the team. And acquiring Stephen Curry is the best thing for your team. As a general manager, you need to acquire him if you got a good deal for him, a good trade or something, even if you don't personally like him. As voters, we need to think of ourselves as general managers of a team and pick the best person, not the person we like most. Oh, you want me to go to that, talk to Michael? Sure. I mean, I'm getting tired of streaming, but at this point I feel obligated to talk to him for a bit if he wants to talk. Maybe this would have happened sooner, but whatever. I mean, one thing I know right off the bat that I absolutely hate it when people tell me they cannot give me the answer to my question because they're in the chat. It's not that hard to answer a question. You can type it. Says your cam and mic are blocked? Well, maybe you should unblock them then. If you started kissing my neck and ears, at least I'd say, why are you getting spit on me? Michael Smith, I don't have the capacity to block your camera in this app or your mic. Here, let me get you a different Meet link, okay? Let me get a Google Meet link. I don't like autonomy. I mean, I don't like Whereby. It's weirdly like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So let me open up a Meet link instead. That's much more reliable. Michael, do you really think it was wise to call me a coward? Because here's the deal about that. Here's the deal with that is, I mean, like, do you actually believe I'm afraid to talk to you? Do you actually think you're going to have a more successful time of this by talking to me in person than by doing it in the chat where you actually have the time to think about what you want to say and form your thoughts carefully? I mean, I don't think that is going to happen at all. I don't know why you would think that. I'm getting the link here. How do I just get the link? Oh, yeah, copy it? Here, let me put it here. Normally I invite somebody via email, but this is why it's taking me a second. Here. What the fuck? No meeting. Copy meeting link. Start now. Okay. Now, here's the. I got it. I'm used to inviting people by adding them by their email, so that's what took me a little slow. Michael Smith, he said, so the coward needs to unblock it apparently, and then not too longer, you say, stop being a prick. You called me a coward, motherfucker. What do you expect in response? Because you think I'm scared to talk to you? As fucking if. I just sent the link. I put a Google Meet link. Click it. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, there's nothing more to it. Click it. See if you get in. I'm not doing anything to stop you from getting in. It's not that hard. It's one push. Or you might have to copy the link. Okay, my bad. I guess it's not true. It's one push. Okay, now you can just click it. All right, so it's been a long stream already. I will have this conversation with Michael, and then I'll probably bring the stream to a close because oh, it was because it was yesterday. I see. Because I already did it in the morning. And so after the typing session occurred, he declined it. That confused me a little bit, but it's his way of saying, okay, this is over. Okay, so I don't know what's the problem here? This is as easy as it gets. Google Meet, you know? You just go to the Google Meet link and that's it. I'm surprised it didn't post as a hyperlink when I posted it. But you're right, it didn't post as a hyperlink when I posted it. So fair enough critique there. Now you've got multiple people helping you this, okay? So there's no reason for you not to get into this room. Look at the one Skygear posted at 10:51. It says, at Michael Smith, use this one. It is exactly one. It is exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chats above the chat where you said, I don't see any fucking link. And now, now you don't need to download any app for Google Meet. That's not true. It's just a browser app. Waiting for me to do what? You're not waiting for me to do anything. I'm in the room. I'm waiting. It's not saying anybody wants admission or anything. There's nothing left for me to do. You just have to join it. You can call me if you want. But at this point, I think you're probably... it seems like maybe you're having second thoughts about whether you want to actually have this conversation. And maybe that's why you're having so many difficulties. We're not assholes. We're helpful. You're incompetent. We're trying to help you. You're incompetently failing. That doesn't make us assholes. I gotta pee. your end. Some peace, a perfect little peace. Yes, peace streaming from me. With the Lord so big and me. You do not need a code or anything to join this meet link. That is not true. If you want to put your email address here, I can invite you specifically to your email address even. It's not true. That's why I use Google Meet, because I'm not a techie either, and it doesn't require any knowledge or competency to use it. And you've been told multiple times, and I agree, that there's a possibility, just call me then. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, at least us. I mean, maybe Yargor, or maybe he's just playing a little something called cold feet, or bluffing, as Elise said. We'll find out. I'm waiting for the phone to ring. There it is. Hi, Michael.
What's up, bro?
Not much. You wanted to talk, so go ahead and say what you got to say.
Well, there's so many things I want to say, I really don't even know where to start. But let me just start by first saying I'd rather be on video right now if there's any way, but since you guys are such elitist assholes because you're so good at techie shit and you have no tolerance for people that don't, I guess this is the best we can do.
Okay, fucktard, listen. Hey, fucktard, listen. I made a Google Meet link for you. I put it in the chat. Skyer converted it to a regular link for you.
Listen to me. Listen to me. That is not obvious to everyone in the fucking world how to do that shit. Can you get that through your fucking big skull? Not everyone thinks that's simple.
Okay,
What's
listen.
so hard to understand about that, you piece of shit? Come on.
If it's too hard for you to join a video conference, then I'm sorry. I guess we won't be able to do it on video.
Then this exactly proves my point about you. You're so fucking elitist and arrogant. You expect everyone to be good at what you're good at, or there's just nothing can happen.
No,
not everyone's a fucking techie.
I don't know what else to do for you. I do not know how to help you get on the video conference. What made you think I know how to do that?
Look, here's the point. And I'm keep trying to keep you on the point because I know you're not good at it, and I understand that. You're not good at it. Okay? The point is this. One or two things is going to happen right now. Either I'm going to fucking dress you down and cut you to shreds in front of everyone, or you're going to stop being a fucking asshole. Right now, I'm Vladimir Putin, and you're fucking Zelensky, dude. You're out of your league. Just stop. You can beat me at a fucking anal retentive, pedantic debate, but you're not going to beat me in reality. So which is it going to be? Are you going to fucking surrender, or are you just going to keep being a dumbass? Which?
Okay. Your posturing is a fucking joke.
Fuck you. In reality, there's just so many things. You will never fucking be president. Do you understand? You do not have any of the fucking qualities. I'm not telling you that because I hate you. I told you you're a great fucking musician. I recognize talent when I see it, but you would never, ever fucking be president. You're not fit and you're not capable. Get that out of your goddamn head. Reality is against you.
Okay, but here's the thing. If I'm not fit and capable, you'd have some criterion for fitness and capability.
I don't have to fucking demonstrate that to you through a pedantic, long-winded argument. It's fucking obvious.
I'm not asking you to demonstrate it. I'm asking you to mean something, retard.
Well, you keep saying I'm being dishonest. It's not that. I'm not.
Oh yeah, you are. You definitely are. No, don't lie again. You are definitely dishonest. You ignored what I said, pretended I didn't say it, and answered as though there had been no words from me. That is dishonest.
No, it's not dishonest. Look, my God, I don't even know where to start with you. You're so fucked. Your brain is just, dude. Okay, let me ask you a question, and I'm just asking you a real question. Stop thinking I'm dishonest. I'm asking you a question right now, a simple one. Are people in the chat hearing this? Because right now I'm on the phone with you, and I don't see myself on there, and I don't see the chat. And yeah, I'm dumb because I'm not technically gifted and all that stuff. But just answer the fucking question. I'm just curious. Are people seeing or hearing what I'm saying right now?
Were you under some impression that I don't answer questions? I will, of course, answer.
No, you spend so much time saying I'm being dishonest or I'm making excuses. I'm telling you, I'm not a techie. I don't know shit. I don't know if I'm on the fucking chat right now. I ask questions.
I'm happy to answer.
Just like,
listen to me for a second. Hey, listen to me for a second. I'm happy to answer your question. I've got the phone right up to the microphone. They can hear it as best as I can get it to be heard in the current circumstances.
Okay, is it too loud? Am I too loud? Am I blasting people's eardrums? See, I fucking have FE. I care about that.
I am doing the best I can to hold the phone the appropriate distance from the mic so that we get the right levels. Have you peaked a couple of times? Yes.
I didn't ask for a fucking technical explanation, dude. What is with you? Everything, well, I know what's with you.
No, you definitely did ask if you were blowing up people's ears. No, shut the fuck up and listen. Shut the fuck up and listen. Now listen to me. You asked me about the audio levels, and I told you, and then you got mad at me for telling you the fucking answer.
Because I don't need a sound engineer's answer. I just wanted to know, am I blasting everyone's fucking eardrums?
And the answer is, you have peaked a few times. Okay. Is that too complicated for you?
Okay, so when you run for president, are you going to continue to give these fucking complicated, long-winded answers and stuff, or are you going to try to...
You peaked a few times. You peaked a few times. Is not long-winded or complicated.
Okay, I'm moving past that. Obviously, I'm back to the presidential thing. But you don't know how to stick to a point, so I'm trying to help you stick to the point.
No, you're the one who didn't stick to the point. You shifted away from that point. Remember? We were just on that point, and you said, I'm not on that point anymore.
All right, first of all, I'm going to try. It's not going to be easy. I'm going to try to calm down because I don't want to blast people with drums. And this is too emotional.
You will never blast me, no matter how hard you try.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everyone in general. Look. Again, you're getting off the point. You're a master of getting off the point.
What is the point then? No, I'm not off the point. You tell me what the point is, and let's argue it out.
Well, there's lots of places we can go back to. I'm trying to go back to the presidential thing, but it doesn't have to be that. But I'd like to have a point. I don't like just wandering.
I'd like you to have a point too. What's the point you want to argue?
All right. Right at this moment, I have so many fucking things I want to say. I don't even know where to begin. Do you want to begin by saying something? I'm willing to give that to you right now because I'm a little flustered. I don't even know where to start because you dance around so much. It makes me dizzy. I can't even keep track of what I'm saying.
You say I keep changing points and that you have something to say. So you make your point and I will respond to it on point and not change points.
Okay, well, let me just pick a random one because there's all kinds of things I would like to say. Let's start here. It's completely baseless how you think that I'm constantly lying. You've accused me of lying a bunch of times, which I haven't lied about anything. So I don't want to give on too many tangents, and that's too much of a temptation for you. So let me stop there.
So you don't want me to address that point?
What? You don't have to give me a pedantic, long-winded.
Do you want me to address your point or not?
What makes you think I'm lying about anything? Just let's start with that.
Do you want me to address this point?
Are you going to give me a long-winded, pedantic answer? Because I'm not really...
If I answer your point, will you accuse me of not staying on point?
Probably, because based on
so then if I answer your point... No, but listen, okay. So no matter how well I answer your point, you're still going to accuse me of not staying on point.
All right. Would you let me... bring up a different point then, because this is going nowhere.
So you don't want me to address that point?
Okay, if you want to, I guess.
No, I'm asking. Remember, you're the one with something to say, and you said I don't stay on point, so I want to make sure it's very clear what the point you're making is so I can stay on it.
Okay, I just asked you, and I'll ask again. Would you mind, is it okay if I just forget that one and move to another one?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right. I feel like they're all a dead end. So I don't. Let me just start with. How about this? Are you interested? What do you want to get out of this? I don't even know. I'll be honest. I don't even know what I want to get out of this, except that you crossed the line with me at some point.
I didn't want to talk to you.
I got to deal with it.
I didn't want to talk to you. You wanted to talk to me.
True. I initiated it.
So I don't want to get anything out of it.
Okay. So should we end it now?
Again, you are the one. No, stop and listen for a second. Stop and listen. You were the one who called me because you knew what you wanted to say to me.
That, so don't bring that up. I already acknowledged that. You're right. So what the fuck is the point? Move on.
Okay,
Stop
so
bringing up irrelevant things. We already agree on that.
Okay, so in other words, was that true or not? So you don't have a point you want to make.
What the fuck is wrong with you? I just said I'm not even sure what I want to get out of this at this point. So
okay, so then don't ask me then whether we should end it. You tell me. I guess we should end it because I don't know whether we should because I don't know because remember this is you leading it. I didn't ask you. Look, dude, you're fucking. Listen, I didn't ask you if we should end it. I said, do you want to end it? You see the fucking difference? Okay, yes,
your
right.
way of asking that question makes it more complicated than necessary.
Okay, I will agree with you that I should have said you because that's my point. Okay, which is I can't tell whether it's time to end because I'm not the one who set up this meeting with a point to make and an agenda to complete. You have to tell us when it's over.
Let's start there. Okay, now you're going to maybe think I'm a liar. Maybe. Yeah. And don't say I said you're going to think I'm a liar because I said maybe you're going to think I'm a liar. Because I know how pedantic you are. So let's make this clear. I'm saying maybe you're going to say I'm a liar. But I didn't have a specific agenda. I just thought this is something that needs to be dealt with. And I was curious to see where we go. And like I started, I think the first thing I said was, let's start with this. This can either go where we're going to...
Well, you're going to take me to task or whatever.
I'm going to dress you down and tear you to fucking shreds.
Yeah, and you failed to do that utterly. Now, the point is this. You also said that a big problem here is that I won't stay on point and you have points to make. Do you still have a point to make?
As I said, there are many things I would like to say.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that question. Are you going to make a point?
I hope so, because I don't want this to be pointless. But
will you make a point now? Okay, let me ask you this way. Will you make a point either now or in the next minute or two?
Will I make a point?
Right.
All right. I will. Right now. I want to go back to the presidential thing. Because to me, it's the simplest thing. Everything else seems more complex. This issue of whether you're fit or capable of being president, to me, is a clear no. So that's why I harped on that one, because it's simple and obvious. The other stuff is...
I mean, I'm a 35-year-old American citizen without a criminal record, so I'm qualified.
Wow. Obviously, that's not all it takes. So, why do you say stuff like that? Like, that doesn't mean anything.
This is a citizen democracy.
Not make you qualified.
This is a citizen democracy. In which
but there are many more qualifications. So why even make a stupid statement like that?
There aren't any more. No, actually, no. Factually, no. There are no further qualifications required to become president.
You're being pedantic. You're not facing reality. It's a fact. There are many other qualifications necessary.
No, those are not qualifications, sir. Those are other conditions that probably must be met in order to attain the presidency.
Right now you're talking about according to the law. I'm not talking about according to the law. I'm talking about the bare
So what do you mean by qualifications then?
I'm not talking about bare minimum.
So what do you mean?
Yes,
when you say, hey, shut up and listen, for fuck's sake. Shut up and listen. I'm asking you a question, shithead.
All right, what's your stupid question?
What do you mean then? When you say qualifications.
Isn't it obvious? Do I really have to say it?
Okay,
there are certain personality things that are necessary. There's certain abilities.
Okay, so what you're saying is you don't... Okay, so, but listen. What you're saying then is that you don't think I will win the presidency, not that I don't meet the qualifications for running, right?
Look. Dumbass, you meet the minimum qualifications. You're of a certain age and you're a citizen. We agree on that, okay?
Okay.
But you know damn well that's not the end of the story.
No, I
So
agree.
why bring
No,
that
no,
up?
wait,
Why bring
stop.
that
No,
up?
it's
That's
stop,
stupid.
stop, stop.
That's
Let's
why
try.
you're useless to
Stop,
be able to
stop,
bring up
stop,
any
stop,
fucking
stop,
point
stop,
because
stop,
president
stop.
will never be a president.
Stop and listen. We're going to go through this one step at a time if you can think for a second,
And
okay?
stop saying irrelevant, stupid things we already agree on and it's obvious.
Now, listen to me, please. I agree with you that the minimum qualifications are not adequate to become president in and of themselves.
Thank you.
If you will listen to me and let me ask the questions, we can actually make some progress, okay?
Okay, go.
Now, I also acknowledge that you additionally said fitness. And if you hadn't freaked out when I asked you to define one of your terms, the next thing I would have said is, okay, so now that we understand that I do meet the basic qualifications, your basic point is that I'm not fit enough to be president. So could you please articulate some of those fitness criteria? Now, this is what an actual discursive exchange sounds like.
I've got two basic, maybe there's more, but there's two basic reasons why I think you're not fit to be president. You ready?
I couldn't get any more ready.
So, one is your inability to communicate in a way that most people can understand.
I mean, are you most people?
I'm among that group.
I've taught very complicated matters to 4th and 5th graders.
Okay.
So I'm very good at explaining complicated things in simple ways so that people can understand them. And in multiple different ways, in case people learn in different modalities. I'm an excellent teacher.
The other reason is, well, actually, and there's the second reason I can break that down into two sub-reasons. The other reason is the fact that you're a pot-smoking, unreliable, what was the word someone else used earlier? Slacker that just makes YouTube videos. Now, I would break that down into two things. That is not currently what you just are now. That is who you are overall.
But you ignored what I said. You ignored what I said, didn't you? When these sort of things come up, I always point out the fact that for many, many years before I started doing YouTube, I was the program architect, director, and head coach of the most successful middle school debate program in the country. I opened up branches in Irvine, Walnut, and Shanghai, China. I also worked in Taipei for a while. What is the
relevance of all this?
Because you want to reduce my current situation to an identity marker, even though this is the exception to my life, not the norm.
I'm not. No. See, you get everything. It's just all wrong. Like, here's the problem. You know a lot about typology, but you know nothing about it. It's really weird. It's like you know a lot about it, but in the end, you know nothing about it. You don't know how to apply it.
Okay, I mean, the thing is, here's the deal. I get that you are very frustrated, but the words you're saying are simply not true, and most importantly, though, even if they were true, we'd have no reason to believe them because you don't justify them adequately.
Because I'm not going to get sucked into your pedantic, long-winded
Okay, then you're not going to convince me there's anything wrong with me if you're not going to actually make justifications.
The problem is we may not ever be able to come to any
that's not a problem for me. That's just a problem for you.
Maybe.
What a moron. What the fuck? God, that guy was angry. What an 8, huh? He wants to tell me that he doesn't have to give me any justifications for anything. He's just going to state that it's true, and that's it. And it's like, okay, you're no longer worth talking to. Painful and super cringe. I mean, I acknowledge that my pot smoking is going to represent a new breakthrough for American politics. It used to be a black person couldn't get elected. You shall waste no more of my time. Yeah, he keeps calling me pedantic, right? The thing is, what he means is I provide reasons for my claims. And as he made very clear at the end there, he does not want to provide any justifications for the claims he's saying. So even if they're true, there's no reason for anyone to believe them because he hasn't justified them. And he says he's not going to get dragged into one of my long-winded things. So he doesn't want to make any points. He just wants to make bullshit negative statements about me, not have to justify them, accuse me of knowing nothing about cognitive functions while knowing a lot about it, and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, you're just spewing spite at me. You know, it's like there's no point in listening to that, right? I mean, the bottom line, Michael, is the reason I hung up on you is if you don't feel like you need to justify your claims or explain what you mean by things, then you're not trying to talk to me. You're just trying to insult me, right? And I don't have time for that. Two decent, reasonable human beings will provide justifications for their claims. You think I'm being long-winded and pedantic? I mean, this is just how serious people determine things. It's not. We talk by establishing what each person means and resolve the matter like that. But if you won't define anything, you won't justify anything, then what you want me to do is listen to you insult me. No, dude. What do you think I am, your little bitch? Never in a trillion years. Never in 50 trillion years. No way. No. If you can't treat me like a human being and justify your claims and answer my questions, then you will not talk to me, obviously. Because I'm not your bitch, and I'm human too, and I do you the service of listening to you and justifying my claims. So, I mean, you know, don't expect me to answer the phone, obviously. When you treat someone like that, if you're yelling at someone, it's one thing, right? But if you're yelling at them and then telling them concurrently, I don't need to tell you why I'm yelling at you or why you did wrong, I mean, then you've lost all my respect. You can yell at me all you want, but you have to provide reasons for what you're saying. You might have been, you assume I'm going to negate everything you said. If you had made a good point, I would have affirmed it. I'm not looking to win every point. I'm looking for you to make some points so that I can determine whether they're good points or not, you know? I'm not immune to critique. You just have to make justified good points. Yeah, I noticed that too, Rain. He was literally criticizing me for alleging. He's criticizing me for not answering on point. And then when I tried to answer on point, he criticized me for answering on point. It was quite a striking conversation, right? He was determined that no matter what else happened, no informational progress would be made. He was not going to provide any meaningful answers to anything. He wasn't going to let me provide any meaningful answers to anything either. He just wanted to yell at me. But you obviously picked the wrong guy to think you can push around with your loud noises, right? you have loud noises, but I have loud words that mean things. So you got no chance. I'm not going to get dragged down into one of your messes. You mean explain yourself? Is that getting dragged down in one of my messes when you have to explain yourself? Ay, ay, ay. Well, that was quite dramatic and exciting. I think I probably will clip that out and publish it, like, you know, exciting times around GWFP. Boy, I've been getting a lot of heat from people, since these type police picked back up. There are a lot of people out there who are deeply offended by what they see as my inadequate lip service to the value of others' contributions, the equality of others' ideas, and stuff like that. And they're desperate to take me down a notch, right? But I'm at the notch where I'm at because of a lot of work and effort. That's the other thing. I'm where I'm at not because I'm a slacker YouTuber. I'm where I'm at because I've uploaded over 6,000 videos. It's a lot of work. I'm where I'm at because I've recorded and either multi-track or single-track hundreds and hundreds of songs and uploaded them. That's a lot of work. I'm where I'm at because I developed an immense amount of knowledge and skills about philosophy and argumentation, politics, policy, and stuff, both as a policy debater in high school and as a coach. All that cumulative work is why I am at the peg I'm at. You're not going to be able to take me down a peg because I earned it. Well, I guess that's the end of the video. We are 6 hours into this thing. I don't know where the 6 hours went. That's some fucking lightning fast 6 hours, huh? The thing is, if he had simply critiqued my FE, he would have discovered that, as always, I'm fair. And I would have said, that's a fair critique. It's something I need to work on. I get, though, that I'm going to be adapting continually. That as I encounter difficulties dealing with certain audiences in certain ways, I will adapt. That this is a process of check, adapt, check, adapt, check, adapt. I've adapted throughout YouTube. I'm much less abrasive and yelly than I used to be, and less offensively pedantic. So I would have conceded that. He could have come up with warrants that I could have given him some wins on, right? I think in your current manifestation, Eric, the FE you're displaying is not adequate to win friends and influence people. I would have said, I think you're right, but I'm pleased that it's gotten so much better over the years here on YouTube, and I'm confident that as the circumstances present me crowds of people to deal with or whatever, that I will continue to adapt and improve that. But he wouldn't have liked that answer either, right? Because his point is, no matter what, that no matter what, I don't know, I lost my train of thought. I don't care. Whatever. Oh yeah, I don't doubt that's why Joyce hasn't invited me to her stream. I mean, nobody invites me to collaborate. I saw Eric Thor interviewed Melissa Talks yesterday. Eric Thor doesn't ask me to talk. It's like if Eric Thor wanted to interview somebody to and guarantee the minimum amount of bullshit in his stream or in his video, he should interview me. Same is true of everybody else. If Joyce Wang wants to interview an ENTP, she should interview me. But she's scared. They're all scared. They're all scared of me. He didn't start out wound up, Fly Guy, and he refused to answer my questions from the get-go and ignored ignored everything I said and pretended as though I didn't say it. Oh yeah, Elijah interviewed me. That's true. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot about that. I have been interviewed a few times. It's just that what needs to happen will never happen. What needs to happen is all the various people in the typology community who do stuff need to sort of get together around a table and say, okay, look, Eric's the one who's really got this right. So let's sort of defer to him and check with him and let's us get it right too. You know? No, Genexiel, what I just said is absolutely fucking true. It's unfortunate, but it's true. I mean, I'd say that's absolutely correct, Yegor. I don't think there's any typologist out there who is like me, right? Who's saying, I've got it right, and I'm willing to take on all comers. Like, if that guy existed, we could go to battle, and I'd win. But that guy doesn't exist. Everybody else in the typology community doesn't want to be corrected about stuff, doesn't want to argue about whether this or that is this or that, wants to talk about everything in vague enough terms that nobody really disputes the mechanics, and the mechanics are never really specified, and everybody's afforded the legitimacy that they're the type they say they are. I'm sure there are other typologists that are TI tool Mac Daddy, although I can't think of any. But it takes a lot more than that to accomplish what I've accomplished here. The reason I'm the best at this has at least as much to do with SI as with TI, and at least as much to do with NE and NI as it does with TI. The reason I'm so good at this is because I've had a lot of practice parsing intuitively. Parsing intuitively is my wheelhouse, but do not discount the fact that I've had a shit ton of practice at it. I was not good at typing people when I first started. The other thing is, well, almost every other typologist directs their attention towards explaining what's purportedly already known in full. I'm the only typologist who actually types people and uses that to determine what's the truth. I believe Love Who is an INTP. That's what I type him as. And I've talked to the guy a few times too, like on video conference and stuff. He's a cool piano player. I really like his piano playing. He doesn't really dumb everything down, Skygear, that much. If you watch his videos, they're edited very tightly so that they move quickly. And he's done a good job of eliminating unnecessary exposition between the points he's making. But the points he makes are actually quite complex, and he has to edit it down to do that. You're banned from Love Who's Discord. Oh, well, he's got a Discord server. I don't understand the point of having a Discord server. Why would I want to interact with people there? I want to interact with people here. Wow, he's kind of ban happy. And that's one way. That's another reason why I'm very qualified to be president, right? I'm not banning Michael, despite the fact that he engaged in discursive crime. I respect his right to express himself. I don't want to hide him from the channel. If he gets too spiteful over time, then well, you're not too much of a pain in the ass here. I mean, that's what makes a good president, right? To respect enough the people who are pains in the asses to do everything in your power to continue to afford them the forum to speak their mind. Like, we know that guy couldn't be president because he's not capable of dealing with things reasonably when he's angry. Even when I'm very angry, the words I'm saying are all very reasonable. Yeah, he's got his formula down. It's work for him. He's not. That's not a labor of love, right? That's a hey, look at this. I got this side hustle that's actually paying. All I gotta do is keep making these stupid things. That's what his shit is. Okay, I'm not dissing that. I am not dissing that. But obviously, it's very different than what I'm doing. That's a shame, though. Michael said such nice things about my music. Normally, that'll get you a lot of carte blanche, but he just wouldn't let this shit go, you know? What makes him so mad about the idea of me being president or running for president? It's like when I think about somebody saying, hey, I'm a concerned citizen who's got a strong belief in his ability to be a good public servant and fill the office, and I know I may not win, but I want to try to launch as real a campaign as I can. Who wouldn't say, good for you? Who wouldn't say that? This is America. It's like, even if we don't believe in this reality anymore, we shouldn't have given up on the narrative, right? That anybody, natural born American citizen, any natural born American citizen, can grow up to become president. That, in fact, all our presidents are just citizens that grew up in this country and became president. They're just regular people like you and me. Now, granted, in recent years, there's been this thing called like, I mean, there's been an increased weighting on celebrity, I guess, but the idea of the office of the presidency carries the stress and burden of the whole world that people don't want to process for themselves in a real way. I mean, most importantly, what happened there is I challenged his monolithically positive understanding of Trump. I didn't even condemn Trump particularly. I conceded that Trump was better than Biden, and that if I had my druthers, I'd rather have a second Trump presidency than this Biden presidency. But but I don't know. Yeah, it must have been emotionally, spiritually, and physically exhausting because, right? Yeah, I didn't shit on Trump, but I gave an honest assessment of him, which in fact I went out of my way to highlight the fact, something that I thought he would like, which is I do think he's better than Biden. I do wish we had a second Trump presidency instead of Biden. That would have been much better, actually. But then I clarified, but just because Trump was much better than the alternatives, like Hillary or Biden, doesn't make him a good president. That if our bar is that low, we're not being good citizens, right? It's like an actually good president has the strengths of Trump without the weaknesses of Trump. And that's when he just got really angry because to him, that conversation was Eric saying he would be a better president than his beloved Trump, basically. And I think that was very emotionally triggering for him. People are strangely attached to Trump. But of course, the reason is this. When you've had all these succession of very crafted, like polished politicians, there's no doubt that Trump, coming in as an honest person, although he was a pathological liar, it's weird. He was both honest and a pathological liar. He was honest in his campaigning about what he was going to do, but he was just pathologically lie about stupid shit like how many people attended his rally and stuff, Like what FE6, horribly great ESFP FE. That's Trump, right? Buddy Gag is a political player. Something doesn't sit right with me about him. About whom? I guess I can end this stream and I'll probably clip that little bit and put it up. If nothing else, it'll be fireworks, and drama usually gets views, so. Yeah. Fit to be president. We had Ronald Reagan, an actor. We had Bill Clinton, an ENFJ philanderer, who was like the best of them all, weirdly. We had Obama, a weak-ass ENTP who didn't know what the fuck he was doing. We had Bush, too, which was just a fucking clusterfuck of a disaster. I mean, the bar is so low now that it's almost impossible. That when you see a good presidential candidate, You go, oh, that guy can never win. What? Come on, guys, let's raise the bar. I disagree with you, Black Guy, for the reasons I articulated earlier. If people are clipping clips from my channel to use against me in a political campaign, I have already arrived. In other words, I have a place at the discourse table, and whatever they think they're going to get to damn me, I am an expert on turning. Rebutting is weak, right? They say something damning, you say, nuh-uh, that's weak. And then you lose a point or two. If they say something damning about you, show you something damning about you, and you turn it and make it damning about them, then gradually over the course of a campaign, all of that stuff that might seem to work against me ends up working for me. You've heard C.S. Joseph may be a terrible MBTI typer, but he's a good psychologist in helping people. He's terrible at helping people because he believes advice is to be given as a solvency frame of reference rather than an understanding or informative frame of reference. And only a fraction of the people he tries to help are actually helped by that approach to help. And yet he uses the same approach to everybody because he doesn't understand what a lot of psychologists don't understand. You better be very careful giving people advice. If I'm giving a person who's not my own type advice, it's highly likely that despite my best efforts, I'm going to end up advising them in a way that projects my own frame bias and says you need to be more like me. Almost always, okay? So that's exactly what C.S. Joseph is doing at all times. He's saying we approach psychology and therapy and stuff through the correct frame, which is the TE frame. And if that frame's not compatible with you, then there's something wrong with you. So he's probably does vastly more harm in any of his counseling of any people than he does help. Because he doesn't know enough he knows just enough to do harm, not enough to do good. Well, Rain, I mean, I don't think there are actually any clips of me pissing in a bucket on camera. So they'd just be playing the sound of it. And as I said earlier, it actually only seems like it would be easy to find clips to embarrass me with. If you were to actually go through and start looking for shit, right? Like, okay, I'm the hit squad of this opponent candidate, and I'm going to go find shit to hit squad Eric with. You go, oh, this will be easy. Look how much stuff he's got. And then you start watching it, and every time it seems like I'm going to say something stupid, it doesn't turn out that way. It's actually a more modified claim and stuff. Now, you might get clips of me pulling bong rips, but that's something I intend to make a sea change in America, where we've had our first black president. I will be our first openly pot smoking president. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. The country's ready for that now. I mean, C.S. Joseph is good at sounding like he knows what he's talking about if you're bad at determining whether someone sounds like they know what they're talking about. Yeah, I mean, see, that's what I mean by Obama being weak. If you have the moral high ground, before I started this stream, I took a full Klonopin with the idea that I was streaming for half an hour or something, and and then crash out. And then I just took one Adderall, and I thought, okay, the Klonopin will outweigh the Adderall. I'll be out soon enough anyway, and I'll just have that nice kind of combo Addy Clonny sleep that's super juicy kind of, you know? Yeah, I mean, that it's a trap, okay? It really is a trap to try to find clips to damn me. Even though it seems as though there must be shit tons of them, if you actually go through and watch all my videos and try to find some, you will get very frustrated very fast, as there'll be many occasions when it looks like, oh boy, he's gonna go there. Oh, she again. I mean, the problem is this fly guy, once he's elected into office for the first term, there are no more excuses. At that point, he has the truth in front of him and needs to control the narrative. He needs to stand up in front of the nation and say, this nation shamefully has been guilty of an institutionalized persecution of a population of good, honest, hardworking citizens called pot smokers. And for every law enforcement official, prosecutor, judge, legislator who participated in this clusterfuck of a disaster, shame on you. But let me tell you now in no uncertain terms, it is un-American to tell people whether or not they can smoke pot. If you want to be a scumbag commie, then care about whether your neighbor's smoking pot. If you want to be a real American, then you mind your business and let them mind theirs. That's what I would say. You know, and there may be plenty of people who disagree with me there. In that instance, I want that narrative to be very black and white, very decisive in its warrant, and make people who think marijuana is bad continue to claim that it is okay for them to not mind their own business and to tell their neighbor to go to jail because they don't like what he's smoking. No, but see, this is the thing. I already know. I'm only serving one term. I'm not serving 2 terms. I don't give a fuck about my popularity rating. I'm not going to run for a second term. I don't want to serve 8 years. I'm going into the first campaign saying, I am campaigning to be a 1-term president. I'm telling you that right now, so you can hold me to account for it. I am not running for a second term. Doesn't matter how much you want me to or not. I will not be running a second term. No, Gen Xil, I've explained this to you before. Capitalism is the absence of use of force interfering between the free exchange between individuals. Okay? It's not an ideology, it's not an economics or anything. It's the absence of control mechanisms enforced by use of force to interfere with free exchange between 2 individuals. When those control mechanisms are absent completely, you have pure capitalism. You need to watch my capitalism versus communism video. Actually, Gen Xil. It's about 10 minutes long. What I did is I compressed I compressed everything you need to know about communism and capitalism into a 10-minute video. It's non-politicized. It's correct about everything, and it's the alternative to the stupid PragerU video, which was stupid. Well, look, as president, I'm also there to say, but no matter how strong my opinion about this is, it is obviously, clearly, and exclusively a matter for the states to concern themselves with. The federal government has terribly overreached and tyrannized us all by claiming authority over whether somebody grows marijuana in their backyard on the grounds that it's interstate commerce, even if they smoke it all themselves. This sort of lying, backhanded, double-faced nonsense will not stand. And we shall see to it that control over this matter is returned to the states, where it fucking belongs. I won't use the fucking though when I'm talking to the country. I'm not going to use profanity. But I'll do it here because you guys are used to it. You guys are used to my profanity. And it's like, this lady came in the other night and she wanted to hear me talk about Ukraine, so I timestamp linked her to the part of in the previous stream when I talked about Ukraine. And I was gratified that she was so delighted by it. And she was so like, that's so right on, you know? The VP I want, Tristan, is Dave Chappelle. I want Dave Chappelle as my VP. I think that would it's like that's a both a practical choice, like he's already famous and well liked and black, and he's going to appeal more to liberals even though he's libertarian because of that. There's a lot of reasons why I think Dave Chappelle is the perfect VP candidate for me. His politics are great, but people don't know that really. I'll shoot you the timestamp. I'm not going to give you the brief summary, but I will do what I did in the video for that lady last night, which is I will timestamp. I will get that link with the timestamp from that other video and paste it here. That's what I will do. And I believe it was on Interesting Times. Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
You know? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, made mostly a cheese.
Diaz says, when I watched the response video, I couldn't help but think it screamed FI all over.
Yeah,
This is
you
coming
know
from
how
FI
it is.
dog.
A wake up all made out of
I mean,
cheese.
Like, one quality of Eric is nice guy
Hoping it's a
by
temporary
somebody.
thing.
The other person's not going to display a lot of their
Well,
polar
no, because
they'll
as the
always
day
be taking
progresses,
some
I
other
revert
approach
to
to
the
it.
person.
So you're not going to
I've
see me
already
using FI really
But
badly that
at first,
often.
I could hardly
Because
get
I'm
out
always
of
taking
bed. I
different
had
approaches
a
to
big
it.
triangle.
That
with
doesn't
two
mean
little
I'm not
tiny
FI
legs.
polar, right?
It didn't hardly hold
So it's
me
kind of
up.
hard to say whether that was TI polar. The thing is,
me too.
I would suggest that
A risky moment.
as though I do
coulda had
live
a-
in that world until
A
it
little
kills me
leg
or
cheese
get
disaster.
Yes, you could.
Where is that lady you asked about the Ukraine? Fucking God, fucking yeah. Why is everything so hard?
Yeah.
What was
Oh,
a
there
great
it is.
video?
I found it. It wasn't that hard.
Doll says?
Jessica
Yeah, I
was
enjoyed it.
complaining
I
about
thought
it
it was
being hard.
interesting.
Stop being
I
hard.
thought it was really interesting that he says, okay, well, let's set
Alright. So, Sky Gear, listen. Put this on double speed at the beginning of it at least. I'm a little slow getting going. And then about halfway through, I start speeding up. Then you probably put it down to 1.5. Oh my God, why are all you armed men killing us and burning down our villages? Well, we're just really interested in geopolitics. That's when, Ray, since then. But you better watch out for this guy. He's interested in geopolitics. He's likely to annex part of your country any day now. Well, Sky Gear, I think you'll agree probably with my assessment of it, and which you should be, because you are generally correct, and my assessment of it is perfectly correct, and so it's also not pro-Russian, like the fact that there are these pro-Russian, Western voices is fucking disgusting. If I were president, Niebuhr, at the first Russian firearm missile launch at Ukraine or whatever, the very first one, the Kremlin would have been reduced to rubble by 1,000 Tomahawk missiles, or wherever we thought Putin was, and hopefully they'd be holding his funeral the next day. And that would have been the end of the Ukraine thing before it even got started. All they need to do is aggress unjustifiably against another sovereign nation, and they forfeit any expectation to be treated as a sovereign nation. They are then a rogue state. If Putin initiates and launches an unjustified aggressive invasion into another country, is it okay to bomb the shit out of him and kill him? Fuck yeah! Of course! Duh! I mean, I would have done this at Crimea. I wouldn't have even waited for this shit. There's no way Putin would have annexed Crimea if I had been president. Same situation as far as I was concerned. Hiding his Russian troops in other uniforms doesn't fool anybody. And once I had established definitively that the Russians had attacked Crimea, exactly the same scenario I just said. Shock and awe, hopefully kill Putin. If not, at least make it very clear that that won't be tolerated. And of course, they can't escalate because it's responsive violence. So it's not like they can respond to the responsive violence. No, you violated every concept of justice, international law, and whatever. No human being should ever object if I, as president, say, on my watch, no country shall invade a sovereign ally of ours without an act of aggression and live to see the next day. Nobody should object to that. You know? I mean, that's the thing. As long as the US doesn't escalate to nuclear, the logic of mutually assured destruction continues unabated. And Russia will not escalate to nuclear because they don't have the moral high ground. In other words, they can't justify escalating since the hypothetical U.S. response here was responsive. Now, note, time frame is critical. The president has to act within about 12 hours. Then it's justified. You can't do it weeks later and say it's responsive, right? I mean, I don't understand what NATO has to do with any of this. Ukraine's not in NATO. That's why this is happening. That's true. I am. Because it's very clear cut what the right thing to do is, why it's the right thing to do, and why it's the only thing that we can do other than give Putin tacit permission to move on to Estonia next. Those are our two choices, right? So I don't need any international agreement with me to do what's obviously and clearly the only right thing to do. I will do it whether everybody disagrees with me or not. Circling Moscow. The world needs to learn from Teddy Roosevelt's lesson. Walk softly and carry a big stick. Russia should not know a goddamn thing about any Western military interest until they're on fire and their buildings are rubble. That should be their first notice that we mean what we say. We say it once, clearly, before anything happens. And as soon as anything happens, we bring the fires of hell down upon them, conventionally. Well, I mean, 36 hours is borderline. The point is, the further you get away from the initial act of violence, the less linkage there is in people's minds, and the less strong the linkage argumentationally that this is a legitimate, direct response to a ongoing threat, right? A clear and present ongoing threat. If the warfare is not going on right now, you lose the justification that says we have to act with intense force because their crime is currently killing people. Now, once they've stopped killing people, there's a lot less urgency for us to act right now, and therefore a lot less justification for us to act right now. They don't have their fingers on the nuke triggers at all. They have their propaganda department cooking up suggestions that they're not unwilling to use their nukes. But like I said, as long as we don't escalate to nuclear, the logic of mutually assured destruction still determines the question. Yeah, I mean, the thing is this. My same rules apply to because of the way I stated it, right? Under my administration, if any nation invades, aggresses unjustly against an American ally, America will consider that invading nation to have forfeited sovereignty. Take that for what you will, because it means something specific. And then, if after making that clear, Putin were to invade Georgia, same response. If China were to invade Taiwan, same response. I think we're going to need to be a little more proactive about Taiwan because China's a little more sneaky about their shit. But under my administration, Taiwan will be a free and independent state, as will all those former Eastern Bloc countries. Unless something's already been taken over by Russia, in which case I'm not going to go retake it back. I mean, the thing is this, Rain. If we are going to launch any attack at Russia, there's one place that is most justified in being attacked, wherever Putin is. He's the one responsible for this. He's the one who should die for it. To the extent that we can minimize killing other people, once Putin's dead, I don't think this approach to foreign policy will remain Putin-esque. And remember, it wouldn't be an assassination of a world leader, because once they've invaded, they forfeit their status as a regular nation state and they become a rogue nation state, and they no longer can expect anybody to respect their fucking sovereignty. Putin already has Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk. And his capture of them was a most egregious crime against Ukraine. I mean, at least in Luhansk, he had he had actually a fairly broad amount of ethnic Russians supporting it and wanting to be part of Russia. At least in Luhansk, he had that. Okay? But there was none of that in Crimea. Yeah, he already has all those things. He took those before the official invasion. Donetsk and Luhansk are both fully Russian right now. They're not even part of Ukraine anymore. This is before the invasion. This is what I mean by knowing my shit. Can I read your question above? But Eric, the immediacy justification only works if you're bombing the Russian forces in Ukraine, since that's where the urgent situation is. If you concede that, then the 36 hours is good. No, I don't agree with you that the immediacy justification only works if you're bombing the Russian forces in Ukraine, because I think the best way to stop the Russian forces in Ukraine is to kill Putin. That's the fastest, most immediate, and certain way to stop the Russian forces in Ukraine. That's true that I can't bomb Putin if he's hiding in a bunker. But it's also true that if we know where that bunker is, that we have bunker busting bombs, and additionally, that the point will be made regardless if we bomb the shit out of that area. We may or may not get Putin, but it'll be clear. Hey, we're not interested in killing any Russians except Putin. We might accidentally kill some other Russians instead of Putin while trying to kill Putin. But remember, he's no longer a leader of a country. He's a criminal who's running a rogue state. So obviously he needs to die. So yeah, we're going to kill him. It's not an assassination. He's not a leader. This is not a country. It's a rogue state. And we will continue to try to kill him every chance we get. And if you want to avoid this, you guys kill him. Please. That'd be great. We'd love that. We have complete confidence that whoever you pick next is not going to be as bad as Putin. We have no care in interfering with your elections or anything. I don't give a fuck what happens after Putin's dead. We're going to kill Putin. And if you don't want any more collateral damage in Russia, then Russian citizens kill Putin. Russian advisors to Putin, kill that fucker. He's a war criminal. He's a sociopath. He's a total fucking scumbag. And he needs to die. That's my presidential message. Who could dispute it? Everything I said is absolutely correct. And the Russians would understand, we don't have any problem with you, Russia. We understand you are under the thumb of an authoritarian, imperialist, violent, kleptocratic thug, and we will try our best to kill him for you, but you're closer to him, so why don't you guys kill him, if you can? Send that message out to all of Russia. Look, if you support Putin in Russia, we respect that, but regardless, we're going to continue to bomb the living fuck out of wherever you think he is, so if you're anywhere near there, and close to Putin, and you can kill him, and let us know he's dead before we drop those bombs, we won't drop any more bombs. I mean, Niebuhr, if I were president, I would care even about you. I would even make your life better. And you wouldn't even recognize how much you benefited from me. You still hit me at the end of it. And I'd still be glad I improved your life. Because that's what a good president does. He says, I'm not just the president of smart people, good people, decent people. I'm the president of all Americans. And if Niebuhr is an American, even though he's doing discursive crime, hating America, and misunderstanding what's good and just and true, I'm on his side because he's one of my constituents. Michael Smith, did you get timed out again? Well, not that surprising, I guess. I wonder what you said. Let me guess. It was something stupid. Alright, so that's it for the stream. Thanks for being here. I mean, I don't think I'm setting a bad precedent. I'm setting the exactly right precedent. Hello?
So what? What's the deal? Like, why do you gotta shut me out every time I bring reality before you?
You had your chance to talk to me, and I explained why you failed to meet my criteria. So goodbye.